Yeah, it's a whole different thing.
I was just saying, if we can drive some more traffic to the Discord from it, like you say, I mean, nobody's trying to make any money here. All we're doing is trying to drive more people that are curious about flat Earth.
Do you own any .coms?
Say that again?
Do you own any .coms? Any websites?
If I did, would that make a difference?
No, I'm just thinking of marketing aspect.
No, the server has the wiki.org, isn't it? Is it wiki.org?
Well, me personally, any association with the, with the Discord, I use social media, but as far as live streams, I could create a website, with a .com for that, but I don't feel like it would be as successful as it might be with utilizing social media. I'm pretty sure nobody would ever watch it. So yes, I can create a website and make a freaking video where you could watch the same thing you would see on YouTube, but I don't think anybody would ever watch it.
All right, yeah, that's fair enough. I was just, if you were into the .com and the websites and that aspect of it, I would have went more towards a different area.
Since I've figured out how to produce this, and if I work together with some other people, and we created a website where you can, it could be promoted in different ways. I mean, then maybe we could start a production company and do that. That's something else. But
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe that's something else that we can discuss outside of this. But I mean, there's all kinds of options. It doesn't necessarily.
We're just some fucking guys on the internet talking shit about
absolutely.
Twitter.
And that's what I dig right there. We're just some guys.
Networking. Networking is key.
Yeah.
That's what networking is key.
Yeah. But I got some ideas on the other side of it, on the blockchain side of it, with the ownership of.
I don't think the blockchain is going to last very long, in my opinion. That's just my opinion.
Okay.
Maybe 5 more years. But that's just me. I may be wrong.
I may
be right. You may be crazy, but it's just maybe the lunatic I'm looking for. Too late to fight. Too late to save me. May be wrong. Oh, I know you may be right. I tend to do that sometimes. Just it pops in my mind, and I just start singing.
There's a .com.
What's that?
Hello? You dropped out there. So that was Solo, wasn't it? I think he dropped out.
No, I thought it was dead.
Sorry.
Talking about blockchain.
Yeah, I got a call. I was saying that there's stoplookthink.com, which is a really good sort of website to send people to when they want to know about 9/11, flat Earth, the pharmaceuticals. Sort of a broad.
That's David Weiss's website, right?
Yeah, but the blockchain.
No.
I think Helio's both right and wrong on the blockchain. I think the way that the blockchain was touted as this immutable record so that we can avoid corruption, I think that that's going to be sabotaged and removed. But
sure, when it
on
comes to any
of
type
domains.
of monetary system that you might be able to use, of course, it's subject to sabotage or anything like that. I'm not
thinking in terms of block.
give up on it. I'm just saying utilize it in any way you can while it lasts, so that you can protect yourself and your family. That's
the only
all
thing I was thinking on was the term of domain names.
Oh, domain names of what?
The new up and coming. You know, we're currently in a phase, technically what they call Web 2.0 with URLs. Okay, and the new version is coming up, Web 3.0 on the blockchain, where I've been investigating and pursuing and investing in Web 3.0 with the domain names on the blockchain.
Don't blink.
And you only have to pay a one-time fee and you own it. I have 57 domains that I own. I paid for. They're all paid in full. I own them as long as I can provide the 12 worded passphrase to that access to the.
Are they naked? I would just use the word naked, like naked domains where they're not assigned yet. They're addresses, but they're not assigned.
It's outside the comprehension of the current domain structure. So on the blockchain.
But well, if you're talking about commissary or if you're talking about domain names, you're just talking about a website that is for what purpose?
Right. It's a multi-function purpose. It works as a I'm sorry?
No, I was just saying, I mean, is it your own server or did you buy it from another server? Right? Or is it through a VPN or what?
I bought it as an NFT.
NFT. Okay, I get you. Okay, cool. So, can you explain that a little bit? I don't know why you're bringing it up.
I own the name Davey Z.
12 servers that are naked right now.
Say it again.
Said you own 12 servers that are naked, hosted.
Domain names.
Well, you can't own a domain name unless it already has a name, right? But you can change it, anytime you want to. If I'm incorrect on that. No, it could be associated to a certain server and hosted by a server, right? Am I wrong about this? Or a virtual server?
I don't know which. No, I don't follow what you're going at.
So a domain name is owned by a person once they name the domain.
.com.
Yeah, you can buy named. You can buy named.
You could lease it. You could lease a .com through GoDaddy or any other.
They're like investments, right? It's like real estate, right? Like people create these freaking domain names, and then you have to, if you want that name, or if you go to create that name and it's already taken, and you find out who's got it, and they're offering it for sale or lease or whatever. It's fucking bullshit.
I'm very curious why he was so reluctant to actually say that. Yes, I own these many domain names, and I have them hosted on where?
The blockchain.
On the blockchain. So you have domains that are hosted on the blockchain, which, that part, I don't know much about that, but the domain names are public.
Right. 100% transparent, available to anybody to see with the key on the blockchain. DVZ dot crypto.
So you have your own server farm, or are you leasing a server farm hosting from?
No, it's on the blockchain, peer-to-peer network.
Peer-to-peer, but so you're paying someone else to host your network?
Nope.
No, so you don't own any servers. Maybe obviously I'm ignorant about this.
I'm ignorant.
Yeah, me too.
I mean, I have access to domain names that are on the blockchain.
Aren't even named yet.
They're on the blockchain. So instead of having a cryptographic,
they're named. They have to be names.
They're readable names.
Right, so you type in the web address, right? Where does it go to? If we type in one of the your domain name addresses, where does it go to? What does it take us to?
It goes to the IPFS, interplanetary.
What would we see on the screen? But what would we see on the screen is what I mean.
You're holding if you already have them, like, dude, anybody can just type in, like, I'll pay you $5 to hold this name for me. Is that basically what it is? And nobody else can buy it, if you agree with the host server, that nobody else can buy it, if you pay them while they hold the fucking domain name.
Maybe I don't know. Maybe best place I can lead you to explain any of it would be unstoppabledomains.com.
See what just happened there, guys? See?
I'm not trying to sell you anything. I didn't say you
were, bro.
Oh, okay.
I'm just telling you. I'm telling you, if you want a freaking domain name, it has to be bought through certain ways. I mean,
yeah, that's where I bought them at. That's where unstoppabledomains.com.
Nothing to do with blockchains.
Right. And that's only if it already exists, right? Is that right? If you want one that already exists, then you have to buy it, right? Otherwise, you could just create one and, hey, nobody's thought of that one yet. And it's yours, right? Do you make money out of it? Is it profitable?
No, I don't make no money out of it.
Oh, okay.
No, I don't make no money out of it. I'm just saying it's just something that I've gotten to eliminate a couple of different aspects of the crypto addresses. If somebody wants to send me crypto, they just send it to a specific name, DavyZ.crypto. They don't have to type out X amount of digits to some crypto address. And it also it also acts as a website address on the new blockchain Web 3.0. I'm not trying to sell nothing, dude. I don't want no money from anybody. It's just an easier way.
That
I found an aspect to the .coms.
Right, I get you now. So what does the address consist of then? If it's not a .com?
It's .crypto. It's on the blockchain.
It's .crypto? That's the thing now?
There's 10
Holy
different
shit.
There's 10
I'm way
different
behind.
TLDs. There's 10 different TLDs.
Tender loving
or LTDs, long-term domains, long-term domains. Is that what I don't know
right,
the terminology.
LTD, right? Okay.
Am I? Do you understand what I'm saying? Am I sound like an idiot? I know I'm an idiot.
Vaguely,
right?
man. No. You know more than I do about this shit. You do not sound like an idiot to me. I'm the idiot.
It's just it was a way easier to, like, instead of giving people 5 different, how many characters make up a crypto address for somebody to send you money to? I only have to tell somebody, just send me X amount of crypto to davyz.crypto. They don't have to enter in a 20 some digit number combination. And it's on a blockchain. And I also can use it as a website address that I could put up a static address, like a little landing page of a .com. But instead of it being .com, it's .crypto. But it doesn't only operate as a .com, whereas a website, it operates as a wallet on the crypto.
That's insane, man. I don't understand how this crypto stuff works.
Yeah, unstoppable domains, unstoppabledomains.com. You can check it out. I'm not being facetious in anything I'm saying. I'm not being misguiding. I don't want your money. I'm not going to make anything if you go do it. It's just what's coming up. This is the future. And
so cool.
if you understand what the digital ID shit is, this is it right here. You go by your name that you want and you own it. And nobody can do nothing to it. It's as transparent and it's as individualized as the owner through your 12-worded phrase to the blockchain. And if you ain't got that 12-worded phrase, nobody can change what you put on there and censor anything that you put out to the World Wide Web. The bottom line. That's the future of what the internet is coming to. And you come to this new world order ID shit.
Huh. And what did you say you bought as an NFT? What did you buy as an NFT?
My domain name.
Right. And an NFT is what exactly again?
It's a crypto on the Ethereum network. It's ETC, ET721. I don't know what exactly it is, but it is a part of this whole thing they're trying to replace.
Yeah, I thought it had something. I thought NFT had something to do with images being sold online.
Right, but online. As far as what the classification of these domain names are, they are considered an NFT that you own, and your ownership in that NFT as the domain name, whatever chain you want to follow it through the blockchain, you own it through your 12-worded passphrase. And without that, no one can do nothing with it but you. So if you want to publish any kind of bullshit or truth or propaganda, nobody can do it through that aspect to the blockchain internet but you. They can't take you down. Whether you want to put a video on your domain name and have it play 24 hours exposing truth, the only way for them to turn it off is to shut down the internet.
Holy shit, really?
Exactly. Once you own it, nobody could stop you from putting out on the blockchain what you want.
Unless, of course, it breaks criminal law, right? There's got to be some sort of...
Even at that.
What?
Yes. Transparency is 100%. It allows you to do what you want to do.
Huh. That sounds like a good place to create a social media platform.
Exactly. They're called, you know how like in the App Store they're called apps? Well, in the blockchain, they're considered dApps. It's all decentralized. See the idea? They're called dApps. You could operate them all 100% right out of Coinbase wallet. MetaMask.
This is where everything's headed now.
Exactly where it's all headed. And that old New World Order, one digitalized ID identifies you 100%, and you could create right now your name.
Davey, where are the host server farms? Where are they?
They're on the blockchain. They're Polygon. That's the blockchain they operate on.
So you don't even know where they're at.
Blockchain on the Polygon network.
All right, so nobody can find where they are. And so, like, you're saying you could put out kiddie porn and nobody would ever know.
No, they'll know. No, that's the whole idea. It's transparent.
I'm not saying put out kiddie porn. I'm just saying it's
nothing you do on it. Nothing you do on it. Once you purchase it and identify it to your identity through your driver's license or however you register to get on there to be able to purchase that domain name.
A contract with the server essentially.
You have to then identify yourself 100%.
So what's the difference?
It's total transparency.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I can't hide anything.
You can't hide anything. You have to be a part of the New World Order to do it.
How's it better than what we're already doing? It's like, hey,
because what we're already doing is going to be eliminated. Because what we're already doing is going to be eliminated. If you ain't with it, you ain't with it.
Here's what I'm saying. A better opportunity, maybe build your own server farm, host your website from wherever you build your server farm, and every amount of traffic that comes in comes to your server that you own. You're connected to the internet, but you own every single server and all of the traffic that comes to there. I mean, it's very expensive to actually build one, but everything comes from your own server. Of course, any one of us can contract with people that have these server farms, that are in facilities or whatever. But you can build your own, but it's expensive to get it started. And you can create an entire website from your house.
Yeah, I can do it from my Raspberry Pi.
Yeah, but that's not what you're talking about, though.
Yeah, and I could build it from my Raspberry Pi, and I could put that domain name.
Yes, I'm going to repeat myself. Yes, you can do it from your Raspberry Pi, or you can just have your whole garage full of servers. You can make your own website and say, hey, I want to build my entire website just right here. And everyone that subscribes is subscribing, through my own servers and everything.
Who are you doing that through? Are you doing it through GoDaddy or?
No. You can.
I don't understand what you're saying.
You don't know how to. You don't know that you can make your own domain on your own server farm?
Yeah. From my house. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. It's just like If you do it otherwise, you're going to have to go through somebody else's servers, and you're going to have to agree to their contract. And It doesn't matter if it's crypto, in whatever way, it really, you're still going to have to agree to their contracts before you actually start, doing your thing, because they're hosting you. Unless you get really deep into the dark web shit. But yeah, I mean, if am I wrong? I mean, am I misunderstanding?
I'm trying. I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out. Seeing where I have to go from here. You open up something.
You can build your own website. You can build your own website in your house.
Yeah.
Create a domain, and you don't have to contract with anybody.
Right.
No, I mean, your domain, you're gonna have to contract with the government, of course, because that's your domain name and whatever. But other than that, all the traffic from that website comes straight through your servers, So, and I'm not saying, I mean, since you're connected to the internet, it can be, accessed by others. But as far as everything you build about your website can come straight from your house, you can make your own freaking website.
Yeah.
Computers, and so. But if you contract with you use friggin' 4 or 5 VPNs, and you just contract through fucking Swedish websites and shit, different server farms, and you'd be like, yeah, nobody's gonna find me. They can find you. I don't even know what. I mean, if you're trying to do something nefarious, they'll be able to find you.
I agree to that. I can agree with that. But that's not the whole. That's totally not what the idea with this new Web 3.0 is. I don't know. I don't see this correlation.
I don't know as much as it sounds like I might know about it, but sure. I mean, you can hide yourself, but it's going to take a lot of work.
That's the thing. This new crypto web blockchain stuff is to not hide anybody. That's the thing. If you once you establish an identity on it, your identity is established.
Davey,
like my identity.
They want you to go crypto, man. They're already working.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. Okay.
We're all
bringing it up. I apologize for bringing it up.
No, you don't have to apologize for it, because a lot of people in here already know that we're already going crypto, and we've been that way through the digital system, and it used to be cash and all that. It's already headed that way. So it's almost impossible to hide yourself. You can't.
But
I mean, if
one time there was a way you could do it through the ATMs. You could even do it through the ATMs.
The only way you can do it now is to take the money you have now and buy gold, because the whole system is going crazy right now.
No doubt about that. Personally, I think by the end of August we're going to be in a blackout.
Well, I mean, that would be on them. If they feel like that would be beneficial to them to have major blackouts and stuff. I mean, they've already been putting out apocalyptic books and films for quite a long time. So I mean, this is what it's like. Oh.
Whole country of Canada. Just last week.
They're doing this, but if it actually happens to you, what are you going to do?
Just last week, the whole country of Canada was in a blackout on their internet. Yeah.
Okay.
And they're projecting it even more.
Yeah. So I mean, it's just like. I mean, you see what they've been doing with the apocalyptic films. You know, I mean, it's just like people are like, "Oh, this is a really cool show."
Yeah,
The only
it's not a
reason you can
show.
watch that
They're
fucking
just
show is
telling
because
you.
you have electricity, bitch.
They're telling you what they're doing. Is all the movie. That's all
It's like, how
Hollywood
about you
is.
can't watch the show no more, and you can go to Walmart and buy your fucking toilet paper and shit, whatever. It's just like, all right, let's see what happens. I don't want that.
Hollywood is just telling us what they're about to do.
I hope they're not that close to it, but eventually it's a downward spiral. I mean, eventually it's going to happen. I mean, we don't talk about. Well, we do. I mean, we do talk about it, but I'm just saying. I mean,
yeah.
Prediction of it. It's not our prediction. They're already doing it. We're just pointing it out.
Same page. We're on the same page.
Yeah, it's their prediction, not ours. They're the ones putting out these apocalypse films and shit.
Mass formation psychosis. They got the majority right where the sheep need to be. It's all about listening to that pop. When they pull that teeth out. That's all they're doing on a societal level.
Is anyone talking? So is it just nobody talking, or I lost audio? Hello? Anyone home?
But there's a reason. There's a reason. There's a reason for this. There's a reason education sucks, and it's the same reason that it will never, ever, ever be fixed. It's never going to get any better. Don't look for it. Be happy with what you got. Because the owners of this country don't want that. I'm talking about the real owners now. The real owners, the big wealthy business interests that control things and make all the important decisions. Forget the politicians. The politicians are put there to give you the idea that you have freedom of choice. You don't. You have no choice. You have owners. They own you. They own everything. They own all the important land. They own and control the corporations. They've long since bought and paid for the Senate, the Congress, the state houses, the city halls. They got the judges in their back pockets. And they own all the big media companies, so they control just about all of the news and information you get to hear. They got you by the balls. They spend billions of dollars every year lobbying to get what they want. Well, we know what they want. They want more for themselves and less for everybody else. But I'll tell you what they don't want. They don't want a population of citizens capable of critical thinking. They don't want well-informed, well-educated people capable of critical thinking. They're not interested in that. That doesn't help them. That's against their interest. That's right. They don't want people who are smart enough to sit around the kitchen table and figure out how badly they're getting fucked by a system that threw them overboard 30 fucking years ago. They don't want that. You know what they want? They want obedient workers. Obedient workers. People who are just smart enough to run the machines and do the paperwork and just dumb enough to passively accept all these increasingly shittier jobs with the lower pay, the longer hours, the reduced benefits, the end of overtime, and the vanishing pension that disappears the minute you go to collect it. And now they're coming for your Social Security money. They want your fucking retirement money. They want it back, so they can give it to their criminal friends on Wall Street. And you know something? They'll get it. They'll get it all from you sooner or later, because they own this fucking place. It's a big club, and you ain't in it. You and I are not in the big club. They use to beat you over the head with all day long when they tell you what to believe. All day long, beating you over the head in their media, telling you what to believe, what to think, and what to buy. The table is tilted, folks. The game is rigged. And nobody seems to notice. Nobody seems to care. Good, honest, hard-working people, white collar, blue collar, doesn't matter what color shirt you have on. Good, honest, hard-working people continue. These are people of modest means. Continue to elect these rich cocksuckers who don't give a fuck about them. They don't give a fuck about you. They don't give a fuck about you. They don't care about you at all. At all. At all. Man. You know? And nobody seems to notice, nobody seems to care. That's what the owners count on, the fact that Americans will probably remain willfully ignorant of the big red, white, and blue dick that's being jammed up their assholes every day. Because the owners of this country know the truth. It's called the American dream, because you have to be asleep to believe it. We're going to go. This is a group of social criminals. These people in the space program. Nassholes, I call them. In case you haven't heard, the latest disaster for the rest of the universe is that the United States is going to go to Mars. Okay? Oh, yeah. We're going to go to Mars. And then, of course, we're going to colonize deep space with our microwave hot dogs and plastic vomit, fake dog shit and cinnamon dental floss and lemon-scented toilet paper and sneakers with lights in the heels. And all these other impressive things we've done down here. But let me ask you this. What are we going to tell the Intergalactic Council of Ministers the first time one of our teenage mothers throws her newborn baby into a dumpster, huh? How are we going to explain that to the space people? How are we going to let them know that our ambassador was only late for the meeting because his breakfast was cold and he had to spend half an hour punching his wife around the kitchen? Now, what are they going to think when they find out it's just a local custom that over 80 million women in the third world have had their clitorises forcibly removed in order to reduce their sexual pleasure so they won't cheat on their husbands? Can't you just sense how eager the rest of the universe is for us to show up? Can't you see them out there?
If you are 2 millimeters above this beach ball, you just don't. That stuff is flat.
Yo, check it out. Did you know that the earth is flat? It's flat. Think it's a ball, and you know that's a proven fact. What if I told you Pixar Earth were made in Photoshop? And astronauts are actors acting in a movie plot? What would you say? What would you do when you find out that the globe is fake and isn't true? You globers about to turn into a bunch of flat earthers. Just ride the wave, cause you know that y'all bad surfers. Ride the wave. Cause you know that's not the curve of the earth, right?
At that height, you don't see the curvature of the earth.
Just saying.
That stuff is flat. Flat. That stuff is flat.
train or something, you could just thumb through it and something to read, stuff like that. Micro blog.
Show is starting run. Yeah, people come up. Welcome to Believe Your Own Eyes. You can believe your own eyes. We are live again with a new show. This is episode 15, I think. Is this where we're at? 15. Episode 16. Okay, so I'm losing track. You can believe your own eyes. When you walk outside, you can look at the sky. You have to decide for yourself if the sky is moving or you're moving. You're standing on the earth, spinning around, and that's why you observe the heavens moving. This is what they tell us, in the heliocentric idea. But you can actually believe your own eyes and conceive of these ideas for yourself. I mean, like the sun, 93 million miles away. It looks like it's in the sky, but
math, science. These pseudoscientists tell us that this massive celestial body with all this gravity pulling us towards the sun, and it's causing an elliptical orbit around the sun, and there's all of these things, and that same thing happens with all the observable planets. That you do have the ability to use your own mind and think for yourself, and when you see the sun in the sky, you see the corpuscular rays shining through the clouds, and they come at angles. They have an explanation. They always have an explanation for those kind of things, but their explanations don't necessarily equal truth. And that's why I call the show "Believe Your Own Eyes," because you can believe your own eyes. You can know that you're not falling backwards away from the sun when you watch the sunset. So anyway, tonight most of the time I'll title these episodes some arbitrary thing, just some kind of weird. I'm an art, I'm a musician, so a lot of times when I write music, I write the lyrics around the music. So it's kind of the same thing when we do the live streams. I'll just come up with a name, just some weird thing. So tonight is Haters Gonna Hate. and guess what? They're gonna hate every time on us, man. They're gonna say we are fucking spinning backwards away from the sun. That's why it looks like the sun is setting. It's fine. You guys can think that if you want to, but I'm gonna tell you that we have our own minds. We can actually think for ourselves, and we don't have to believe the scientists. They can lie, and they're not. They can lie to themselves. They can convince themselves of a truth that they cannot prove all they want to. So anyway, so what I want to say is, if you want to be part of this conversation, what happens? Damn, I'm getting these. What's really messed up about this Discord? Every time that I restart my computer, all these notifications, I have to go back and mute all this shit every time. No, this one didn't, but there's all these freaking. Anyway, I'll just keep going. It's distracting, man, with all the noises. I should just ignore it. But no, yeah, I'm distracted now. But hey, well, what I want to say is that if you're a supporter of the channel, and if you enjoy the show, most of the information about what I'm about and where this organically came from, I've been friends with people in 24/7 Flat Earth Discord for a while, and the links to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord are in the channel. Ron and I are moderators over there. You should join there if you haven't yet. Discord is a great platform for you to be able to communicate and get new ideas. And if you're questioning the shape of the Earth, we have a lot to say about it. We talk about it pretty much constantly. So that's why it's called 24/7 Flat Earth, because that's pretty much all we do is just talk about the flat Earth 24/7. But it's not just about the shape of the Earth. I mean, it's everything that's involved. Going back through history. Some of the history we can't confirm whether some of that's true or not. So we're looking in the sky. We think, well, maybe the sky is telling us like we look at the sun, how far is the sun? I mean, it's been a question throughout history. So the sun is 93 million miles away. That's a number they've given us, and some people would say, well, that's arbitrary. They've given us a number, but when you look throughout history, you'll find out that some of the astronomers that came up with these numbers, and go back to Copernicus, their numbers were different. So like Copernicus, I think, said was 3 million. So 3 million miles to now it's 93 million. So what you're going to have to do is go, all right, so so Copernicus said 3 million. Modern astronomers say 93 million. What they had to do is the entire time they're going to have to assume that the Earth is a sphere in the first place. Where they come up with this distance of the sun, they triangulate. They use triangulation, Pythagorean geometry, and so they're trying to pinpoint where the sun is. And it's just like on Nathan's show. He's like, "What do we have any evidence for the distance to the sun?" And everyone says, the flat Earth people are like, there is no distance to the sun, right? Because how can there be? Copernicus can freaking measure some shadows, and Eratosthenes can measure shadows, going down in wells and all that shit. But does that really tell you where the sun is? It really can't. So they still have to have a number because their math has to line up, So it's math equals science equals the truth, right? Is it true that the sun is 93 million miles away because of the all of the steps that we've gone through, all the universities, all of the people, the powers that be? If you don't understand how this, just like one of the big questions of the heliocentrists, once we go through this flat Earth topic, when we talk to these people, or not these people, I mean, everybody's a person, I try to, not everybody's a person, honestly. I mean, some of these people are digital that we talk to on the internet. They're just fucking trolls, and they don't really give a shit at the end of the day. They're just here to troll us. But most people that I've met, in flat Earth, and even a lot of globers, if they're a genuine person, I just kind of have a knack for knowing whether or not they're being genuine or not. So if they can't wrap their head around the flat Earth, I don't blame them, because shit, we were all fucking globe earthers. But this idea going forward from there, and once you look into these ideas, like seeing the sun and the moon in the sky. When I was a kid, I mean, they told me that the reason it looks like that is because we're on a ball spinning around the sun, in an elliptical orbit, an average of 93 million miles. And the moon takes a similar path, even though we see the same side of it all the time, takes a similar path around the Earth. And it's just, I never really had to question it, but I question it a lot now, and I'm pretty convinced that they were lying. Or they're not everyone is lying. It's like, how could everybody be lying? Well, they learned these things. I mean, they learned it the same way we all learned it. You don't have to be an astrophysicist to know that the sun is not 93 million miles away. It's not fucking rocket science, right? Anyway, I want to introduce to my co-host Ron Sheckelson, and I'll stop bloviating, and maybe I'm making sense, maybe I'm not. But thanks Ron for being here. Thanks everyone for
that was a good intro. I see everybody. I'm gonna give a shout out to some people. It's like, what's up, GM, Cigar Face. We got Truth Seeker, Crystal. Got Jason Mall, Aaron. Let's see who else we got.
Yeah, I hope everybody gets what I'm saying, though. I mean, I know they do, but at the same time, we get a lot of shit from people on YouTube about our what they call beliefs. But I mean, we're actually observing reality, and it's not. They're the ones that are making shit up. They have their math magic. They have to explain something. They can't look at something and think that it's real. They have to use math to explain it. Because they have to convince themselves that they're not seeing what they're seeing through math magic. It's fucking crazy. I don't really get that for why people would do that to themselves.
It's a bunch of haters, dude. Like you said, they yesterday we were on a good flat Earth debate with the Red Pill Philosophy channel, and I guess he's kind of new to it, so he doesn't know the arguments real solid. He's not real confident in his abilities, but he still did it. He took on some of the worst trolls, and he held his own. He did very well, and I think he's influencing a whole group of people who would have never looked down this rabbit hole. This is a really far out there topic for a lot of people. You know, people that they'll think the government lies about everything except this. It's like, no, dude, they lie about everything. Like, there is nothing is sacred. You know what I mean? Anything that's literally that's important is a lie.
You know, so everything. And I followed Red Pill's philosophy for a long time, and I never thought that he would go this way. And I'm really impressed. You know, I'm really impressed that he actually did that last night. You know, just kind of he didn't. You know, just like I'm careful with all my stuff. You know, just like I'm not gonna get porn bombed. There's no way anybody can porn bomb me on here or whatever. And so he just has like the basic, you know, thing OBS there. But he also has put himself out there. You know, with his 200,000 subscribers, hasn't lost any of them pretty much.
He's
gained a lot. You know, but he's really sensible. And he's putting himself out there and asking people, hey, come in here and tell me why it's a globe Earth when I've done my own experiments the same way that a lot of us have done, and observations, talks. I mean, just talking about the shape of the Earth. And so, yeah, I have a lot of respect for him. So, he, you know.
See, he's setting the example for other channels that are larger, like Richie from Boston. He's been on Flat Earth for a long time. And he's got a large channel, and that's not his whole thing. You know, he talks about chemtrails. He talks about the Federal Reserve. He talks about every 9/11, every other type of conspiracy, Sandy Hook. He'll cover those. But he also went down the flat Earth thing. He was one of the early adopters, you know, to flat Earth. Same with Jurassic Liars. But when these larger channels like Flat Earth Philosophy, he's a pretty decent size, over 200,000, and that's about what Owen Benjamin gets a shit ton more viewers on his live stream, but you know, he's got more active viewers. But maybe Owen won't feel so like, you know what, this guy did it. He didn't get any blowback. His subscriber count actually has been going up. I looked at his sub count. He's been gaining. He might have lost a few guys initially, maybe a couple hundred initially, but he more than made that up over the next couple days. And his trajectory is nothing but up. You know, he's only going to get more popular. Now that I like to say, it takes balls to be a flat earther. You're not going to win any popularity contest with a bunch of normies. You know, you're going to take a lot of blowback, but it's worth it, man. Somebody has to take it. You know, somebody has to take the abuse so that everyone else feels more normal jumping in the pool. Like last year, GM, CDXX, Jason Mall, and myself, we were some of the only flat earthers back a year ago. I met these guys. And they weren't, you know, we were taking a bunch of shit. Like everybody was attacking us and piling on. And, you know, we stood our ground. And now a lot of those people are jumping on board. You know, a year later, they're like, hey, you were right. You know, they came on board, luckily.
Well, and even like, you know, I don't know what's going on with ODD. I mean, he fired his live stream back up again today. But, that 24/7 live stream kind of was the birth of the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, because ODD originally started that, and
there was no place else for it.
I know, but he's not involved with it much anymore.
That's fine.
You know, but at the same time, it's kind of like well, I mean, I have no idea. I mean, I'm not personally in contact with ODD. I don't know why he's intermittently going with these live streams. You know, it's great every time he does it, man. It's fucking 600-700 people watching.
Dude, there was 1,000 people watching.
I know, it's freaking crazy. But so
we need him to devote his time to making videos because that's what he does best. We don't need an extra person.
He does that. I mean, he does it. But I mean, the videos he's already made are you know, they're making a difference in the world, as far as I'm concerned.
Dude, he's getting huge numbers. Like, and that used to be It used to be the only place we could go flat smack people was on a YouTube live stream. And it's like, that's all I did. I went around looking for live streams to like flat smack people. I would tell them about 9/11, all that stuff. Tell them about the Federal Reserve, all these things, and I would hit them up because that's, that was like my goal. I'm like, dude, I have to do something. I'm just going to go troll everybody. Not even trolling, but truth bomb. Go truth bomb people. And then I found Discord. I'm like, this is fucking great, dude. The trolls come here and we hammer them. And pretty soon we ran out of trolls, dude.
Well, but they created our own Discord, and they're like, "Come over here." And it's like, "No, I ain't coming over there, man."
I think we wore them out, dude. We wore out all the Globetards, and we converted them, a lot of them. So now we're in this strange.
There's a lot of good people, that were. Well, it's not about conversion. It's about just waking, just giving, enlightening people on being able to use free thinking and free thought, and you don't have to follow. It's like if you have to believe this, all right, flat Earth, whatever, or 9/11. We go through all the different, it's like, do you have to believe in every conspiracy to think the Earth is flat? It's not about necessarily believing every conspiracy. It's about being a free thinker. You don't have to. What you're supposed to. Here's what happens with like a lot of globies. They want to avoid all the other conspiracies. They want to talk about the shape of the Earth all the time, because if you start hitting them with 9/11, the Sandy Hook, Boston bombing, all that stuff, they're going to be like, oh well, I thought we were talking about the shape of the Earth, because they actually think that shit's real. They think that the Boston bombing is real. They think that people died and all that shit, but I can prove to them without a shadow of a doubt that was a complete fucking hoax. And they won't touch it.
He had, who was that guy? The father, Robbie something. We won't even say his name because we don't want to get a strike, but everyone probably
Robbie
knows.
Parker. I'll say his name.
Okay. But, he did that. Liar. And I'm like, I know he's a fucking liar. And he was like smirking. He had Duper's Delight. And
right.
It's like, damn, dude, he's
watching some of that shit
hard,
today.
Man.
It's just like, man, God.
He was exposing every hoax. I'm like, damn, that's what YouTube specifically doesn't want. I'm like, dude, I don't see him staying up very long, dude. Thumbs up, give him a round of applause because it took a lot of guts. There was probably haters in there that are gonna flag his content. Yeah, dude, you can't, like, everybody who was exposing these hoaxes, dude, they were getting hammered. I don't want his channel like damaged because there's these trolls and these haters, dude, these paid.
We had some of them Ron, as much as I've held on to this channel for a few years, if we, no matter what, I'm probably gonna get hit myself here, but I mean, just fuck it, man. Everybody speak your mind. When you come on my channel, just speak your mind. I mean, just have a certain level of sensitivity.
Like,
there's a way that everyone knows kind of how to talk now, just to kind of think, to have the conversation.
Everybody knows who he is, Helio. But I'm just saying, like, if they could get you for hate speech because you specifically mentioned the name, everybody here knows about Sandy Hook. I would assume most people know. So it's not worth getting a strike because everyone knows who that asshole is,
Yeah, but it's not just about Robbie Parker either. I mean, there's more people involved there. I mean, that you see people
David
that
Wheeler,
were involved there that were in a lot of the other hoaxes as well. They have the same crisis actors. They recycle them.
But what happens?
Freaking crazy.
This is what I like to tell people who are like people that are feeling black-pilled. I'm like, guys, here's why it's important to reveal flat Earth, because this is the one conspiracy that ends everything. It ends all the other hoaxes, because all of these illegitimate governments, the eyeballs will be on them. Wait a minute. Everyone's going to turn around and look at their government officials and say, you fuckers lied to me. Don't tell me you didn't know. You had to know this, you fucker. And they're going to, you know what I mean? They're all going to be replaced. Like, there's going to, because once you lose credibility, it takes a lifetime to build credibility in like 1 second to lose credibility. Once you've lost your credibility, you've got nothing. And that's what happened to Alex Jones. He lost his street cred. And when they shut his channel down, nobody cared.
How did he lose his street cred? I mean, what exactly is happening there?
Because he sold out, dude. He sold out. He swallowed his nuts, dude.
Okay,
he got the lawsuit.
So he has fucking Buzz Aldrin on for an interview.
No,
and
I'll tell you how he did it.
Out on the moon hoax. Is that how he lost it?
He did it multiple ways. He did it with the Sandy Hook thing, where he turned his back on Wolfgang Halbig. He did it with Pizzagate, where he swallowed.
He did turn his back on Wolfgang. He definitely did that.
Yeah, he left him out to dry, and then he did it again with the Pizzagate thing, right? And then he was always shilling for Israel. He would call out everyone else but Israel. 9/11, just a lot of things, dude. He lost a lot of cred. It's like, wow, dude. There's one group of people he won't criticize, and we know who it is. So, and that's that nobody, like the truther community, they didn't stand behind him because he wasn't one of us. He's not a truther. And that's what what's his name? Eric Dubay was kind of hammering Owen Benjamin. He's like, dude, would you rather be a friend or be a truther? And that, because he's like, I'm friends with Alex Jones. Like, wait a minute, if he's shilling, if Alex Jones is like shilling for whatever, fake moon landing or whatever, trying to shut down any flat earth, because what's his name? Eddie Bravo was on his show and he wouldn't let him talk about flat earth. He pulled that video right away. Can't talk about that.
Oh no! But when Eddie went down there and spent time with the team, that video he did when he was like
at dinner,
like fucking Rob Dew was there, and he like at dinner, and he was like using salt shakers and shit to explain to these guys, and that video is there, man. People see it all the time. So yeah, man, fucking Eddie Bravo.
That guy's great, dude. And I was like,
fucking Eddie Bravo, man.
After that, I thought Eddie Bravo was fucking awesome, dude. I was like, initially, I didn't like Eddie Bravo. I'm like, this guy's fucking annoying because Alex Jones was doing the Pizzagate thing with Joe Rogan, and it got really big numbers. And Eddie Bravo kept butting in. I'm like, dude, just shut up and let him fucking talk. But then after that, I'm like, Joe Rogan and Alex Jones are the shills. I want to hear Eddie Bravo. You know what I mean? Like, I totally flipped the script. I mean, just that one conversation, he was annoying. But after that, he more than made up for it. It's like, no, dude, Eddie Bravo needs to have his own
shit. I felt bad for the guy. He's talking about, he was always talking about aliens. And, I know he was into some conspiracy theories, but the alien stuff, I was like, all right, man, you're going a little too deep. And then when he started talking about flat earth, I literally felt bad for the guy, but he kept name dropping Eric Dubay.
Yeah, I'll be right back, guys.
That name got stuck. All right, cool. That name got stuck in my head, and eventually I was bored one day. I Googled Eric Dubay. I watched 200 Proofs and History of Flat Earth, and that was enough for me to think, well, it's open. It's out in it's out in the open, and it's possible that it could be flat.
Yeah, it took a little while, but his videos are so well made. It's like, okay, let me go. Like he was doing the Bedford Levels experiment, Suez Canal, all these different canals. See, for me, like the waterways is a huge red pill because I'm from Michigan. And we have the Great Lakes. We're surrounded by these huge lakes, and they have water on all sides of it. So that when that picture from across Lake Michigan, that picture of Chicago, I'm like, dude, how could you not see that this is fucking flat? It's like right there is your proof, dude. And there was multiple pictures of different, different things from vast distances that should be impossible. And then this is before the Jay Tolan ones. Yeah. And like watching people with a P900, just some guy on the beach with a P900. He's like, look, this oil rig is 17 miles away or whatever it is, 23 miles. And he zooms in on it from the beach. He's like, dude, from here to there should be whatever, however many hundreds of feet of curve. It's like, well, how the hell are you seeing it? And you see like a little dinghy, like a little rubber dinghy raft, on the side of that oil rig. It's like, dude, you're seeing even the little boat. You're seeing everything from the ocean up, dude. This shit is flat. And it made me realize, I just kept seeing more and more. I'm like, damn, I still had a little bit of doubt. But
that stuff is flat.
That stuff is flat. Yo, shout out to Ace McLeod. Shout out to Chocolate saying the saying of flat Earth. That's what we have to call him.
Chocolate. Yeah.
But we're really shout out to him because he's doing a great job. He's been sharing the show and he's been getting us some listeners. So That's awesome.
Thanks everyone that participates here, man. We love you guys. I mean,
Tom Budas, and Tierra Plana.
Tierra Plana Midland. He's always around. That dude's been around for a couple of years, man.
Really?
I've never talked to him, but every time,
I see
all
him.
these flat earth chats, man, that dude he's been around. He's meddling.
Yeah.
You know?
He's like meddling out there.
Flat plane meddling. That's what his name means.
That's Colombia. I believe he's from Colombia.
Really,
awesome.
man? I fucking love that dude, man.
And shout out to Cigar Face. He's one of our biggest fans. So you got to
me and Cigar Face have talked many times.
And shout out to Eric Duguay. All right, fine, my bad, sir. Had to do it.
Eric Duguay.
And shout out to Midi HC.
I guess who's never going to come into this room? That's Eric Duguay. He's never going to come over and fucking talk to us low lifes, right?
Nah, he cool though. Yeah.
Oh, look, GM says that Titus Frost wants our best flat earth proofs. Why don't we get Titus on the show? I would love to flat smack Titus. I told him because I can't do it. I was in his stream. He was live streaming on YouTube. And it's like, you can't really you can if someone has a visual ability, but it's hard enough on Discord when you have all the pictures. Like here, you have your memes, you have your pictures. It's still hard to flat smack someone, but it's almost impossible in a YouTube chat with 200 characters of text only. When I'm a moderator, I could drop my my pictures and my memes, so it's a little bit easier. I'm like, here, dude, look at this. Boom, there's Chicago, 60 miles away. Here's this one. Boom, just all these little proofs, because it doesn't contradict anything. It contradicts the globe, but it backs up what I'm trying to say. You know what I mean? It's like it's a visual proof, and it's something that anyone could go verify. You know what I mean? If you go to some guy set it up on a tripod, and he put it right by the beach, and I guess he was by the ocean, and he gave the people binoculars, and he's like, here, take a look over this level. And he had the level set up perfectly, so it was level, and it lined up perfectly with the horizon, as it should, because that's how things work, dude. The level only measures the plane of the earth. That's all it does. The plane of the earth is level. Wherever the plane of the earth is, that's what level is. And that plane goes on infinite. It goes on forever because the earth is level. There's no tilt at all. And that's my number one proof, dude. That's the most obvious one because everybody has water. There's a lake near, whether it's a river or a lake or it's an ocean. Everybody, is within a few miles of water.
Michael J. Smith, that son of a bitch. He always gonna throw the. He's gonna throw us.
Oh, I got better. Hold up.
Yeah, I'm sure you do, bro.
Don't forget that barbecue sauce when you're eating yours.
Oh shit!
He's gonna have that sauce.
The real deal.
Hey, and by the way, I mean, if you guys are wondering what this stream's about, I mean, this is, I could have, I couldn't actually put myself out there like this and do my own videos like people like Marty Leeds 33 or Jaronism or whatever. They make videos and do that kind of thing. But I found friends that I could partner with. And then I know how to do the live streams. So what's happening is that what you're witnessing is people that are of like mind coming together, having a lot of fun, but at the same time calling out the nonsense that we're fed every day through the fake news media, and so we're real people.
I got some nonsense I want to call out.
Should I put it on the live stream? I mean, some of the shit that you put up, I don't know if I can go on the live.
Hey, shout out to the Non Sequitur Show. You guys suck. Quit debating polls and come debate some real flat earthers. Get some.
Oh, dude, yeah.
Oh, they trigger me with the fake ass people.
Dude, man, I was watching it too, man. And even Nathan, I always thought Nathan Thompson would, do his thing on there, but for some reason they were like, "Hey, yeah, Nathan Thompson's going to be the moderator," and I was like, "No, how can you be debating flat Earth and you're the moderator on a Globee channel? You can't moderate."
You know the problem?
I was like,
Here's
"What the fuck
problem,
is
dude.
that?"
It needs to be a debate one-on-one. You can't have 3 fucking globetards and 1 flat earther. It's not. It needs to be because people are talking over each other. It's like you get a certain amount.
Well, they put the title Nathan Thompson versus Fight the Flat Earth. I was like, "Oh fuck yeah, let's do it." But then they said that he's the moderator. Nathan's the moderator. And he's not the moderator. He's not even hosting the fucking show. How can he be the moderator when he's not even hosting the show? So I don't even know what that was. And he's like in his car. You can see the seatbelt behind him.
They should have it.
Well, that's not a fucking. That's not what it
a
was.
debate where like you get 30 minutes, right? And once you've used your allotted time, you're done. No fucking like filibustering. So it's like you each like when you get your spot.
You shut the fuck up.
What's that?
They spent the entire show telling Nathan to shut the fuck up. It wasn't a debate.
Well, that's all they ever do. I mean, that's fine.
Yeah.
Well, then they use their time saying that, dude. There needs to be a fair system where everyone gets their time.
No,
so
there doesn't need to be because the Earth is obviously and observably flat.
I get
These
it,
guys
but
they're holding on to their religion. Their fingers are red. They're just like holding on to their globe religion. And they like to have adventures in alternate reality through YouTube, and they like to make fun of people as if we don't, we haven't been through the same fucking system that they went through, the same education system. It's not like they're like, well, you just don't understand. You haven't had enough mathematics teaching to know whether what you're seeing is maybe it's this, maybe it's not. Because you don't understand the math. I mean, come on, man.
Know what it is, Helio? It's like we broke out of the spell. I believe there is some kind of spell. There's some kind of witchcraft behind it because it's patently obvious that it's fucking flat. But some people cannot break out of the spell. They're not stupid people. There's a lot of smart people that just can't break through. Even when you plainly explain it to them. I was trying to explain to somebody like it was a weapon that was used in those fires. He was an older guy, but he didn't get it. He just didn't get it. I'm like, look, this is not a fire. The trees all survived, but the houses are toasted. The cars are toasted. None of the fucking trees are burned, man. This is not a fire. Wake up. And he wouldn't get it. It's like, wow, man, this is going to be impossible.
Okay, so the house is completely obliterated. A forest fire caused it, but the trees are still there.
Yes. The pine needles on the ground are not even burned.
My goodness.
We seen pine needles in the molten aluminum. There was molten aluminum with pine needles sticking in it, and the metal re-solidified, and it had green pine needles. The pine needles didn't even burn. That means it liquefied the metal, the aluminum, without making it hot. That is straight up the Hutchinson effect. That's exactly what it does. Now, some of the shit, I'm not saying that not everything is hot. Yeah, some of the cars where they're melted and twisted, maybe the steel gets hot and the aluminum doesn't. I'm not sure how it works. I've never been around it, but it is a really strange weapon. And it's going to be impossible for someone who's done no research. Like, I didn't get it at first. It took a long time. It's like, what is this? This is not normal. Stone buildings and steel. You think for metal to get liquefied, it must get hot, but that's not true.
But it's I mean this. It's like where does it as far as your understanding of reality, each person and each individual person has an ability to to research their own reality, to come to conclusions that may or may not be true. So what would happen, like with someone that's just like sometimes we call them normies. I mean, think like a normie. I'm a normie, which a normie would be like everything on the news is true, but there's a dichotomy there because there's Democrats, Republicans. I mean, I'm talking about in Western culture. American Western culture. Normie
I
would
could
be like
explain a
there's a
normie.
dichotomy. Yeah, it's a normie. But
My wife, not my wife,
ahead.
but my cousin's wife, she has like People magazine and all these things. She's a complete normie. And I'm looking at it, I'm like, wow, she has no idea, like all the trannies. There's fucking trannies in here that she thinks are real women. I'm like, for me, like they're so blue pilled. I'm like, I don't even want to pop their bubble. I was there at Christmas.
It's okay. It's okay. You know what I'm saying? You know, it's just like it's levels and levels that you reach. Because man, I remember being a teenager thinking there was a period of time when I was in high school. I was like walking through the halls of my high school going, is this shit even real? Now, maybe that was a gift given to me by the creator, or maybe there was, just something that split my persona, from like whatever reality is besides whatever, maybe none of it's real. I don't know. But I used to walk around high school going, trying to be me, but at the same time thinking this is probably all fake, But I think that is a result of the programming. It was my backlash, my internal backlash against the mind control. I know that it was. And it was my pineal gland fucking saying, these fucking guys are lying to you.
Oh, for school, yeah. I mean, that's the difference. I mean, school is one thing, but like real life where you think, oh my God. I mean, I think the deepest rabbit hole, the most that even a lot of flat earthers don't go down is the tranny thing. It's kind of difficult. And
I mean, it's difficult. I mean, it's just like me, it's difficult for me to say, just like all these actresses on movies that people are calling trannies. Dude, I'm attracted to them. I was like, you know what? I don't want to fucking know. They're I think they're sexy. I mean, what the fuck am I going to... You're going to tell me that's a man now and I've been attracted to them? I just don't want to know.
That is a mind bender. Yes, and that's why I didn't do it. It's so hard not to do it, though. It's like, wow, I want to...
No, it's not hard not to do it. I just like, I have something else to talk about. There's so many other things to talk about besides that.
I get it, but I'm like, I'm around all these blue-pilled people, and I feel like I'm in the Matrix. I'm like, wow, dude, everybody's totally clueless. And then here I am. I have no one to talk to. I have to talk. I have to talk about shit like this.
Even though I came across that, I really think that for the most part, most of them are wrong about the tranny thing. I'm not saying all of that. I mean, but for the most part, I mean, just like all your fucking Hollywood actresses are men that you're
not
like that you're hot portion. For. I mean, come on, man, that's bullshit.
No, but there's a good portion of them that are like verifiably like, okay, Beyonce with the fake pregnancy.
I was never hot for Beyonce, so I was really not either.
Not at all. Not at all. I was not either. But some people might think I'm just using her as the most recent example because she was pregnant allegedly when she sat down. She sat down pregnant and the stomach went.
Yeah, but there are people that have channels on YouTube that have fucking 50, 60,000 subscribers, 100,000 subscribers that just will, obsess about Beyonce's fucking genitalia. I have no fucking desire to.
It's everybody, dude. It's everybody. I mean, when I say everybody, I don't mean every last one. What I mean is, it's like there's at least half of them. A lot of the Victoria's Secret models, they don't have the proportions of a woman. They're like, wow, they look like skinny boys because they are skinny boys, dude. It's like they don't have an ass.
In some cases, maybe. I mean, and there may be an agenda there. Let's focus on the agenda and not necessarily on and why they would do that.
Well, the agenda is a satanic. There's a satanic.
But to be honest, I mean, at the end of the day, I'm telling you, this would be a cognitive fucking thing for me. I don't want to know.
Okay, well,
if I'm attracted to a woman that's a man on a movie or whatever, but that's
you fat to some trannies, so we're not going to talk about it.
That may or may not have happened. I don't know. We can't prove it anyway. So what the fuck? What the hell's gonna come out of that? So whatever.
Hey, he said
Let's get back on to the less controversial. Like, see, okay, we can talk about the flat Earth thing because there is a couple globetards, and we know who they are. They go around and they go in a wolf pack against 5 of them against 1 flat earther, and it's not even a fair fight because the guy was kind of new. He wasn't like a seasoned debater or whatever. So it wasn't really a fair fight. And it's not even a fight, dude. It's just, let's talk about facts.
Yeah, it's not about a fight. It's about facts. Yeah.
Yeah, they want to talk about math and what's in the sky. To them, it's everything that's in space or in the sky or something we can't touch it. Like you could go touch the water and you can measure it. You can get down really low and look across the water and observe that it's flat. You could see the sunlight shining across the water surface and it makes that straight line to the beach. It wouldn't do that if there was a curve to it. It would, you know what I mean? It wouldn't hit. The angle has to be flat for it to come all the way across the beach. So there's just like too much evidence that it's not a globe. And like I said, I think it's only, there's intelligent people that can't get it. There has to be some kind of spell. And once you break this spell, it allows you to see the other hoaxes. Like what ODD was like, dude, the Boston bombing, Sandy Hook, these were all hoaxes. And once you realize that, you're like, wait a minute, my government is supposed to investigate this. Like, where is the FBI to investigate 9/11? Like, I could figure out it wasn't a plane. Why didn't they figure this shit out? They let us go to war? Yes, dude, they're completely corrupt. And it's like you realize every defense mechanism for the country has been usurped. It's corrupted. We have no defense mechanism.
Well,
These people
it kind of makes you wonder at a certain point, bro, that some of the people that would come and defend these standard models of whether it be government or astrology, anthropology, astronomy, all these people that have, they're just like, when you go to college, you're going to say like, well, I'm going to study this topic, and because I've gotten a degree when I went to college, I studied this topic, and so now I'm knowledgeable about that, so I know more than you do about it, and so that means you don't know what you're talking about. But to be honest, with the modern internet generations, we actually can look shit up and find out what they think they know, and then debate them about their certain topics, which, they should welcome that if they're actually intellectual, but they're most of the time not.
So the guy that has the PhD, and he's a PhD mathematician and all this shit, and it's like, well, you should be able to figure out that it's flat, like your own measurements, but and I know they're shills, dude, because anybody with any intelligence,
well, it's because we're on YouTube, that's what I'm saying. I mean, YouTube, it's just full of a bunch of people that are full of shit. That's okay. But not everybody's full of shit. I mean, I'm not calling everybody on YouTube full of shit, but I'm just talking about like when you go like all the, like,
I didn't see the shills anymore on ODD's live stream. I did not see. Almost everybody was a flat earther, and the gold earthers, they were like really tepid.
Fucking 700 people, 700 flat earthers going, fuck yeah, dude. They want to flat smack the world just like we do, and we're doing it, and one step by step, and there are a lot of questions just because you say Earth is flat. Dude, Earth being flat is not the only question when it comes to this. There are so many more questions. It unlocks doors that you'll never be able to finish the research. Man, you'll never find the end of it. So
there's nothing bigger than this one. This is like the granddaddy of all the lies. Like even 9/11. It affects mostly America. Like someone living in Canada, it didn't affect them. It affected us. We went to, some of the Canadians went to war. But what I'm saying is this affects everybody. Like everyone's government is in on the cover-up. They're all aiding and abetting in the cover-up of the shape of the earth. Every one of them, every last government is aiding and abetting. So this could not sustain itself if there was one honest government. It could be even like Ecuador. I'm pretty sure Ecuador doesn't have the clout, but let's say a good-sized country, one of the G20 or whatever, came out, say like even like Sweden or Norway, one of those countries where they have 24-hour daylight, they said, look, man, these guys are full of shit. Russia never went to space. United States never went. Japan, China, they never went. They've all lied to you. Like if they undress them before the world and delegitimize them to their country, and they verifiably proved that they were lying, wow, dude. I mean, it's gonna happen, but it's gonna happen like a slow drip, like people just waking up, like we did, and we realized, like, wow, dude.
Well, and that's
everyone's dishonest. Everyone.
Yeah, and that's
They're
why
all
I say, like, I mean, which, how's this gonna go? It's just like, if someone doesn't know shit, then they believe their own eyes and see that the Earth is not a globe. They see the sun in the sky, but they have no idea about 9/11 or Sandy Hook or Boston Marathon. A lot of us have been through this path. It's just a step-by-step understanding. But and I think that's the situation for a lot of people, that when they see the Earth is flat, which it's right in front of their eyes. So how can you not see the flat Earth? But as far as the other deeper conspiracies that we talk about a lot, it's important for us to be there for them and to help them along with the information, because, dude, I mean, I'm telling you, I actually have compassion. I mean, it's just like I really think about this all day. I'm just like, oh shit, man! Somebody just came across flat Earth that thought everything they learned about history was real. And now they found out that the Earth is flat, and there's so much more that they have to learn. So it's just like, where the fuck do we go with this, man, from here?
They've got like a support group now. Like, I didn't have this before. Like, it was just me.
No, it's
like,
not about support group. That sounds like some fucking psychiatry shit.
No, listen, hear me out, dude. I got one word out. You're interrupting me, dude. Stop doing it. Let me get my fucking thought out. What I'm saying is, I had no one else. I was all alone on the internet, flat smacking. I found like GM, Jason Mall. I just found these guys randomly in chat. And what I'm saying is, now that there's people like who have a hard time mentally adjusting, you're like, hey, dude, you're going to be all right. It's the same world you always lived in. The world never was spinning, right? We were never spinning. We've always had a firmament over us. Whatever it is, don't worry about it. That's how it's always been, for as long as you can remember. So everything's going to be cool, because some people will psychologically, it fucks with your head, especially if you have no one to talk to. You're like, am I fucking going crazy? Because you're gaslighting yourself. The gaslighting is so fucking
Isn't that
big.
crazy? You're gaslighting yourself. I like that.
Yeah, because everywhere you go, you turn on everything. It's telling you, dude, you're in the fucking matrix. We literally live in the matrix, and that is a big bubble to break out. And some people psychologically, if you had no other people to talk to, that is a heavy weight to carry. But now, hey, there's 12,000 people on Discord. There's 900 people in the ODD chat that feel just like you, right? You're not just like the rant. It's harder when there was less of us. You know what I mean? Like a year ago, it was different. Like half the people were trolls. Like, oh, you flat tards. Like half the people watching that ODD stream a year ago would be haters. And now it's like 99% are flat earthers, and there's only one or two people.
What I think's happening with the 24/7 Discord, I think we're in like a lower part of the wave, and it's about to hit again. Probably later this year, we're going to get at least a few thousand more members.
What do you think?
Everything happens in waves, just like what's happening on YouTube. Just the way that, everything happens in these wave patterns. I mean, people wake up,
dude,
in patterns, man. I mean, it's just a wave, man. And we're riding the wave, and that's why, like Mitty's song, he said, "Ride the wave," because, dude, we can't help it. We're gonna be. It's just like if you're in the ocean, if you're gonna I'm gonna go in the ocean and find out if I can conquer this, and it's like, guess what? You can't. You're gonna have to ride the fucking wave just like everybody else.
Yeah,
go
ahead.
I'm sorry, Ron. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna say. I said ride the wave bitch. But I didn't want to curse on the song because, and I took that out.
Fuck it, swear.
No, some of my older sons, I curse, but what?
Cool.
I want to reach
a
wider
isn't that it? It was just like we all go through these cycles of existence, We discover things and we're just like, can this be real? So-and-so said it's real. I mean, can you trust that person? I mean, or have they done their research? I mean, is this color red? Oh, yeah. Or is this? Or, I mean, come on, man. I mean,
D Marble said somebody famous, somebody big is coming out at the end of this month as a flat earther, and he's like sworn to secrecy. And he said it's not Logan Paul. So it's somebody big.
Logan Paul's proven himself to be a fucking dipshit.
He is. He's not big to me, dude. He's just a troll. So I'd rather see someone like Owen Benjamin. If Owen Benjamin came out, right now he has a ton of influence, and I think things would domino. He's got enough of a following where he's pulling in his live stream is fucking big, dude. It's like pulling in 5,000 people on a live stream. That would set off dominoes to other people like that Sam Tripoli, like the tinfoil hat guy. Maybe that once he realized, damn, Owen Benjamin thinks it's flat, and then Eddie Bravo thinks it's flat, and Red Pill Philosophy, it's going to give other people more courage to step out on that limb because other people are out there. It's not easy to be the only guy out on that limb. When the tree limb broke and you fell and broke your leg, you were out on a limb.
Man. I was just like, I thought it was like, I'm going to move this rope swing for my stepdaughters and they're going to really love this swing. And that was my full intention was just like, they're going to love the swing on this tree instead of that tree. And they're going to enjoy it over here. That was my pure intentions, just totally pure.
Now you see,
and I fucking broke the shit out of my leg, and then I screamed like a bitch when I fell out of that tree. I was just like,
if your neighbor was watching and he just seen you get wrecked, he's like, damn, Helio got wrecked, man. His leg is all fucked up. I'm not going out on that limb. And that's how it was like that. I'm just using that as a metaphor because people when they went out on that limb and they saw someone get really fucked up, they're like, I ain't doing that, screw that. And that's how it was. Like anybody who came out as a flat earther, they got wrecked. Everybody would pile on and attack them and nobody wanted to do it. So the early adopters, we took a lot of the slings and arrows and softened the blow for everyone. Now it's not such a taboo. It's like, well, shit, I've heard about this for the last couple of years. And now I got these major people coming out and saying it's flat. And it's like, maybe I'll have a look. I'll look into this. Because I respect this guy, someone, he kind of like, man, I respect Owen Benjamin. I like what he says about family and things like that. He's not talking against
what often happens with people that question some of these authorities. What often happens on these mainstream news channels or whatever that they'll say, or even if you pay attention to the people that are dedicated to discounting flat earth or whatever, those channels are create a channel just to discount flat earthers. They're suspect in the fucking first place anyway.
You an asshole.
Let's make a channel to push the
if it's not true, then why the fuck are you even there? Give me fucking
let's have a channel to push the 9/11 narrative. Like, hey guys, 9/11, it was airplanes. It's like, well, wait a minute. You're already.
So I have a channel. Well, just like Mick West is the worst fucking. He's the biggest fag that ever fucking walked on the earth. And who was? I think it was on the admin's chat tonight. Did you see? Like Mick West was interacting with somebody. Mick West, man, he is like his total fucking thing. His whole website is dedicated to disproving conspiracy theories.
And
how much does he get paid? How much?
I don't know. I don't even know who he works for. I don't even know. But his whole website is dedicated to disproving any type of conspiracy theory. Anybody that doesn't follow the mainstream news, which is kind of like weird too. It's like the mainstream news says Democrat, Republican. There's all kinds of shit. But if there's some major event on the news, it happened, and Mick West is there to defend it.
He's a professional.
Balls to the wall.
I was just talking to my brother about this because my brother, we got into Joe Rogan I don't even know, maybe 10 years ago already. We were, one of the first fans of his podcast before it got, turned into what it is now. And I was trying to like tell my brother why I stopped listening to Joe Rogan regularly, because I was like, bro, he has these people on his show like Neil deGrasse Tyson, Mick West, you know, etc. And I was like, these are shills, man. I'm not calling Joe a shill, you know, but he has shills on the show. Sorry.
Dude, he's associating, he's giving them a platform to do their shilling, so he is part of the group. And they're all making lots of money.
All right, I just didn't want. Well, you can tell.
I mean, I don't listen to Joe Rogan anymore, but there was a period where he changed his mind about these things. He did.
Right. I mentioned that too. The moon landing, a bunch of things, man. He just pulled a 180.
If you were a flat earther and you went backwards. No, it's a globe. Trust me, it's a globe. I know. I was wrong. Right. No one does that. You know, if they do, they're full of shit, dude, because it's like going back to Santa Claus. Nobody goes back to Santa Claus, right?
It's like I used to think Santa was real, and then I didn't. But you know what? Santa's fucking real, bitch.
Yeah,
and I think that's what Jose JG. Right
I
Did you hear his fucking what he's doing?
I tripped on shrooms and I saw Santa, man. He's real, man.
You know, shout out to Jose JG Gonzalez, man. Yeah, the globe is real to you now. Finally, you thought it was not, but now it's not. No, sorry, everybody's stopping now, but that's okay.
Yeah, you guys can jump in with your thoughts.
It's just really weird. Yeah. At this point, everyone that's on the panel, let me see who's in here with us talking. Hold on, sorry. Yeah, it's like been me and Ron talking. Look, everybody left now. Mick Brazel, welcome to the show. Bong Sao, he's from Australia. He's upside down.
Becky's from Australia too. They're both upside
from Australia. Down. She's upside down. You guys let's get the show on the road.
What's up?
Let's go. And Michael J. Smith, he's in Michigan.
Michael Smith.
Cold as shit.
Oh, I've been here. I'm filling my notepad up with little tidbits.
Oh man, I can't wait to hear what you have to say. But yeah, everybody in here is welcome to speak. Open panel here at this point.
Oh, it's just I get so tired of these dudes going by the scientific method, right? And they state things as fact, but in the new scientific method, no hypotheses can ever be proven to be true. So how are these facts? By their method.
Well, you know, and oftentimes we'll say, okay, scientific method, we're going to say, we're going to determine the cause and effect relationship. And then they're just like, okay, well, here's, you know, they really try. They try hard. Yeah, you know, and they try, but they fail every step of the way and it's so funny. I mean, it's not funny. It's kind of sad, you know. It's just like, are you going to realize that they built the globe off of presumptions? And it's like the Big Bang Theory, balls spinning around in space everywhere, space dust coalescing into space balls that eventually turned into this. I mean, you guys they really think that shit's true, man. That's
and
crazy.
The thing is, like, somebody trying to defend it, like, where they have no evidence. It's like, okay, first of all, you got the Hubble Space Telescope giving us fake images. Let's just get one picture of Earth. Let me get one actual photograph where we could zoom in and see, oh, look, there's the Great Lakes. Here's California. You know, like if it was an actual photo, we could do that. But they don't have that. You know what I mean? It's fake composite image.
No, they don't. But anyway, go ahead, Michael. What were you going to say, bro?
Well, the type of science they do is Popperian science, where a hypothesis can never be proven true. A hypothesis can only be one rejected or two not rejected. And that leaves out falsification, scientific falsification through experimentation. So that's the differences between the method that we're trying to allude to and the method they cling to.
Yeah, but is it a method of understanding? Does it actually prove anything? I mean, I understand the scientific method is a way to to gain understanding.
Right.
But as far as these processes that we experience naturally, that's why. Like, did you listen to Nathan's show yesterday morning or this morning? You know, I lose track of days, but if you listen to what Nathan was talking about, but these,
he started going in on Jose, right?
Well, yeah, well, I mean, he went on Jose just like I did a little bit of it. I mean, I think Jose is just like he's kind of he's just fucking clowning.
Which Jose?
Jose JG, not our Jose, but Jose
no.
He's
our
clowning.
Jose is still flat.
yeah. I mean, our Jose knows what the fuck's up.
He gets it.
As far as like these observations, I mean, as far as the scientific method, you know, I could give a shit whether anybody that thinks they're scientists think I understand the scientific method or not. So the scientific method, I mean, it is basically to prove that there's a cause and effect relationship between and an observation. You know, you observe something happen, so you have a 3-step process to determine, or 3 or 4-step process to determine whether that effect is caused by this. But it's pretty simple. I mean, and so when we really break it down with these guys, man, you know, when it comes to gravity and all that, it's just like, how many hours are we going to spend on gravity with these guys for them to realize that their Cavendish experiment is not, they haven't proven through the Cavendish experiment that that's causing the effect. They think, well, maybe it is. Well, it's like, well, what's the independent variable that you manipulated? It's like, well, mass. And it's like, well, I thought gravity was the independent variable. These fucking idiots, man. Whatever. I don't even know. I don't know at the end of the day what is the cause, but up is up and down is down. Oh, none of us can deny that fact. Right?
Yeah.
Hey, anybody in Australia in here right now? Speak up. Is up to you in Australia?
Sure is.
I think Bong's still in here. He's in Australia. Is up to you?
Bong.
He doesn't know, man. He's too high to know right
now.
Oh,
no, get Bong.
That makes me think.
Bong knows up is up and down is down. Everything up is up and down is down. And they think that up is up relative to your center of mass.
So when you get high in Australia, you're actually going down. You're getting low. You're smoking weed and you get low.
Oh man. Go ahead.
It's
Ron.
good to see people breaking out, isn't it? Like, okay, we went to the ODD stream. We hadn't seen him in a long time, and then boom, I think it got up to around 900 and some odd people the first stream, and then he started another one. But it was, dude, there was so many people.
We were over 100,000 when the first time they shut it down.
He had 100,000 subs.
Yeah.
But he's got 200 now.
Yeah. They didn't do nothing by shutting him down, but double his subscribers.
But he couldn't live stream like he was doing that 24/7 stream. But everybody else, you got like Celebrate Truth, you got like Globebusters, even like what Helio was doing 24/7 Discord, he was streaming. So like we picked up the slack. You know, these smaller streams, a couple hundred people watching here and there. We made up for it, and I think we've only grown the movement. And when these bigger channels are waking up, like it could only be good. I can't wait to see who's the big name. Like D Marble said, there was a big name coming out at the end of the month. Somebody big is coming out, and it's like, damn, why wait, dude? Like, come on, don't put this over us, dude. I hate the suspense.
Dude, it's already flat. We already know it. I mean, it's not. But it's not necessarily about the level plane we live on. I mean, it's, you know, if we're fanboying who's going to come out with.
Not a fanboy.
What celebrity is? No, I understand, Ron. Because I know you're not.
What if it was like something?
You're on the front lines, bro, man. Honestly, it's the reason that you're my partner here in this, because I know that you're on the front lines, running around to all these live streams, saying, "Hey,
God. Ron surprises me with some of that."
Go ahead. Sorry about what.
You're all right. Ron surprises me with all them live streams.
Ron don't fuck around, man. He's all day fucking long, man. He's in there going, "This earth is flat, bitch. Get your ass over here. Talk about this." I mean, I love that shit, Ron, man. I'm not doing that. I'm like Mike. Me and Mike are just like more like each other. We're just like sitting back going, all right, cool. Thanks, Ron, man. But yeah, man, I appreciate all the work you do, Ron, man, and I support everything you do, bro.
New arguments so I can formulate a rebuttal.
Yeah, thanks, man. Thanks, Sheila. Yeah, because you got to plant a lot of seeds.
The non sequitur show.
Like Johnny Appleseed. You got to throw that shit everywhere, because a lot of those seeds are not going to plant. A lot of people, it's not going to take. So if you throw enough of them, you go on. Like, I'll go make 1,000 comments per day. No joke. At least I'll be in live streams. Say I'm in a live stream for an hour. I might make 50 comments. I'll make a comment every minute, sometimes more. And that's a lot of fucking comments, dude. Sometimes it's, the stream's fast.
That's why you're a blessing, man. You are a blessing. And that was the case. I mean, I remember when you first started coming on 24/7 Discord, everybody was like, you actually became a moderator pretty quick, because you were just on top of everything. And I was like, where did this motherfucker come from? And we're all just like, fuck yeah, we love Ron. So.
He's a natural.
That's what I mean. I had nobody, dude. I was out there on YouTube and I met these people. A lot of them are here, and I've maintained friendships with these people because it was really lean, man. There was no friends to be had back then. You know what I mean? Like, all of my subscribers, they're just people I met in these chats, and I friended them, because it's such a small community. And it's not because I make any good videos. It's like I got like
but it's about what you do, man. I mean, we have a lot more work to do, and you're inspiring to me. So, and you inspire all of us, man. I'll say that, man. I appreciate what you
because
do.
I realize the significance. Like, it's not even about. I'm not trying to fame fag or nothing. It's like I'm just trying to wake people up, because if we don't do it, dude, like the urgency of this. Before this censorship gets worse, I feel a certain urgency. Like, there's nothing more important than trying to get critical mass and do it quick. I don't want this to drag on forever, dude, because I can't keep grinding every day at this pace, for years and years. It's like
more than likely you're gonna have to, Ron. You should realize that. I've been doing it for fucking years and years too. So.
Yeah, but you haven't had the momentum. Like, now we're getting traction. We get big people coming out. Let's say Donald Trump came out. The earth is flat. That's a big person, right? It's not even about fame fagging or like, wow, Donald Trump. It's just like he would blow the lid. It's over then. If somebody that big comes out, the game is over.
It's flat. The globe. You're fired. You're fired.
But don't you think though? Like, when he told NASA, he's like, "When can you get back to the moon?" He asked them a pointed question.
He said we're gonna do Space Force.
The Space Force.
He's like, "I'm president now. We're doing Space Force, bitch."
Space Force. Set them up. He's like, he knows. He's like, here's the funny thing. You did this 50 years ago. You went to the fucking moon 50 years ago, and we couldn't do it again. He's like, what if I gave you unlimited money? Because he knows they never went. And they admit they can't get beyond low Earth orbit. So but what he's doing is he's making them out themselves, dude. He's making them hang themselves. Here's the rope. Come and hang yourself publicly. We can't go to the moon, sir. Why can't you? You did it 50 years ago with shittier technology. Now we got more computing in your watch than we had in a mainframe computer that filled up an entire room the size of a gymnasium. Your little watch has more computing power. It's like, you can't do it now. but you did it then. And then these people that shill for shit like outer space, like Robert David Steele, will give you a lot of truth, and then they'll tell you there's like aliens on the moon and on Mars, and they're bringing children there. There's like bases and this nonsense. The real bases, dude, are underground. We have deep underground military bases. There is a tunnel network. I can't verify it, but I've seen these videos and shit. Who knows how far these tunnels go? It might be a psyop, but if the network is that big as they tell us, dude, that would be like a mind bender to think that they've been tunneling this many miles of tunnels underneath all of the country. That is just crazy to believe. And it would have to be flat, dude. If there was curvature to the earth, now you're going through, like at 1,000 miles, right? There's 125 miles of curvature. So if you're just going level, drilling through the earth level, you're going to pop out. You know what I mean? You're going to pop out, or you're going to be getting deeper and deeper and deeper. Like, if you're just going straight, like, hey, I got to keep this roadway level. I can't have any tilt. Got to keep it relatively, once you get down to your depth, you want to keep it there. But if the earth was curving around you, you'd be getting deeper and deeper to the core. If you drew a straight level line through the earth, you get what I'm saying? You're going to be getting hotter and hotter as you go deeper. And we know that nobody has ever went more than 7.6 miles. There's 125 miles of curvature at 1,000 miles distant. You'd be 125 miles deep, just heading level. If you drew like a level line, be 125 miles deep. No one ever went more than 7.6. Think about that for a minute. Where did everyone go? Helio popped out. You there, Mitty?
Yeah, I'm still here. Sorry, I was I just made a meme. I don't know if you saw the meme I posted.
Oh, Dr. Michael popped in. Good to see you.
Dr. Michael, what up, man?
He's one of the regulars. I see him on all the Flat Earth chats.
Yeah.
These are the regulars.
Yeah, he's a good dude. Did you see the meme I posted? The globe, you fired?
You fired. Yeah, I did see that one.
I just made that real quick.
Who do you think the big name is? I mean, coming out like
that's a good question.
What if it was Alex Jones? I know he wouldn't, but man, if somebody was Alex Jones, he still does have a lot of subscribers. If he came out like balls to the wall, the earth is flat. They've been hiding it. And if he brought on big people, if he brought on like Eric Dubay, Eddie Bravo, and they just let flat smacking people and dropping red pills,
that'd be crazy.
He could redeem himself, dude. He could if someone with it. I know he still has a lot of reach. If he brought Flat Earth to the masses, I would give him a pass, dude. I know he's shilled and sold out, but he hasn't, like, everything he's done hasn't been detrimental. He has done some good, because probably every one of us here, Alex Jones was like our first channel where like, yeah, this guy's fucking woke, man. I didn't know what a false flag was and all that shit. Like, he gave
9/11.
He gave me a lot of terminology, and I had to work it from there. You know what I mean? It's like, you get your first bike with training wheels. You didn't start out on a 10-speed bike. You start on a little bike with training wheels, maybe a tricycle. Alex Jones was like the first 2-wheel bike, with mainstream media. Yeah, it's like, so he got us up on the 2 wheels, and he could redeem himself. If someone that I still think he's influential, if he did come out, because he does have a lot more reach than most people. But I don't think it's him. But you never know. Even Rogan. What if Rogan came back around? Joe Rogan said, you know what, guys? I sold out. I was a bitch. I can't do it anymore. I just said, fuck it. I don't want to live in this world like this. I have to reveal what I know. It's flat. I sold out. I took the money, but I'm coming around, guys. Because enough other people are out on that limb. They don't want to they don't want to take the plunge like what Helio did off the tree. They don't want to be him falling off the tree and breaking his leg.
Yeah.
They're like,
I hope
it's safe
it's Joe.
to step out.
I hope it's Joe Rogan, but
I think that would be. Who do you think would be more important? Someone like Alex Jones or Joe Rogan, or a troll guy like what's his name, Logan Paul? Like that, he's just a troll that won't have any influence. But someone like Alex Jones, who was reporting news, you know what I mean? He was reporting news for a long time.
He has a big following. It would be a good step for him.
Huge, man. But I don't know. I don't think he will, because that brings the whole system down. If you want to pull the rug out from under them, that's what you. That's why I said screw this QAnon bullshit, dude. I'm going for this. I'm going with Plan B, because here's how much faith I have in the plan. The plan is not working, people. The plan is just stringing us along. Fuck that shit. I'm gonna flat smack people. These people don't want me on their platform. I'm out. You know what I mean? Like they're getting kicked out of other Discords for telling truth. Because, dude, they're a limited hangout. They had people talking about aliens and shit. YouTube will still let you talk about aliens. Discovery Channel would talk about aliens and Area 51, right? They'll talk about that because that's the psyop they want you to breathe, dude. They want you to believe that.
It's so funny because I was just saying to my brother, it's mainstream now. It used to be like if you believed in aliens in like the 70s, 80s, 90s, you're crazy, dude. But now it's like on TV, ancient aliens, all this shit, man. You know, it's like mainstream.
Because they're promoting it, dude. They're promoting it. If Flat Earth was fake, they would promote it. They promote what's fake, dude. Because look, space used to be science fiction. Outer space used to be Buck Rogers and Flash Gordon and these Star Wars and Star Trek. Like, well, before Star Wars and Star Trek, no one had. I think it was like Flash Gordon and Buck Rogers and these movies that were in the 20s, 30s, and before we actually faked the moon landing, the space was science fiction, and then gradually they made it reality. And all these movies, like what's like Independence Day and all these movies with like aliens and shit, then they're going to try. Maybe there is these creatures already. They're not from outer space, but maybe there is creatures like this, and they're softening us up. He's from outer space. These are the good aliens, and these are the bad, but they're all fucking bad, right? And they're brainwashing people to believe, they're planting a lot of seeds. Yeah, there's aliens. They're from other planets. They're from Venus, or they're from wherever they're from. You know what I mean? But we know that. We know they're not from another planet. And the only one saying that they're demons, I heard Richie from Boston. Oh, they're demonic beings. And when I looked at Aleister Crowley's little demon, it looks just like a gray alien. I'm like, dude, shit. Maybe they are demonic beings, dude. I've seen them depicted in old paintings. You ever see like the gray alien looking thing in a really old painting? Maybe that's what it is, dude. Maybe they influence people to do bad shit.
I don't know. I don't know if they're good or bad, but I think there's definitely something. There's some interdimensional beings, whether they're physical or not. They might not even be physical. They might be in another realm, a non-physical realm.
Telepathically speaking to you?
That's why like people that do like different drugs, psychedelics, they feel connected to like these entities. And I don't know, man. I don't know what like it sounds crazy.
Yeah, those brain waves, dude. When I was like a little bit high on some cannabis oil. Yeah. And I could feel like this brain waves, dude, like out the front of my like forehead, like a giant pulse of energy, like every second and a half, it would like charge up and it would discharge like it had like almost like that, like a really low.
Do you think with etymology, eventually we'll be starting, instead of saying to be honest, we'll just start saying TBH. Eventually, we'll just start talking just like general terms.
Yeah. Well, my brother used to do. He used to be like LOL, JK. He used to just be cute and say shit like that.
What's up, brothers and sisters?
Hey, by the way, wait, but I want to address this in the chat. I was taking a smoke break, and I pulled up the video, and there was like, on my stream there was 0 likes, and I was like, fuck, man, we've been going for over an hour, and there's no likes on the video, and
we got 3 thumbs down, no likes.
But anyway, yeah, but I'm showing 1 like and 1 thumbs down. That's okay. You can thumb it down or thumb it up. I don't care, but hit one of them. I really don't care if you hit either one. After this video is done, comment on the video. I really don't give a shit what people think about what we talk about. We're here to speak our minds. I'm a free-thinking person. That is exactly the reason that I do this, and I invite other free-thinking people to come and speak on this platform. We don't necessarily, as far as like YouTube is concerned, There are certain things that we can't necessarily address, but I feel like this conversation is going very well. I don't want to interrupt it, but I just want to say, hey, man, if you're in the chat, hit the like button or the dislike button. I mean, hit them. Let YouTube know that you're here. So anyway, continue, guys.
We're official now, man. We're getting our likes and dislikes are getting messed with by YouTube. So I think that's good.
I pulled it up. There was 0 likes, and I was like, "Fuck!" There's 25 people watching, and nobody liked the video.
No. I think there's something else going on. I think we're official now, man.
Fishy, dude.
It's catching on. We're actually catching on now. YouTube is like, oh shit, no. They can't be spreading truth. What is this? No.
It is strange. Yeah,
I came over here because I was having a debate on 24/7 for an hour straight, dude. Imagine trying to debate with someone that says you can have multiple independent variables for an hour. How about that?
Dude, that's what Nathan deals with on his channel. It's like, well, independent variable. Bro. You don't necessarily have to manipulate the independent variable to prove that it's the cause. You don't necessarily have to manipulate. You can. That's whatever's a. What's that guy's fucking name? The guy from Texas.
Unorthodox.
He's like, you don't necessarily have to manipulate the independent variable to prove it's the cause. Anyway, go
He's ahead. Just a troll, dude. He's having fun.
No, it's because this is what they do. They actually go look for experiments, but they don't go for cause and effect. They cherry pick the ones that are where you're trying to do a correlation experiment.
Yeah, that's called the Popperian method.
Right, it's a correlation experiment where you're trying to correlate something, but you're not establishing.
It's not the scientific experiment, the science experimental method.
Oh, okay.
So in experimental method, variables are dependent, and natural laws are dependent on variables that prove cause and effect.
Right, so they go and they cherry pick the ones where they're doing correlation experiments, and they're saying, "Oh, look, right here it says from this university you can have multiple dependent variables." I'm like, "Oh, really? That's for correlation experiments. Show me the one where it says cause and effect, and you can have multiple independent variables, because that would make no sense, you know?"
Yeah, it can't. There has to be one cause that is determined through the scientific experiment to make sure that is the actual cause of the effect.
So he was telling me, I was asking for his independent variable for Cavendish, and he told me it's distance. I'm like, so distance is causing masses to attract?
No, it's mass. It's gravity. No, it's mass. No, it's density. It's the density of the object. No, there is no single cause because of course the Cavendish cannot establish anything has to do with gravity. I don't know what causes those little balls or the torsion fucking bar to twist. And neither do they. They can't prove a goddamn thing. And it definitely doesn't mean that planets spin around each other due to fucking mass attracting mass. They're deluded. They're deluding themselves when it comes to all of that shit. It's fucking crazy. They should realize this and really come to our side where we're skeptical of everything that they've taught us. I mean, just because we say we're flat earthers doesn't mean that we know the earth is flat. We know what it is. A lot of people will say, hey, it's a flat earth with a dome around it and it's just like this, but that's not what most of us say. We don't know what it is, but we know that they're full of shit.
The globe doesn't work. That's what we know.
Yeah, we know that.
Fifth grade question for them on the independent and dependent variable and how it applies. That's for fifth graders. That's why I like that. Are you smarter than a flat earther? Because most of them aren't smarter than a fifth grader.
Oh, you want me to post that meme? I got it. Hold up.
Yeah, as far as the Earth, if they say, I don't know the actual percentage.
Yeah, them to the box, Jose.
Going off of what they tell us, if they say it's 70% water, let's go with that, and that means it's 70% flat, right? The Earth is 70% flat according to the percentage of water. And the stars, we watch the stars go in unison. They move as one giant group. You could draw a line through them. They all move together. That means they're attached. Something's moving them, like the Jello mold. You know, the berries in the Jello mold. That's the way I describe it. The firmament. Those stars are stuck in the firmament, and it's turning. To the best of my knowledge, that's what I'm going with, because it seems to make sense. Until I find something that makes more sense, that's what I'm sticking with.
Dude, I was so pumped earlier this morning because I got an email from ODD asking for a Discord link. So I was like, dude, I know this was about to put his live stream on today. He's asking me for a Discord link.
Oh, cool, man. That'd be cool if he came back.
Dude, it was on.
Yeah, he put it on his Nightbot, so it pops out every 20 minutes, the Discord link to the 24/7 Discord. And he put it in his description. So we're gonna have.
I don't see a lot of people though. I was looking, and I'm like, man, it was pretty dead at 24/7. I'm like, where's all the new people? Thought they would come over. Maybe they're members. You know, I seen a lot of people that were members in the chat. I recognized their username, but a lot of people I didn't recognize.
Well, I'll tell you what. At least 40 people joined today, ever since ODD went live.
Nice.
Yeah, because I was checking the members log, and I would correlate it with when Nightbot would post it. It would say members, like 10 minutes later, like we'd have like a group of 10 members come out of nowhere all at the same time. And then 20 minutes went by, and it's like another 10 members came by out of nowhere. So I know like a good 40, 50 people came in, because we were like 40 people away from hitting 12,000. Now we're like 5 members from 12,000.
Jose, remember a couple months ago we went over 12,000? They're like, dude, we're over 12. And then it went down, and it stayed down for like, 3 months? It's like, how the fuck are we staying below 12? We can't gain any ground?
Well, to be fair, dude, we've been banning the shit out of a lot of people. Like, I'm not going to lie, man. We've been banning left and right, man.
Yeah. See, I didn't know. I'm like, wow, this...
I'll tell you what, like, I've actually unbanned a lot of people that I see get banned by like because some moderators sometimes, like, I could tell them having a good day. Because like I'm not gonna name any names, but sometimes they're like, I could tell that they'll ban for anything because they're having a bad moment. So I'll go back and I'll unban those people, give them a chance. But if it's like, I can tell if it's Kosho or Fokker or one of those guys with the VPN, I can tell I won't unban those guys. But you have to understand, those guys are making a lot of soccer accounts soon coming in. So yeah, we are losing a lot of fake accounts, if anything. But I'm trying to keep the decent people around, at least.
As long as they keep the quality, we got a critical mass. I mean, where we got 12,000, we don't have to worry about banning people. You know, we got a huge Discord. You know, if it got to like 50,000, 100,000, it might be too hard to manage with that many people chopping.
Well, to be honest, I think we have reached that big, and we'll be fine just because of the fact that
we'll have more moderators. Are we kind of at equilibrium where it's just like going to hover around 12,000? Is that where we're at, Jose?
Well, until we reach more people, like if, let's say Red Pill Philosophy, he starts waking up his subs, and then let's say he wakes up half of them. Now we got another 100,000 flat earthers. They're going to want a place to hang out. Say, guys, come over here. Maybe we get 10% of them. That's 10,000 new subs.
Well, and like I've said before, I mean, Discord is another platform, and a lot of people don't use Discord, and they
that's
have
why I
their
said
reasons.
only 10%.
Yeah.
We'll only get maybe 10% of them if we're lucky.
Yeah, I've actually talked to a lot of flat earthers like that. I see them, like U2's one of them, a couple others. I'm like, dude, jump on Discord, and they actually get mad when I ask them. Like, they hate Discord. Like, they're like, Discord is like a CIA. It's a data mining thing.
Name. You know, it's the name Discord. Like, what's his name? Flat Earth British. He says the name puts me off. So if it had any other name besides that, he probably would have been on there.
Yeah, but he's on Facebook. So it's like you're on Facebook and you're going to bitch about Discord. All right.
It's fine. The name, though. The name means to argue, like argument.
I know, but what I'm saying is just like, we're already out there. Why the fuck won't you come over here and make the best of it?
It's a mental thing, dude.
Well, we have the time, because eventually we're not going to be able to do this anymore. You know,
people said that, like, a lot of people, I don't do Discord. Flat Earth Mishka, I don't do Discord. That's what she said. It's like, okay, whatever. It's like there's a lot of people that are good that don't like it. I don't know.
No, I understand. I understand where they're coming from because we probably shouldn't, but at the same time, they're like, I'm on Facebook and Hangouts, Google Hangouts, but I'm not touching Discord. Fuck Discord. But what's the difference, man? You're already out there.
I love Discord, dude. It's so much better.
We have so much Discord, man. I love it, man. I get messages from everybody. If they want to contact me, I'll find their message like immediately. So
what it is? It's just like any other social media, except you have like this, what we're doing here, this voice conferencing. This would be a service you would have to pay for. Like, oh, this is voice conference. You could have real time, like, you know what I mean? Like a corporate entity, they used to pay for like voice conferencing. Like if we're going to have a meeting, we're having a meeting, like we're all from different parts of the world. And we're having a real
That's what I'm saying. And then people are like, I hate Discord, but I have a Facebook profile and I have, my max friends you can have is 5,000. And then after that, you have to create a page, like a fan page.
Yeah.
On Facebook?
So it's just like, yeah, you can have 5,000 friends. That's the max you can have. But if you get more than that, you have to create a fan page. And so it's like if you reach that maximum, but they're like, I hate Discord, but I have 5,000 fucking Facebook friends. It's like, well, you know what? I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You can actually come in here and talk to us about the flat Earth. Nobody's going to stop you from a goddamn thing. Just create a Discord account, come in here and talk to us tonight. And so you can think about Discord, whatever you want to think about it, and you don't have to post anything, and you can just create the account. I mean, come talk to us or anybody that's using Discord to broadcast. You can come in there and you can create a fake Discord account that you're, just going to delete it one time. I mean, if you're that paranoid, but you're going to have your Facebook account out there, and your Google account, it's like, I hate Discord, but I'm Facebook and Google. Quit being so fucking goddamn paranoid, everybody that just like don't want to fuck with Discord. Please come in here because there's so many people on Facebook that I think that I want on, on these live streams that we do, man. There's so many fucking cool people that I've met on Facebook that I want them to come on here and talk to us. They don't do like video live streams, but I think like on Discord, it's kind of like, it's just a little bubble in the corner and you can open your mouth, but they're just like on Facebook all day long going, it's just flat smacking everybody. I'm just like, man, I'd really love to have those people on here.
Let them stay on Facebook because that's where a lot of people are. Let them do their thing. So we're going to get the big.
But I'd really like for them to just like create a Discord account and just to come over here and talk to me.
We'll get them eventually. They're going to come over eventually because this is the next level. This is the better platform for flat smacking. Facebook is too controlled, so this is better. Like you're face to face talking to people. It's like this is more personal. Like Facebook, do they have like a voice chat on Facebook? I haven't used it in a long time.
You can go live on Facebook, but as far as like adding people, you can add people. I think it's similar to you now, where you can add one person on your live Facebook thing.
Yeah, but what about what we're doing, like a live voice conference where we could have 50 people in one room?
The only reason that can happen, well, you can do it with. There's several different ways to do it, Ron. I mean, I'm
saying a lot of people don't do that. They're on Facebook. They're just sending messages and shit.
Yeah.
I'm just saying this is a better platform for debating.
Tens of thousands of flat earthers on Facebook that don't touch Discord.
That's good.
And I'm friends with them, and I'm like, hey, man, get Discord, come over here and talk to us. Can have a blast.
Okay, have them come on YouTube.
Fucking blast over here, man. Don't you have fun on Discord, man?
I'm trying to bring everybody here, dude.
It's so much fucking fun. I don't know why everybody's so goddamn paranoid when they have a Facebook account and you can see what town they live in and all that shit. It's like, oh well, that's controlled shit. I mean,
people on YouTube to come over. We keep dropping the link, and I every voice chat I go in, dude, every live stream, I tell, like, when I'm not a moderator. If I'm a moderator, I drop the link, I drop the invite. But when I'm not, I'm like, I put it at the top of my video. I just got shitty videos anyway, but I put it in the description. I use the video as a way to put shit in the description. So I have a way for them to click on it. Here, just click over here, click on the video. There's a link. And then that's how I spread it.
Well, that's cool, man. Other people, most people are doing other shit, especially on the weekends. That's the only time that they have, to themselves. But so we're here. We do get a lot of traffic through the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. We meet a lot of new, really cool people through this live stream alone, and so yeah, I mean, thank God for everyone that's supporting this stream and waiting to see what's going to happen next, because we're all kind of sitting on the sidelines. Once you start figuring this shit out, you're kind of waiting on the sidelines, but you're also inviting other people. It's like, hey man, I don't know what's going to happen with this fake New World Order shit, but they're trying to implement it. But what you can do is go understand some aspects of true history and realize that the news is lying to you. So now we're all kind of going, what are they going to do next? It's kind of weird.
What? Freedom of speech is dangerous for them. It's very dangerous for them. A lot of countries don't have freedom of speech, like Canada. And then everything they don't want you to know, they call it hate speech. Like, they're going to try and make flat Earth hate speech. That's hate speech. Really? You know what I mean? They're going to.
Flat Earth is hate speech. Is it racist? Is Flat Earth racist?
No, you're hating the globe. You're a science denier.
I fucking hate the globe. I think it's a fucking retarded, stupid idea.
But you're a science denier. That's what, you're a science denier. You're questioning the science. That's like questioning the Holocaust. You're a science denier.
But I love the Globers, though, man. They're well, not all of them, but I was there, man. But I always kind of wondered, how could the Earth be a globe when I have consciousness, I have the ability to think for myself, I can learn things, I have a mind, I have pets. Those pets have their own individual personality. They can act this way. Even plants act different ways depending on what environment they're in. Everything acts individually. And so it's just like, oh, well, this was just an accident, birthed out of fucking Spaceballs.
We're nothing, man. We're insignificant. You didn't know that?
How fucking retarded is that? I've never believed that. So, but when I found Flat Earth, I was like, oh, it's because they lied about the whole fucking thing, because Earth is a realm, and they're trying to put us in this fucking ball bubble with unknown lands and whatever we observe in the heavens, which has been consistent. That's a consistent clock for thousands of years. They're trying to say that it's wrapped around a ball, and this is why those guys, man, those guys that are defending it, like Fight the Flat Earth on fucking what was that show? I really don't give a shit.
Non Sequitur show.
Non Sequitur show. It's just like, why the fuck would they sit there and defend that shit? I mean, I understand that, because I've known a lot of atheists but a lot of atheists that I know are really nice people. So they don't have to believe it to actually be good people. So it's like weird, it's like
they believe it, but they think they know it.
The thing is, they're trying to fight somebody who is not for the official narrative. They are the fucking normies. They're like, fight the 9/11 deniers. You know what I mean? It's like, dude, you're working for the New World Order. You don't see, and that's what I think. I don't think they have a big following. If anything, their following,
like when they go to the elections, red and blue, right? Red or the blue? Which one are you going to go, red or blue?
Well, is that channel growing or shrinking? That channel's probably shrinking. The audience is probably shrinking, and our movement is growing. We're only getting bigger. Theirs is contracting.
Skeptics, real skeptics, are growing. People that call themselves skeptics that are on the side of the science,
the official narrative, the official narrative skeptic. What the fuck?
How can you be skeptical? I mean, that's the fucking weirdest thing. I'm a skeptic of the skeptics. They're really kind of a skeptic of the skeptics. They're fucking idiots.
I know the best skeptics.
I'm a skeptic of your skepticism.
I'm a better skeptic than you.
These guys are fucking, they're very smart, but they're fucking sold out, man. They're fucking totally sold out to the entire idea of like the complete narrative that's been pushed down your throat every day. So it's like, that's why they don't want to talk about some of the other, just like I was saying earlier, they don't want to talk about some of the other fucking, like 9/11, Sandy Hook, and all that shit. They don't want to talk about that. It's like they just want to talk about flat Earth. They want to talk about whether you can see over a certain distance. They want to just like banty about certain amounts of. I can't see the entire tower, over 30 miles, and it's just a waste of fucking time. You guys are fucking. You're scared, and that's why you want to sit around and just worry about why you can't see the fucking Eiffel Tower from Brooklyn, man. You're fucking stupid, man. You can't. You think that you can see that far across a flat plane? You're just dumb. But they're not dumb. They're really smart. But they're just like, well, if the Earth was flat, I'd be able to see fucking the Eiffel Tower from the west coast of New York, or the east coast of New York City. You dumb motherfucker. The Earth can't be flat because it's curved around. That's why you can't see the Eiffel Tower. Give me a fucking break, dumbass. You can't see that far.
But I was on the Brooklyn Bridge, man, and I couldn't see the Eiffel Tower, man.
You just can't see that far, man. How far do you think you can see? What the fuck is wrong with people, man?
I'm a science denier. Is it all right for me to be here? Is it okay for me?
Which science are you denying?
Most of it. I'm just wondering, is it safe to hang out, or what's up?
Well, I mean, you could. I mean, we can talk about it. I don't. What is?
Hey, real quick,
guys.
Go ahead. Did you guys watch journalism today? Anybody here saw the journalism episode with Jay Tolan?
I did. Yeah, Jay Tolan was.
Dude, they gave a shout out to Indio and his video.
Nice.
Indio did good work, man. He's smart as fuck.
Yeah, that video that Indio did on Jay Tolan, is the last word on San Jacinto. Jaren posted it up, showed it to Jay Tolan. I guess they both have already seen it, and kind of give a little shout out to Indio. It was pretty cool.
Oh, that's awesome, man.
Yeah,
Indio is a shout out to us.
He was really clinical, man. He's like the professor. He's like, he'll do all the math and all the hard work, and I'll just do the shit talking and flat smacking. It's like, I'll leave the math to someone else.
I'm the shit talker, man. No, I'm just playing. No,
all right.
Actually, you're the shit talker, bro. Anyway, but yeah, that's I didn't see that Jay Tolan video. I saw that he had put it out. So Jose, what's it about exactly? I mean, he's talking about Jay Tolan. What was he talking about? Did he have him on the show?
To be honest, I only went to watch that because I heard Indio was in there, so I kind of just fast forward to where Indio's part came out, and I haven't seen that video. But I have to go back and watch the whole video. I didn't catch it.
Jaren analyzing Jay Tolan and Indio's video?
No, it was journalism with Jay Tolan live.
So he was talking to Jay Tolan.
Yeah, he was live as a guest. I even think that you could, like, he showed his face. Yeah, they were talking, and while they were having a discussion, journalism, I guess, came across Indio's video, and he said, "Have you seen this? This is really good because, like, not only does it like show that the globe doesn't work with this picture, but it's showing like features that should be impossible to see on the globe, which is like Marina Bay, Black Mountain, like all these little things, like even parts of the city. Like India went so far to even identify certain like buildings, you know, on San, like on I forgot where it was, San Jacinto, like whatever that city is. He was
San
able to see
Jacinto.
buildings.
Yeah.
It's just a big problem for the
Cool,
globe.
man.
That picture.
I'm definitely gonna check that out tomorrow. Definitely gonna check.
Yeah, there's so much good content right now that I gotta catch up on.
Well, it's like I was saying, like Ron Cameron is like, man, there's so many people live. I mean, it's gonna happen, and that's what, you know, when you listen to a lot of these videos, like, everybody's going live, you know, about this shit, because it's just gonna, you know, people are gonna find these streams and they're gonna listen to them back, you know, just like I'm gonna listen to Jaren's video tomorrow, because I mean, we're gonna fucking step on each other when it comes to these things, so it's fine. So there's no big. It's not a big deal, man.
Yeah, it's a good thing. It's good to know that there's good content. You know, you have an hour-long live stream that you could listen to whenever you want, 2 hours, 3 hours, whatever.
Yeah, I like it, man.
It's beautiful. It's a beautiful
thing. I appreciate Jose, man. I appreciate you. Hey, if you can, go ahead and share that in the chat if you haven't already. That Jarenism video.
Yeah, sure. Let me go grab it. 1 second.
I think you have a wrench. I mean, I'm limiting the wrenches on the live stream just for posterity, I guess. But
yeah, we don't want to look like IPS's server when he used to have all those wrenches.
It's like, I mean, the only, the reason that Ron and Mitty have wrenches is for posting pertinent information during the discussion. Anybody else that has a wrench on the server or on the YouTube channel it's only for posting pertinent information. It's not for stifling anybody's fucking
Leo,
what they call.
Can you make it? Can you make it where people in the chat could share their link without having a wrench? Because I seen some of these chats.
I can't.
No?
Nobody can. No. You have to have a wrench to post a link.
Well, some of these chats, I mean, I could post a link without having a wrench. I don't know, like, if the moderators only see it and then they allow it or disallow it.
How you can't.
Bullshit. I'm mod for a channel. Okay, I was telling you, I've seen it firsthand. And people will post a link on Flat Earth Doctrine. I mod for him, and they'll post a video link, and I'll see it, but it'll be like grayed out. It'll be like grayed out, and then if I click on it, then I could allow the link. You know what I'm saying? So that way, anybody in the chat, if they have a link, if I know it's coming from someone reputable,
I know what you're saying, Ron, but that's not the way it works. You're thinking about it differently than you might think it works. But here's the way it works: if you're the host of a channel, you can post a link. Anybody that's given a wrench can post a link, but anyone that doesn't have a wrench cannot post a link. There's a way that you can post a link, but you have to like put a couple of spaces in there, and then the people that might copy and paste it will have to put it back together to get the link. Or you can.
I think in this chat you could just post links, because Cigarface posted a link earlier of an image, so you must have it set so that anyone could post links in this chat.
Oh fuck!
Yeah, go ahead and try it.
Yeah.
And
did they change it?
I don't know.
I told you, Helio, dude, I mod, and I'm telling you, because I see links come up, and sometimes you need one of the moderators to allow it. Let's say Riggs, okay? Let's say he wants to put in the Jay Tolan video, and I'm like, oh, that's Riggs. I'll allow that. I know it's not some troll, right? So I'll allow it. Other times you got to go check the link and make sure it's not spam.
Maybe they fixed it, man, because anyone, prior to this, I mean, anybody that didn't have a wrench couldn't post a link.
I know that. It would just go bip. Your comment would be deleted instantly.
Right, instantly.
It's a no links attached.
Hey, Greg T, all our mics sound good? And he said, check mic levels. Are we good? I mean, what the hell's going on with the mics?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm going to listen. I'll listen to the YouTube stream, make sure it sounds good.
Thought it was sounding good. But
GM says
that's really strange. I thought maybe they changed it where you can post links when you don't have a wrench. That'd be It'd be kind of cool, but that would kind of get out of control as well, too. Man, it's like,
yeah, I definitely know. Like what Jason said, I post a lot of comments, and I do try and post links, and they don't always go through. I'm like, I see my comment with the link attached. It doesn't get the link deleted instantly, but then sometimes, like if I got a friend who's one of the moderators, they'll allow it. So people are like, "Hey, that was a good poem." Like the one about the Fed or the one about flat Earth. I post that in the chat when I'm not a moderator. As long as I got one of my friends there to let everyone see it, they're like, "Wow, that." Because I was on Celebrate Truth on his live stream, and I posted that poem. And one of the mods there, he likes me, so he was allowing my link to go through. He was approving it.
Yeah, if it's approved, if somebody posts the links and then one of the moderators approves it, that's something else. I'm just talking about.
No, but before it would not allow it at all. It would get deleted instantly. You push send, and a comment with a link would get deleted. Now it doesn't. So if anyone's in the chat and they have a link,
YouTube changed it. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool.
So yes, Helio, I might know something that you don't because I post a lot. So if anybody wants to post
Ron, I'm smarter than you. No, I'm just playing.
You're smarter than me.
Are you smarter than an old
outside,
school retard?
You're not well informed, man. You don't know I know the YouTube chat, dude. I live in here.
Yeah, that's cool, man. That's why I love having you on here. It's really strange though to be able to post links in the voice chat when you don't have a moderator
so feel
status.
free to post
cool.
your links, guys. You do have something cool.
Hey, Cigar Face, go ahead and post a link and see if it works.
See, I don't know if the rest of the chat will see it. You know what I mean? Like,
well, but you have a
mods.
wrench. You have a wrench, and hey, that's what I'm saying. The Cigar Face, go ahead and post a link to.
I'm telling you. He posted one earlier. He posted a pic of Richard Pryor. Did you know that Richard Pryor was a Freemason?
No, I wouldn't doubt it.
I'm not surprised. Everybody famous is a Freemason.
Yeah. And it's funny because there's a connect. You know, we were talking in the chat. There's a connection because Joe Rogan always talks about Richard Pryor. That was one of his biggest influences as a comedian. Joe Rogan's connected to Bill Hicks, which may or may not be connected to Alex Jones, who's connected to that producer dude. It's crazy.
Always have to bring it up, but the Freemasons, the actual Freemasons, don't consider blacks Freemasons. That's why they have their own sect, and we brought it up, I think, yesterday. Also, they have a different one for women.
Yeah, you could talk to Vegan Warrior about that shit. I mean, he's quite aware of that, and he's talked about that. And they have a very powerful sect of Freemasons in the black Freemason community. Very powerful.
Are those called bro Masons?
No, it's not called bro Masons. But you can talk to Vegan Warrior about that shit. But anyway, it's not called bro Masons. What the fuck are you talking about? That's retarded.
I'm just making a joke, man.
I know
it was funny.
Funny.
You made a bro Mason joke. Hell yeah.
Well, you know what's funny about like you know, I support what's going on with like Vegan Warrior and what he's doing with like Bro Sanchez and everyone. I really support what's going on. There's a demographic there that we can't, you know, that won't come over here and listen to us. But you know, Bro Sanchez and Vegan Warrior are reaching.
Oh, he's great, Bro Sanchez. Yeah,
they're reaching a lot of people, and I support that. So
they woke as fuck. They're not
going to be over here, you know, doing what we do, you know, and so, all kinds of demographics go and listen to different levels of wherever they are, whatever you can relate to, that's where you are, and it's just like, dude, you know, I've been doing this for over 3 years here on YouTube. You know, I'll be in chats and you know, I'm not going to say it. Never mind. But there are people that don't shout me out or whatever, you know, in a channel, just because I don't really give a shit about that. I've met people that I can get along with, and you know, this is why when I met Ron and I met you guys here on the 24/7 server, I was like, hey man, these are my people, you know, and so that's why I was like, hey, these guys I get along with. And if anyone else don't like it, just fuck off. I really don't care. So thank you. I appreciate you guys like hanging out with me and putting up with my bullshit, because I have a lot of it.
Yeah.
Hey, nothing like a meme that comes with a slideshow PowerPoint presentation.
Said I make my own. I am my own meme, man. Fuck it, man.
What's up? No.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna get real specific on the scientific method.
Go for it, bro.
Break it down for them. They're trying to do.
Welcome to the channel, Michael J. Smith.
They stick to the correlation method, and I want to come back to the experimentation method.
This nigga's going in.
Right. I mean, they want to imply that independent variables don't matter, and that's only in the correlation method. They're quoting a specific method. But that's not used for the purpose of verifying a hypothesis. It's used for forming one. So the method they're dictating only comes up with another best guess. Doesn't prove shit.
Oh, Aaron I didn't see a link. No. Did your link, if you post a comment with the link, it might not, it might delete the comment instantly.
Yeah.
You might have to adjust the settings.
It doesn't.
I don't think it's someone specifically targeting you.
And we got a really nice compliment from Cigar Face earlier. He said that we're one of the best live streams out there right now these days, he said.
Oh, really? That's
So,
cool.
Man, that's because we bring it down to a level plane, and meet people on common ground.
You know what? It gets busier after 2 a.m. It's 2 a.m. by me. It's like more people are coming in really late.
Well, the bar gets out, right?
Hey, check this out. Hey, I was about to go smoke. I was about to go smoke, and Michael made a really profound statement, and I just, you guys were waffling, just letting it fucking hang out there, and I was like, is somebody gonna say something to what you said? And
level ground.
No, you were just talking about the scientific method. I mean, and it was really not, but and then Mitty was like, he was talking about they're paying attention to the chat, which they're supposed to.
Well, I was breaking the silence because no one responded, so it was kind of an awkward pause. So I was just trying to.
And that's okay. And I was gonna go smoke. I was like, oh, this would be a good time to smoke, because I thought you guys would be like talking about this shit. But anyway, so Michael, you were making a very pertinent point about the scientific method. And so I'm instead of me, getting my nicotine fix, I'm going to come back and say,
be specific about that.
Let's do it, man. You want to get into
because you guys you punked him out, man. I mean,
it's like, what the Grover stick to the quantitative method. In the quantitative method, math is used to describe a model. Models exist in the same group as theories and hypotheses. Or they use the correlation model, wherein we always exist in the best guess, where our reality is the best guess. Where in flat earthers, we like to stick to the experimentation method. There's multiple scientific methods. They're just being picky and choosy about the one they want to pick. Same as us. But the best one for verifying the reality of where you live, and the only one with confirmation, is experimentation with independent variables and cause and effect relationship. They want to live in a place where all you got to do is come up with the best guess, correlate it, send it into the gatekeepers, peer review it, and publish it.
Right. They want to come up with the mathematical construct first, and then they're going to predict with it and be like, our predictions match this.
And that's the quantitative method.
Right. That method is, because if that method was legit, that means the Mayans predicted that eclipses would happen at this time every year, blah, blah, blah. And they predicted that it was Quetzalcoatl that made the eclipses. So that means there's a big dragon in the sky, according to the Globers. If they're going
Right, we can use that for correlation and say the dragon of the Mayans existed. And you were right.
So is correlation
One
equal
day it's
causation?
gonna eat
You know, when it comes to that, I mean, there definitely is a correlation between certain circumstances that can make you, presume a certain thing about what you're observing, but that's not science.
Yeah, and they won't go by the experimental one because they don't want to admit you have to have an alternative hypothesis to your hypotheses when you start, or you're just doing a confirmation bias, confirming the consequence fallacy experiment. You can't just have one hypothesis that makes you bias, confirmation bias.
Well,
It's only
to be honest, I mean, there's nothing actually. I mean, generally, confirmation bias actually is beneficial when you have solid foundations that are connected to it. So confirmation bias is a good thing because it helps you, it helps you keep your solidarity. In
It
the
helps you
face
prove a
of
globe.
the globe. Well, it can, if they think it is a globe, whatever. But confirmation bias does, if you understand it, your position correctly, helps you have some type of solidarity when you're confronted with certain arguments against your.
Right. Like, where do you draw the line? Where is it confirmation bias and where is it actual critical thinking? I feel like that's where the cognitive dissonance kind of sets in because it's like you don't know which is which,
Yeah, but if you let someone, if someone says, well, you just got a confirmation bias and you're just in a fucking echo chamber, just like what we're doing here. And it's just like, I have this server, and yes, it's a fucking echo chamber, and I will fucking proudly demonstrate that this server that we broadcast from is a complete fucking echo chamber. But I don't agree with everybody in this server. But they're all my friends, and they all have respect for me, and I have respect for them. So we broadcast from here. We have different ideas. We're free to express our thoughts, but it's not. Dude, the confirmation bias. As far as like flat Earth, of course, most of us are flat earthers. But it's not because. It's not because because the Earth is flat. It's because it's just because that it's fucking flat.
Objective vocabulary is the steps used.
No. What I'm saying, as far as confirmation bias goes, well, it's just like even though I'm a flat earther and I'm a I don't even want to bring that up. I'm not going to go up. I mean, even there are a lot of arguments among flat earthers that have to do with the religion and all that kind of stuff too. I mean, it's not like we all just like agree on everything, and like historical depictions of whatever that lines up with some other historical book that we came up. None of us really agree on everything, so we're just people that are interested in alternative versions of the standard narrative, because what they call a skeptic is someone that doesn't follow the standard narrative, but then like this guy's team skeptic or all those fucking fags over there, they're all like, I'm a skeptic. But you can't be a skeptic if you're not questioning the standard narrative. How the fuck can you call yourself a skeptic if you're not questioning the standard narrative? That's fucking retarded.
They support the mainstream narrative, but they call themselves skeptic. That's like really
stupid, man.
That's double think right there.
It's like, I'm a skeptic and I'm going to use Wikipedia the whole time.
The official narrative skeptic club.
The official narrative skeptic club. I like that.
Or Syria.
I want to make a new YouTube channel called the Official Narrative Skeptic Club. I'm going to make a fucking YouTube channel. I'm going to make another one. The official narrative skeptic club. I like that. That's why I love you, Ron, man. You're my bro.
But yeah, even the word
Yo, I just want to tell you guys, I blame you for me being late for work every day you have a live stream.
I blame me, but I don't have to work tomorrow. Today. What time is it? I don't give a fuck. Oh, it's 1:28. And you're on the same, you're in the same town actually as me. So, but yeah.
Yeah, I only got to be up in 4 hours. That's cool.
But hey, Mick Brazel, what do you think about what we're saying about these people that call themselves skeptics they're completely deluded? What do you think about that?
No, man, I was on a live stream the other day, or not a live stream, but I was in a Discord channel the other day, and this guy was talking about laser experiments, and he explained the laser experiment, and then he toted the results that are completely incorrect. And I was like, man, you've never even seen a laser test, have you? And then this one other guy jumped in and he was like, oh, these pseudo skeptics. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? You're a pseudo skeptic, you asshole. Like, I'm a
pseudo skeptic. Did he bring up the word pseudo skeptic?
Yeah, he said.
What the fuck does that mean? A pseudo skeptic? What does that mean?
I don't know. I was like,
that means
guys,
a fake
you have a good
skeptic.
Time
what does that mean? That means an anti-skeptic. What the fuck does that mean? What is pseudo-skeptic? Someone said the word pseudo-skeptic to you?
Yeah, it means he's an asshole and he doesn't know what he's talking about.
It means you're fake, dude. Pseudoscience is
you're
fake
a skeptic
science.
or you're not. And those guys, yeah, if you wanted to use pseudo-skeptic, I'd be like, well, you're a pseudo-skeptic at that point because. I'm not. I'm going against my.
Someone do me a favor and just go to Google and type in skeptic definition. What's the definition? I mean, I can do it, but everyone should just look up the word skeptic. I'll go.
That means that you're skeptical of the official story.
Well,
like
I know
you don't believe
that in this particular vein, it means that you're skeptical of the official story. But what is the actual definition of a skeptic?
Let me go
or
see.
Skeptic?
I think I already know.
Pseudo skeptic is like a peer.
I'm talking about skeptic.
You know what I mean?
The word skeptic, not pseudo skeptic. That's a made up term. But skeptic, what does that mean? I'll look it up.
It means you're a flat earther.
well, it doesn't necessarily mean you're a flat earther. I mean, but dude, imagine you're sitting in a class. I mean, maybe there's been a lot of what's really cool. I like about 24/7. Go ahead.
It's a person inclined to question or doubt accepted opinions. So that's what we do. We question the official narrative.
Dude, why would any of these fucking globetards like Team Skeptic say that they're skeptics when they're out there just promoting the official narrative of everything?
Well, it's obvious they don't know the meaning of the words that they use.
That means they're fucking retarded right from the beginning. Why would you call yourself a Team Skeptic when they just actually shoved down their throat through the mainstream media? I don't get it,
It should be called Team Narrative.
Team fucking asshole. That's what they're called, Team Asshole. That's what I call them.
Team Normie Cucks.
Normie Cucks, yeah.
No, you're wrong. Oh, because NASA says so. Like these guys
assholes, I call them. Hey, wait.
Yeah.
Let me play this fucking George Carlin video again. Assholes, I call them.
I grew up on George Carlin, man.
Yeah, George Carlin is the fucking shit.
Yeah.
It's like, here's what he said. Wait, isn't it? It's a big fucking club and you ain't in it, bitch.
Like 50 Cent.
You ain't in it.
That was funny when Karen said that the other night. She was like, "He's in the club, like 50 Cent." Man.
Hey, everybody, you guys ain't gonna hear it, but I'm gonna play it again. But here we go.
I don't
Unless you watch the live stream. Hey, everybody, stop talking and then go to the live stream and listen. But otherwise, I'm gonna play it right now. Here we go. This is George Carlin talking about NASA.
This is a group of social criminals. These people in the space program. Nassholes, I call them. In case you haven't heard, the latest disaster for the rest of the universe is that the United States is going to go to Mars. Okay? Oh, yeah. We're going to go to Mars. And then, of course, we're going to colonize deep space with our microwave hot dogs and plastic vomit, fake dog shit and cinnamon dental floss and lemon-scented toilet paper and sneakers with lights in the heels. And all these other impressive things we've done down here. But let me ask you this. What are we going to tell the Intergalactic Council of Ministers the first time one of our teenage mothers throws her newborn baby into a dumpster, huh? How are we going to explain that to the space people? How are we going to let them know that our ambassador was only late for the meeting because his breakfast was cold and he had to spend half an hour punching his wife around the kitchen? Now, what are they going to think when they find out it's just a local custom that over 80 million women in the third world have had their clitorises forcibly removed in order to reduce their sexual pleasure so they won't cheat on their husbands? Can't you just sense how eager the rest of the universe is for us to show up? Can't you see them out there?
Yeah, hey, check this out, guys. And if you're watching a live stream, you should finish it to the end. And, this is, I don't know what happened to George Carlin, but what is going on with the nassholes in the fake space and all that shit? Like, all the people that try to defend this nonsense, that they're, they don't have a leg to stand on, and they should be embarrassed that they believe it, because we're actually we're in an alternate reality, and I kind of figured it out long ago. All right, so we're step by step being led into some merry-go-land, fucking merry-go-round, merry-go-land. Space reality where we're just like, all right, like everything's cool. I mean, dude, you don't realize what George Carlin was saying. He knew. Dude, how could he not know what he just said? How could he not know that NASA was completely bullshitting everyone? And he was a fucking Hollywood star. I mean, how could a fucking Hollywood star, and a lot of the other Hollywood stars are just fucking, and all these fucking fags on YouTube that come against us, just, oh yeah, what about this math and this math? You guys don't know what the fuck you're talking about because math, bitch. Give me a fucking break. You guys are
man,
fucking
it was
man.
Hollywood who started that whole fake in space thing. So of course they know about it. They all knew Kubrick.
Dude, it was Werner von Braun, Jack Parsons, Walt Disney, Aleister Crowley. They're all in the same club, that OTO club. And then after he dies, he puts Psalm 19:1 on his tombstone, just to like troll people.
Yeah, that's game.
I don't know. Did he come clean? Like, man, we ain't breaking through. Maybe he wanted to come clean with God because he's like, man, he could rot in eternal hell. Or try and come clean at the end. He fucked up, like he sold out his whole life and just thinking, well, I know I sold out my whole life, but maybe I could come clean at the end. Who knows?
Well, he was coming clean well before he died, though.
Ace, man. Ace, what the fuck? Ace, I'm sorry.
Shut
Ace
up, Ace
McCloud
McCloud,
is so fucking crazy. He said smoke coke. He's so fucking crazy. Ace,
smoking.
Shout out to Ace.
What the fuck, man?
Anyway, but yeah, on that note, the smoking coke,
DMT blazing.
But there is an aspect that's just funny. But I don't know. Go ahead, Ron. I fucking interrupted you. Sorry, bro.
Oh, what was I even saying?
I don't even know. We were talking about
George
George McFly.
George Carlin.
George McFly. No, I'm just fucking.
What the fuck are you talking about here?
I know, I'm fucking.
Werner, the astronauts for NASA.
Are you smoking coke, bro?
I wish.
They were in
Oh my god, Helios smoking coke.
No, it's rum. It's called rum. That's what's going on.
Oh, okay.
But anyway, so go ahead, Ron. I'm sorry, bro.
Well, no, I'm saying that crew, that whole the NASA, Werner von Braun, Jack Parsons, they were from the JPL, the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, whatever. But yeah, dude, I guarantee there's a bunch of like satanic occult shit going on with them, like the OTO.
Golly, Biff, I tried, Biff. I tried.
It's called rum. That's. But anyway,
Cheers, bro.
Wait, what the fuck?
Dude,
what the fuck is going on?
that whole NASA, Werner von Braun.
Where's this feedback coming from? You guys?
I don't know.
Michael J. Smith, you got your YouTube stream going? What's going on?
There was like a 5-second delay. I was hearing the playback of what I just said.
Yeah, that's cool. I think it's good now. Go ahead, Ron.
Well, I was saying the whole
Is it gone now?
Yeah, it's good.
The shit went to shit real quick.
That's okay. There's 33 people watching, so we're good.
I know. I came in.
That's a little
my building's not tall. 33 people in the room. Smoke cup. I was like, damn.
Oh my god.
Am I getting subliminal messages here or what? Hey, short guy.
Yeah, these photographs.
Hey, y'all motherfuckers is almost as crazy as me, bitch. Man, I'm telling you, man.
I had to look at my rum and coke, Helio, like, nah.
I'm drinking rum straight and chasing it with beer. I don't even know what the fuck to do with this. We got 33. Oh, no, it dropped to 32. All right. Hey, somebody else join so we can get back to 33 and get the show on the road.
Confirmed.
You know the best 33 is? You know what the best 33 is? 33D.
Anyway, Ron's holding back. Hey, Ron had something to say. Please, Ron, continue.
I don't know. I was just saying the Jack Parsons, Werner von Braun, they were all members of that satanic cult, and they run Hollywood. The OTO, it runs Hollywood. And if you look at the symbolism, there's a dove breaking through like a glass window. And that probably, I think it represents the firmament. And that same dove is at the Vatican over this throne, the throne that looks like a goat head, and it's breaking through the firmament. It's like a white dove, but everything they do is an inversion. You think the white dove is good, but no. They're showing you white when they mean really the dark. They're saying that Lucifer is the light bringer when he's the dark bringer. Everything they say is the opposite. It's an inversion. You have to take whatever they're telling you and flip it.
But
just like you do with the globe.
Is that a person? I mean, who you're referring to?
They were persons. They worked for NASA back in
Who's
the day.
they?
Jack Parsons.
What are you talking about? Who's they? What do you mean?
Jack Parsons, Werner von Braun.
Jack Parsons.
They work for NASA.
Well, we can pull up pictures of Jack Parsons and Werner von Braun and Adolf Hitler. We can pull up
Aleister
pictures
Crowley,
of
Walt
those
Disney.
people. Yeah, so we can put pictures of them up, on the live stream. We can do that right now. Would that mean a goddamn thing on our point? I mean, what at the end of the day?
I don't know, man.
What the fuck? Ace, you're roboting, man.
Is that Ace? No, Ron. I'm not trying to make.
Come on. What
Holy fucking shit! What the hell is that? Is that Ace?
It's Ace, but I don't know what he's saying.
It sounds like a goat to me.
It's like
My dog was
Hey,
looking
Rum,
around.
I like what you, I like what you were saying, and I was like connecting these individuals. You say Werner von Braun, and these other people that are connected to the German connection, all that stuff. These people need to be leveled out so that we can all say what was their connection to, who is involved in what government. All this has to be laid out, but it doesn't have to be laid out. You just whatever they say on the media, that's what you're supposed to believe, and you just vote right or left and you're good. Fuck it. You got red or blue.
Yeah, fuck it.
Fuck it.
Exactly. I was just about to say the exact same. Red or blue, Coke or Pepsi, bro. That's it. That's all you got.
Two wings of the same bird.
What the fuck are we supposed to do about this? Except for this. You know what's really cool? And I hope that you guys are here with me on this stream, even though you guys know I often get highly inebriated and do this shit all the time. I'm gonna fucking do this stream anyway. And, if you can hate me or love me, I'm gonna do it no matter what. But that single fucking point, this red or blue idea, has nothing to do with any race. No, this red or blue idea has nothing to do with any race or any ideology. It's a fake ideology, and there are so many aspects of the rabbit hole. Let's go deep inside the rabbit hole. We're going down into the rabbit hole. There's so many different avenues you can go down through, and many of us have been through those rabbit holes. So, but at the same time, we all find ourselves here, and this is why I've found so many friends that would actually even talk to me. You guys fucking, I love you guys. You guys rock ass, man. You fucking rock ass. What the hell does that mean? That was just a word I made up right there.
Hey, fuck. That's when.
But anyway, but at the end of the day, I don't know. I don't know what this stream, the things that we try to move. We try to make progressions, but at the end of the day, we're not going to actually be able to wake everybody up. And if anybody has the idea that we're going to be able to wake everybody up, it's not going to happen. We're only meeting each other. We're not going to wake everybody up. It's never going to happen. We're finding each other. And that's why we're here. We're never going to wake everybody up. I hope everyone realizes that. Everyone that might be listening here. We're never going to wake everybody up. That's why we're here coalescing together, because we're never going to wake everybody up. We're going to find each other. That's where we are. That's why we're here. And I'm going to go smoke a cigarette on that note. You guys fucking talk about that.
Take it away, Ace.
What up? My audio all right?
It's a little hot, but
oh, it's hot. I thought it wasn't hot enough. Okay.
Yeah. We can hear you, but I was talking loud, so that was me. Go ahead, Ace. You're good to go.
Take it away.
It's on you now, Ace.
I'm just chilling. I'm at work. I'm on a break. Actually, man, it's today's a great day, man. I'm in this new area, and this dude's in with overtime. It's just me and him working, and we're fucking alternating 45-minute breaks. So I've been like on break more than half the time I've been at work. It's fucking epic, dude. I love it.
That's dope.
Anyways, but yeah.
Is this? Did you said you started a new job? Are you at the new job yet, or?
I've been working here for like 8 months, but they just offered to hire me on. Like I was a contractor, and they want to hire me on with the company. So
oh, nice.
Said, yeah.
Sweet.
Had to pass a hair follicle drug test. Which, by the way, I didn't quit smoking weed to pass a hair test. I only knew about this hair test like a few weeks before I knew I was going to take it. So I would have been fucked if I was steady smoking weed all the time like I used to. Isn't that weird how the universe just everything works out? All kinds of shit's been working out, man, for the past like year or two. It's
that's so funny. I've never had that problem.
I never used to either, but I'm letting it happen and I'm getting in my own way and shit and just staying positive. That's the biggest key. Like not naysaying, like not even criticizing other people's ideas, nothing negative whatsoever. I mean, I might yell at a troll, but that's just fun. You know what I mean? But yeah, just it's a mindset, man, and I swear life aligns itself according to your thoughts, man.
Yeah, well, anytime I'm thinking everything's good, people just fucking die around me. So, as I said, I don't know what the fuck you mean.
I don't know, man.
See, I don't think we're ever gonna reach.
You'll run out of people eventually.
Like everybody, like
it's happened.
That's not the I think Hilo was saying we're not going to reach everybody. We don't expect to reach everybody, but we need to hit this critical mass. I don't know if it's 10%, 15, 20. What is the tipping point? Like where people in France where they hit the tipping point and they said, fuck it. We're
already, the tipping point already happened. There's already momentum. It's growing faster and faster every day.
Right? Yeah.
I mean, it might not be the critical mass yet, but the critical mass is inevitable.
Well, that's what I mean. That's the tipping point where, like, let's say flat Earth becomes the norm and people are wearing flat Earth shirts just like they wear NASA shirts and they can't lie to us anymore. That's the tipping point where it's like, hey, we're launching a lunar lander on Mars. And everyone's like, bullshit. You know what I mean? When do we reach that point where NASA is defunded?
I don't know. I think maybe 1 in 10 people is probably going to be that point. If 1 in 10 people think the way we do,
I think we're there, dude. I think we already have 1 in 10. People ain't mad enough.
They're still in the closet. There's too many key people in the closet. Once it's safe to come out of the closet, then it's all going to change overnight too. And I don't think it's going to be as dramatic as people think. I think NASA is just going to like kind of quietly go away and no one's really going to care because we're talking about a better future. We're not talking about hanging on, trying to sue NASA, all this other. That's the old world. You know what I mean? Like trying to sue people and all this shit. It's like, just get out of our way. Y'all are cockroaches, scurry back into the darkness, you know, and we're going to push forward.
At the same time, there's also those people who control our money and stuff like that, and then they also siphon it off through programs like
but they require our voluntary participation.
Well, then, what would be the new world? What would it be like?
That's what we have to find out. We've never lived in this place, you know, where people were awake. And
dude, it would be it's gonna be more like what you think of the stereotypical like 1950s. You know what I mean? Granted,
I think
there was corruption. Go ahead.
I want to say I've always thought that the New World Order, right, is either going to be flat Earth or simulation theory, one of those two. And I'm wondering, like, what would a New World Order flat Earth be like? You know, like science changing religion, and how can a New World NWO flat Earth? How would it, you know, how would it come about? You know, how are we going to transition to that if that's going to be the plan?
I think the controllers have known about this. I think what's happening right now, it's not just the Earth's flat. There's a consciousness shift, and all the ancient people used to talk about this kind of shit, and you have like Kali Yugas and things like that as well. But around 2012 or so, and leading into 923, it's like written in the stars themselves, all these alignments. They say 500 years ago, they knew that right now people are going to be waking up and they can no longer be tricked with just bullshit lies anymore, right? So they know about this, and I think that's why, if you've ever looked into Jesuit futurism, I think it's a playbook. I think the Revelations is almost a playbook of the elites and how they're going to try to, because their old tricks aren't going to work. They know that. They knew this day was coming. You have to know that they are planning something in order to corral, basically trick people without, tricking them the old school way. Like, there's going to have to be a new form of getting people to do what you want. How about that?
Well, I have a question for you guys. Like, I mean, we're talking about like, how is it going to change? How's it going to change? But as I understand it, I mean, most ancient believed that the world was a flat realm, and if you think of it that way, most people knew that the plane that they lived on, being the only sentient beings, revolved around them, and they were still able to be tricked and controlled. So, I mean, even if
how do you know that? How do you know the ancient? So I think this tricking control structure thing is like only a couple hundred years old. I mean, look at all the old architecture. You know what I mean? Like, just look at how they used to build buildings, man.
Oh yeah, I totally agree, because we can't build like that anymore.
Those people weren't being tricked. That was like a one world civilization, pretty much, I'm guessing, in harmony. And this tricking bullshit that we got going on now, this dark age we have, is a pretty new phenomenon. That's my opinion.
So do you believe like when the mud flood theory, where because I mean the mud flood I think apparently happened, but do you think that was a reset in history which allowed them to pull the wool over?
Yeah, or they took advantage of it. But I think
you
also
never let
that
a
was
good crisis go to waste.
Yeah, I think that was the 1800s. I think before the 1800s, everything was great. And they literally lied about everything. All of it. Aristotle, all these people are just made up. Shakespeare, everything is fucking completely made up. And they released, the physics and math that they want us to know slowly under these, pseudonyms. But yeah, anything you read about in history, if it's talking about shit 1,000 years ago, I'm saying that it is 100% just made up completely. We don't know any of the old history. I think somebody knows the old history, maybe the Vatican.
I don't know if there's a book by Isaac Asimov about a planet where they have light all day long, and once every couple hundred years, like there's an eclipse because they have like 6 suns, and then one day out of like every 200 years it gets dark.
Like a metaphor.
And then people go crazy and then burn everything down. But the church in the book always has the information, and they pull civilization back together. And what you're saying is someone has that information. Like, there's somebody who is
like Book of Eli. Like the movie Book of Eli, something like that. You know what I mean?
Don't you think though that on that point, don't you think that these guys that come out and go against the things that we're saying all the time, no matter what narrative, whatever narrative that we follow, listen. They should be embarrassed that they actually their job, it seems like it's their job, or they actually believe it. God damn it. There's phlegm coming up through my lungs and whatever.
That damn cigarettes.
Them fucking cigarettes. No, listen. Ace, and I want you to expound on this. Don't you think they should be embarrassed that they believe the official narrative? That they're defending it. They come out at all costs on a lot of these platforms defending the official narrative as if it's true when they it can't possibly be true.
Well, that's the thing. No, that's the thing. There's another, and my gut is kind of leading me to this kind of a belief that it's not going to be the whole world that changes. There is going to be this separation of the wheat and the tares, right?
Right.
The people that have eyes to see and the ones that don't. And guess what? There's going to be basically like a new earth. So all the enlightened people are separated
up, bro.
from the shitty control. Oh, hello?
If you're walking around or whatever, stand still.
Hello?
Yeah, you sound good.
Hello?
Now. Just stand in
Good.
one spot.
All right. I'm okay. Basically, what's going to happen is the separation of the wheat and the tares. The enlightened people are going to go to a new civilization, new world, completely separated, maybe even another dimension. The evil controllers are going to be here. They're going to stay here, and they're always going to have people to trick. You see what I mean? It's going to be something like that.
Yeah, but that's their desire, though. That they want
and
to be able to...
the new Earth that they talk about in Revelations, that might be past Antarctica, or it might be the North Pole. Who knows? But it does seem like there's going to be a separation. I don't think everyone is able to wake up.
But the general idea is that there's nothing else to discover. We have the globe Earth, and everyone that questions all of it, all the politics. We have wars, all this shit. We're stuck here. We have walls of dissonance. We have these fucking created walls of dissonance and ideologies that really shouldn't make sense to people that are to rational people. You know what I'm saying? So we're kind of stuck. Rational people we're kind of stuck here. I don't know what the fuck to do about this.
It's like Zion, like Zion from the Matrix. Some people wanted to wake up, but then they left some people actually in the Matrix because they couldn't handle it.
Yeah. I think that's what's going to happen. But yeah, I got to go. Good chatting with you. I'll love you.
Hey,
45 minutes.
Thanks, Ace, man. Thanks for stopping by, bro.
It's too bad he's not here for what I wanted to say. I wanted to actually say something to him because even though there's like the mud flood reset, and you say like you can't trust the history, but in order to totally rewrite history, you have to erase memory, which is why and I think I might have brought this up yesterday, but we was a little trashed in that stream. But that's why there's a wholesale slaughter of hundreds of millions of people in the beginning and middle of the 19th century or the 20th century, because you have to, kill the people who have the memories. But you can't completely eradicate those memories, and you can't completely eradicate like the verbal history. And so they're still fighting against that. And that's stuff that we're following into the past. We're not following the official narrative into the past.
But, well, of course, but what is that? Is that true, what they call true history? If you deny anything that relates to the general past, whether it be, connected to religion or politics, I mean, if you deny any of that, you're a fucking retard and you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Yeah, but I'm just simply talking about oral traditions which are passed down, and it's those things that cause people to go back and rethink the official narratives that are put out. And of course, it's a lot easier for these major governments to put out their own narratives because they've slaughtered most of their populations. And anybody who is coming up young enough, because how a lot of people treat the old people. They're like, those people just have crazy stories. Yet the younger people 18 to 35, they take the information from their elders and they believe it, and they can pass it on to the next generation. But when you send those people off to war and you slaughter them, then it's a lot easier to control the narrative. But it's still completely impossible to eradicate human knowledge to that point. It's a lot more sparse. But as I said before, it's those like lines of thinking that we try to follow when we go back instead of the official narratives.
Yeah, but is that going to lead us to any kind of truth? Because
maybe not, but it's better than what the shit we're given by our government.
Yeah, maybe or maybe not. It's better, but it actually kind of leads to this is confusion, man. Is confusion because we're not told the truth by our governments. You know, these ideas about history, even though we've when they told us this, what they call truth about history, we find these fucking little loopholes that say, oh, well, you guys are lying about history. It's how did they even create this new weird history that we're supposed to believe?
It seems
Earth
like
is not even what they say it is. It's like it's just totally weird, man. It's totally fucking weird.
I mean, just like think about me, like take me, right? Okay, so I watched the Oklahoma City bombing, right? And I watched the live coverage of it. And I have, if you go and you tote the official narrative, I go, that's not what I watched on live television, and that's not what the witnesses said, right? Now, someone who's a little bit younger than me and didn't see it, they may not know. But if you like kill me off, then you don't have like my eyewitness account, and then you can tote whatever story you want. But it's up to you whether you want to believe me or not. So, can you trust me? Some would say no, but at the same time, like I would trust my word over that of the government because I was
personally. You can trust yourself, I guess. You know, I mean,
but
at the same time,
but that's my point.
As far as like are you talking about Waco or that's or any of the other official quote unquote official narratives around any of these local events that become national through mainstream news. It's like most people believe the official story. It's like this happened, and whatever fucking the mainstream news people, whatever they say, all that is true. But if you it's like, hey man, I saw I was actually watching the video and they were like I'm thinking like in my brain I'm thinking about like in the Florida, what wasn't it, Parkland or not Parkland? There's so many different fucking
I think that was Parkland. That was
it was like
Florida.
Orlando, like the Orlando shit where it was like carrying this dude and then he stands up and he's like, okay, we good here? Did we finish the clip?
Or at that
and then they
Carolina.
put out a video. It's just like, I took a cell phone video from the bathroom and they were shooting everywhere, and it's just like, where's the real footage? Did anybody die? Did anybody get killed?
But who's close to them? Who's their family that trusts them? That's what I'm saying. Like in tight knit social structures, like those people who you would listen to, they would be killed off. But like, there's no one for you to trust around, so you trust the highest authority. But if your highest authority, instead of not talk about God, but it's like your family.
Well, but check this out. At the end of the day, I mean, we have these high government officials that were supposedly voted into office officially. Office means official. These are the people officially dictating what happens through, which Washington D.C. itself is a corporation. If you looked into the Act of 1871,
a private city-state trying to take over the sovereignty of the nation.
Everybody just participates, but they're totally ignorant. So they can lie to you legally, and if you believe it, it's true to you, and they'll come and say, well, it's true because they officially said it's true. Officially.
That's why they put those pit those generations against each other to create that distrust. So they don't trust the people before them. They only trust the government.
Why would they trust those fucking liars, man? Well, why would they fucking trust those liars? That's what I'm getting.
Because there's nobody who they trust who can tell them better.
Well, but they trust. I mean, my brothers and my family members and friends, they know me, and I've looked into this stuff, but they don't trust me. They'd rather trust the government officials, right? It's like, well, you must be lying to me because the officials told me it went this way.
The official
story. I think that the shit is turning around, and so shit's just freaking. It's about to change, dude. It's about to fucking change. I'm telling you,
man. I only go by the official
everything
stuff.
I've been telling them for years. They're all gonna be like
pseudo skeptic.
They're gonna be like, holy fucking shit.
I'm
on
team skeptic,
time.
Bro. You're not a real skeptic. I'm on team skeptic. You're
I'm a better skeptic.
I'm a better skeptic than anyone. If anyone wants to challenge my skepticism, I will be so skeptical that I will support the official narrative on everything. That's how.
I'm even skeptical of my skepticism. That's how skeptical I am.
Exactly. That's why I'm a Glober, man. Because I was a flat earther, and then I was like, nah, I'm skeptical of flat Earth, so I became a Glober again. Boom. Shout out to Jose Gonzalez.
Who's in the chat? I'm just like I'm trying to work my way through this.
Nah, he's not.
It's like I'm actually I'm actually working through my soul. I mean, like everything. You know what? The only reason I do this is because I've met some really fucking cool people like you guys, and everyone that would listen to me bloviate this fucking craziness. They may or may not agree with me. But this is just my psychoanalyzation of myself.
They just like the way your voice sounds, man. Your voice sounds cool, even if sometimes when you're talking shit.
Okay, well,
no, hate his voice, love his beard. That's how I feel.
Well, my beard. Well, you can hate my beard, love my voice too. Either it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, what happens is like this.
Tug on
like
it.
this.
Pause.
The only person that may be able to tug on it is his big Brazo because he lives in the same town with me. But if he tries to do that, I'll probably punch him in the face. But that's all right.
I'm quick, man. You better watch out. I'll be out of there in no time.
Anyway,
I just want to take
a quick tug. That's all I'm saying.
I just want to twirl Helio Skeptic's beard around my fingers and play with it.
Well, you're in fucking Australia, man. I'm gonna come all the way down there, upside down, and fucking twirl your fucking ass around my beard. How about that?
Like I said, twirl. You want to twirl that shit.
Your beard is big enough for all of us.
I was trying to make a point here. As far as like what is up and down. I mean, it's like dude, up is up and down. Up is up and down is down to everybody. I mean, it's just like the sky obviously curves around in a circular pattern. And they're trying to tell us, well, hey, it's because I've already gone through this in the beginning of the show. We're standing on Earth. We all stand on Earth. We're persons that stand, individual people that stand on Earth. We actually can decide for ourselves whether we think that the Earth is moving or the sky is moving. You can. I don't have anything against you. If you think that you're spinning backwards away from the sun, that's what causes sunset. I think, fuck, you're cool. Boom. You want to think that? Cool. That's fucking cool. I don't fucking think that's happening, but
this is coming from the guy who called them faggots several times.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, I oftentimes will use derogatory terms because I'm just me. You know, I don't fucking care what people think about me, honestly. But but as far as like if you're standing on Earth and the sky is obviously moving, and you think it's stationary, but you're moving. But then, like if the globe Earth is a thing, then it's the whole sky is moving, and you're moving relative to that, and it's relative because Einstein said so. So relativity makes, you know, like you can't really pay attention to Newtonian gravity.
It's such a fitting name for that theory, though.
Yeah. Hey, you guys tell me to shut the fuck up when you want to talk.
No. Hell no.
All right. Well, so you're wanting me
tell you to shut up.
Either I'm embarrassing myself or I'm making a shitload of sense.
Oh, you ain't been doing that, bro.
No, but it's really, it's the crux of everything. What
I've been reading this article for 15 minutes, and it's been killing me to not choke every time you guys make me laugh.
Dude, I mean, it's just like, that's why I'm just like, I can't even talk to those guys like from Non Sequitur show. They're just like they're trying to set up debates for flat earthers, you know, whatever. I mean, it's just like I'm so high above whatever they might think I might debate about it. It's just like, they're embarrassing themselves. They're believing cartoons. It's fucking embarrassing. They should be fucking embarrassed.
Yeah, they sit so high on a pedestal, and it's an assumed pedestal. Their assumed legs are going to break real quick.
God damn. It's so fucking embarrassing, man. I mean, I kind of feel bad for a lot of them. If they really believe that shit, I really feel bad for them. I really got it. I really do, but I don't want to go on there. They will try to embarrass me, but yeah, well, I mean, we're never going to go on there, but I really feel bad for them. You know, I feel bad. You know that they believe that fucking Disney nonsense.
They're being paid to believe it, man. Don't believe anybody spending that many hours of defending the official narrative. The official narrative.
There's one guy in their voice chat. Every time I show up, the minute I make a comment, he calls me a coward 40 times, and I'm like, man, this guy doesn't even have a vast vocabulary. He can't come up with a new insult.
I don't know. They should be embarrassed. They don't have anything. They can't defend their fucking fake model. They really can't. They have like the same points over and over. It's really embarrassing. They should be embarrassed.
Yeah, and then when I say in real life I'd beat his ass, he says, Mike Smith went to war, came home, missed his killing.
Yeah, I want to kill. I mean, but some people like to kill those fuckers, man. Just like destroy them.
You
destroy
want to kill
their
one
narrative.
of them?
Yeah,
I'm about to call this Michael Jordan.
Like, I literally never wanted to kill anyone. I mean,
hey, but we can destroy their logic. Their anti-logic, we can destroy that fucking shit in a heartbeat. So let's start doing it, man. Let's fucking destroy them. And just get them out of our fucking way, and let's fucking show the flat Earth to everyone. Let's fucking destroy the flat Earth.
Yeah, 90%.
Let's destroy the globe.
90% of their top evidences are misrepresented. And just the guys they debate, they don't know it, or they get paid to not point it out or something.
Okay, you guys ready? I'm about to call this Michael Jordan. Do you guys talk? He left his number. Let's just get this over with. Is that
you guys
agree?
are mods in here? If some of those people, I mean, if he wants to come in here and talk,
I'm gonna call. No, he gave.
We're doing a call in. Bring him in here, damn it. He's gonna sign my cards.
That's what I'm saying. So I'm about to call him on my phone.
I got a good collection of autographed Michael Jordan cards.
Yeah, I just wanted to say though, MJ, you remind me of from the Little Rascals. You know that scene where he's like, actually, I've always had quite an extensive vocabulary. I simply choose not to implore it.
Yes, I've seen that one.
You know what? At this point,
like right
maybe
before
we'll
they go on the
go ahead and
He-Man Women Haters
have
Club.
some debates in here. I mean,
Yeah. Come on, because this motherfucker's
go
been
ahead
talking
and
shit.
do some debates in here, man.
Like,
Fuck it. If you guys want to debate,
Ding,
get your
ding,
ass fucking in
ding.
here.
All right. Let's
But
call this one. All right. First of all,
I can kick them out, you know,
this
or
corner.
whatever.
All right,
If they
Michael
want to come in
Jordan.
and
So
debate, you guys are all moderators, or whatever.
Michigan
Go ahead.
Barefoot Brawler.
can we give him a temp link, or because this motherfucker, I feel like he doesn't know how to use Discord.
No, well, if he's not on Discord,
just let him
he's
in.
not going to be able to come in here, man. I mean, if he's
Okay, all right, fuck that. Let me call him on my phone right now. He thinks he could put his number in YouTube
Well,
chats.
you can always just let him in, and I can ban him at the end.
No,
I don't want to do it unless
right
he's on Discord.
I'm gonna call him right now because he wants to put his.
Get rid of the kick option.
He puts his cell phone
on the speaker.
Yeah, we got kick.
I'm calling him, man. Oh, Kick, what's up?
Kick. Hey, here's what's happening. You know, this will be a little bit of break here. Like we're broadcasting from my personal Discord, and everyone talking is as a member here, and there are a couple of globe earthers, and most of us are flatties, but this channel is never necessarily for debate. So
Flatties and faggies.
But we bring up a lot of different topics. But if you know, it might be fun to have someone that thinks they can, you know, prove the flat earth.
He talks so much shit, dude. I seen him in these chats talking shit.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, but for the most part, we're not a debate channel. I mean, we're not gonna...
Right. Let's have some fun with this guy. All right, I'm calling him right now. Here, check it out.
What are you gonna do? Call him on your phone, and we're gonna hear through your phone speaker?
Yeah, I think so. Let's see if we could do this. Yo, Michael Jordan, man, what's up?
How you doing, sir?
What's up, man? You're real. You're a real person.
I'm here.
You're here.
Hey, listen. You better tell the chat that, hey, I better get a big thank you because you're the first person that's ever heard Michael Jordan yet.
Wow, man. I feel honored, to be honest with you, man.
You ought to be. Now let's get to all this other bullshit. First of all,
okay.
I'm not here to dish y'all or argue
Nah, it's all
have
good.
debates because that's an easy win.
Yeah.
I'm just here to talk because I like to hear people talk, especially y'all. So now, what's your side of the story? Let's go.
All right. Well, first off, let's just sort this out. Do you guys hear him? Is this working?
Yeah, he sounds good. He's a little soft, but everybody can hear him. Yeah,
I'll hold it.
Good.
I'll hold it next to my thing.
Yeah, it sounds pretty good. We can hear him.
Okay.
Go ahead and maybe you and him have a talk, and we're gonna let it roll. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. What's up, Michael? So what's the? What do you like? What do you have, like a question or what's?
No, I'm totally confused too. You wanted to hear me. Here I am.
Right. So why do you keep coming into these chats?
I have a question. Yes, I do. Explain a lunar eclipse on the flat model. Okay, run, because that'll never get explained.
Okay. All right.
I'll wait. Jackass. I'll wait. Now, if you don't want to talk physics and
No, I want to talk.
time and all that bullshit, then we can talk like bullshit, man. If you can't explain a lunar eclipse, then you can't talk to me about that dumb shit.
Okay. So you want to understand how it? So you're not sold.
No, not factor, just your opinion.
Right.
How a lunar eclipse works on your model.
Okay. So like you're not. So,
like the hands of a clock.
Why don't you just tell him how it doesn't apply to his theory?
Okay.
Right.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
No, I don't know.
Hey, let's let Mitty. Mitty's gonna do
Give me
this.
a chance to talk, Michael.
Yeah,
Michael.
Mitty's gonna do this. Let Mitty do this.
Since you have no idea what a lunar eclipse is?
You're just talking. Like I can't even talk.
Give me a minute. It's my first time on mic.
But you're not letting me talk, bro.
Okay, I'll wait. I'll give you
He got you. That's why.
Let me know whenever
Got
you're ready
you.
to explain it.
Right. Hey, can you explain how a lunar eclipse works on flat Earth?
Hey, everybody, let Mitty do this. Hey, everybody in here, let Mitty do this. Let him do
I
it.
can't do this because you guys are talking and he's talking and I'm.
I know. That's what I'm saying. Everybody shut the fuck up and let Mitty do it. Go ahead.
All right.
Overwhelmed. Yeah, I'm waiting on your answer though.
All right. Wait. So what's the question? Lunar eclipses?
Any kind of way you can explain it on your flat Earth. It could be just opinion or like a dream or something. Just
Okay. All right. Okay. So I'm living on this Earth where there's no curvature. There's no provable curvature. And hold on. You're not letting me speak. I don't like this.
This is not the Earth.
I'm on this Earth right now, right? And we measured it, and we actually can't find a curve. Dude, you're not letting me talk. I can't do this.
Wait, I'm sorry. I'm a little excited.
Okay.
This is my first time on mic.
Okay. We see lunar eclipses happening, and we know that there's no curvature on Earth, so it's happening on a flat Earth. That's all I can say, man. I can't explain it. Maybe someone right here can explain it. Does anybody want to chime in?
Can I ask you one more question?
Yeah.
Okay, well, if you're trying to explain it on a flat Earth or round or any kind of Earth,
right?
How does a lunar eclipse work in your eyes?
Hey, can I give an opinion on that?
Oh, wait. No, you can't because Michael Jordan's not going to be able to hear you.
Okay, no. Hold up. I could put my speakers on. Hold on a second, Michael. Wait. Hold on. Let me ask you a question, Michael.
I'm waiting.
Michael, let me ask you a question. Do you know how to use Discord?
I did have it, but I deleted it because people bullshitted me so much.
All right, because I'm like.
That's because you're a fucking bullshitter, Michael.
Look, man.
We can tell.
Okay.
Anyway. I don't know.
No. I'm not dodging a question. I'm being honest with you.
Let's pretend the Earth is a fucking water
It's really simple, but you got to be quiet for a minute.
Yeah. He asked for an opinion. He won't let anybody tell.
Let's pretend Earth is a penis.
Let's pretend the Earth might be a tit. It might be three tits. Earth might be three tits.
No. Hold on. Wait. Michael, chill out. You're screaming at me. No. Whoa. You're fucking screaming at me. I'm about to hang it up on you. Bro. You're fucking screaming in my ear.
But how does it work?
Bro, okay, so that's it? So if I were to prove to you right now, yo, motherfucker, you're screaming at me, I'm about to hang up on you. Listen.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay, so if I could explain to you how it works on a flat Earth, so you're going to be a flat Earther, you're on board, you're going to sign up with us, and you'll be a flat Earther with us? Is that the deal?
No.
Okay, so then just chill. Yo, chill. Because you're screaming in my ear. Look, there are people that can explain this shit to you, man. And I can't explain it to you. I'm not going to bullshit you like you're bullshitting me. So if you want to talk to people, stop fucking Yo, bro, I'm about to hang up.
Dude, he's still talking. Yeah, I mean,
I can't do
he's
this.
A fucking bullshit.
Look, man.
He does the same shit in chat. So I mean, how the fuck would we deal with somebody like that?
You're not.
Oh, no, he'll wait, man. He'll wait.
You're not like, oh my God, you're not listening. Who cares about winning, dude? You're not even letting me speak. Look, man, I can't explain
It's not about
it to you.
winning. It's just about having a fucking conversation.
All this stuff to you, man, but like.
That's why you're a flat Earther.
All right, no, I'm a flat Earther because the globe has not been proven.
And we're flat Earthers because the fucking Earth is, as a flat plane.
Explain why there's no curvature. Explain why we're doing laser tests over water and we're not finding curvature. Do you want to explain that, bro? Go ahead. I'm putting you on speakerphone. Yeah, explain why there's a No. Explain where there's a lack of curvature. I'm asking you a simple question because you're screaming in my ear. I can't take this shit. Explain the lack of curvature on Earth right now. Boom, you're on speakerphone. Explain it.
Yeah, sure. What's your question?
Why is there no curvature on Earth, sir?
I was trying to explain that to you. If you ever watched a
Go ahead.
Eclipse,
No. But the Earth. I'm not talking about the sky. You're talking about the sky, bro. You have no idea.
Because
Go ahead.
Eclipse is the Earth's shadow, bro.
Oh my God. Okay, so then why is the Earth's surface? Why are we not measuring curvature on the surface of the Earth? And you're talking about the sky, and I'm talking about the motherfucking Earth that we're standing on right now. And you're talking about the sky. You've only been talking about lunar eclipse the whole time. You went to pop sci. You went to #1 on the proofs for a globe. Bro, I'm about to hang up on you. This is not real. You're not a real glober. Bro, do your research. Do research globe Earth.
I think we got. I think
research globe Earth, bro. Peace, man. I'll catch you later, bro. I gotta go.
Yeah. Well, let's talk about
research globe Earth. I'll catch you later, Mike. I got you, man. I gotta go though. All right, Mike. I got you. I'm gonna save you on my phone. I'll call you back. Like this, I can't do this, man. All right, man. Then I won't talk to you later. But I can't do this right now, bro. I'm like too high for this shit. I'll catch you later, bro.
Have a good weekend, Mike.
Yeah.
Hey, look for that curve. Look for that curve, man. You know, it's there. It's there somewhere.
You know, those chats and everything. I'll see you. I'll talk to you. I'm not doing this right now. I think he hung up. He hung up on me. That was retarded. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry you had to hear all that.
That was excellent. I mean, I do the same shit. It was just like
that
listen,
was like
dude, he couldn't
the
even
Globers
fucking
on red pill philosophy.
What was that? What did you say?
I said that was like those Globers on red pill philosophy.
Right.
They were so triggered they couldn't even shut themselves up, you know, to even answer a single question.
It's what I've heard from Mike is Michael MJ guy is that it depends on the story. Like if you have a better story with explanations, then you win.
Explanations aren't proof. And I was on
but still.
I know, but I was on that fucking non sequitur show tonight, and I don't desire to talk to anybody on there. They have 600 people watching, but they're talking about well, this mathematical equation explains this, and it was like, well, explanations aren't proof, and they don't even know what the fuck to do with that. You know,
they have the results, and then they come up with some math to predict the
math,
results.
Math isn't proof either. It's a number to explain because explanations aren't proof.
Quantitative. It's a quantitative method.
It's quantitative. You know, you call it
quantitative.
They know when it's going to happen, and then they just throw in some math in there.
And they'll call us dumb because we haven't been to university and all that stuff. You know, that's fine. Okay. You know, they can think whatever the fuck they want to think about me, but guess what? I have a group of friends here that aren't fucking dumb, and we're telling you that you're believing nonsense.
Or smart.
Yeah, well, we're book smart and math smart and fucking we can use common sense and logic, and we do it all the time, and you guys are just believing fucking bullshit. These fucking rockets flying into space, and you think that the Earth is something that it's not. Don't get me fucking started, man. It's fucking nonsense, man.
I can make a mean drink while reading a book.
Dude,
I for serious have an opinion on that, and I'd like to talk to you guys.
Go for it, McRazzle. To be honest, you got the floor. Go ahead.
Well, okay, so like let's think of it from the Glober's point of view. Obviously, like the sun and the moon appear to be the same size because, you know, one's 400 times bigger than the other, yet it's 400 times like further away than the other. But if you're looking at a flat plane and like for what I know about the sun and the moon, I know that the sun has hot light and the moon has cold light, so they kind of cancel each other out. And if you're looking at a lunar eclipse from like the globe point of view, it's not going to be, you can only see it from one portion of the globe. It's going to be a shadow on the moon, so you wouldn't be able to see portions of the moon without a shadow on it from other places in the world. But if you have two bodies that travel over a flat plane that are of the same size, eventually they're going to interact with each other. And like from the side, like say if one's in front of the other, it's going to cast a shadow in the direction of
wherever it's in line with. But then you'd be able to see it unabated and shadowed from the side, right? But as I said, from the globe position, you wouldn't be able to see the moon at any point on the Earth if the sun was casting a shadow on the moon. Am I right? Am I stupid for thinking that?
And during the totality of a lunar eclipse, it's only totality in certain areas.
Yeah, which doesn't make sense if
what we observe.
It's a shadow. Yeah,
exactly.
But my point is if they're both the same size and they're traveling over a flat plane.
Shut up! I could have covered it for him too. Yeah.
Yeah. No, but that's my opinion on it. I might not be right, but I mean it makes sense when you think about it that way, right?
Yeah, they both interact in a corkscrew, rising and falling in elevation. Sometimes one blocks the other, and then vice versa.
Yeah, there you go.
It's real simple. And let me point out, neither one of these, on neither model, can the eclipses and how we think they work be proven by the experimental scientific process. None of this is verified.
Exactly right. So it's all just
not lacking anything.
Well, and TBH. I'm just playing. You know what TBH means, right?
Oh, yeah. OMG.
TBH.
OMG.
OMG.
Oh
TBH. What happens in these, what they claim is these eclipses that happen, they have psychoanalyzed backwards. They've kind of backwards masking, anyway, they've reversed analyzed the same situations have been happening for hundreds of years, and then built it around the ball, and they faked everyone out. I mean, you can believe it if you want to, but obviously the Earth is not what they told us it is. So you guys can believe it if you're sitting here defending, the ball Earth. Just like, well, why do we see this here? And you can throw a bunch of math at it, with their, well, Pythagorean this.
Yeah, let me point out
Pythagorean geometry actually fucking works. It works on the side of the fucking flat Earth. You guys, the fucking Pythagoras defines the flat Earth. I don't even fucking know where these guys are fucking coming from because they're so stupid, man. The Pythagoras define the flat Earth. I don't even fucking get it, man. It's crazy.
Yeah, but in order to know all of Pythagoras's knowledge, you had to become a part of the Pythagoras Society, and you had to take like a 5-year vow of silence. And he didn't tell everybody all the information that he knew. He gave the general public some bullshit. So anything that you learned that Pythagoras taught wasn't what he truly believed.
That's not.
Well, and that's not just him. A lot of these ancient, what they call mathematics, or which a lot of the math is spell casting. They utilize them as spells cast upon the public, and because letters are connected to numbers, so people are easily manipulated through numbers and letters, which it's a spell cast upon society. So I mean, it's like it's just wash it, it's like a whitewash.
Yeah,
this is the truth, y'all. This is
math equals causation, quantitative correlation equals causation. They stay away from cause and effect at all costs.
All I'm saying is if you gave flat earthers that $19.9 million a year that went to NASA, we'd actually get some shit done and prove some stuff.
Well, that's never going to happen, but we don't need the
know
money.
What's on the bottom of the ocean.
We're as far as what we're trying to do now, and they'll make fun of us because, hey, you're just some guy. You haven't been through university and all that kind of shit, but that's not. It's not that. It's like just because I don't have a fucking degree in fucking astrophysics doesn't mean that I know what they're trying to, what the bullshit they're trying to sell me. That's not
All right, true. Like I can't prove or tell you exactly what that is, but I can tell you for a fucking fact that what you say is wrong.
Math. Well, like when you talk about math, counting stuff, right? Like you can count on your fingers, you can count on your toes, but once you run out, you don't have, you can't look at 10 fingers and 10 toes and say, all right, that's how many of those things are. You got to start creating symbols to represent these numbers, especially if you can't fathom it in your head. Like, do you know what a million people looks like? Not really, but you've got this symbol, this number. So I know, right? But once you start counting, like the idea of counting, like once you say, I'm going to count something, then you've also brought infinity into that system of counting, because once you say, I'm going to count something, then automatically the idea of infinity exists because you can count to infinity. But does it really exist? So, the system of counting is just symbols that represent how many things are, right? And that's where this whole physics thing comes from. We count stuff, we measure things and count how, and then this idea of time, that you can measure time, I think is crazy, because it's only based on the experience, that you're having. That's all time is, right? Like counting. Like,
oh yeah,
the idea of counting.
Like take two watches that are exactly the same, put one in an elevator and shoot it up, and then keep one at the bottom. Like they're going to be different at the end of the at the end of the trek.
Where the fuck is Ron? Did Ron just piss out on us, man? Where the fuck is Ron?
He went to bed, man.
Oh shit! All right, well, let's continue the show.
Yeah. Shout out to Ron.
Shout out to Ron Checkerson. We love you, brother. I'll give you the devil horns right here. I'll give you the 666 and the devil horns. I love you, Ron. That's my buddy. He's my partner. Where the fuck did he go? Where the fuck is Ron? Anyway, continue, guys. I love all you guys, man. I appreciate you guys.
I appreciate you, Helio.
Dude, man, you guys make this happen. I mean, whatever.
Right now, I'm appreciating my Zantac. I mean,
I just want to say this guy.
That's what makes you not have heartburn, right? What did you eat? What did you eat that makes you that you needed Zantac?
3 meat venison chili.
I know.
It was fucking good though, man. I couldn't help it.
Yeah, that mixed with the rum and coke doesn't help, bud.
Yeah, that don't help, does it?
Dude, I had some stomach problems earlier, and I've been taking Prilosec. I mean, I take Prilosec every day for my stomach. It's the only medical product I take, but it's over the shelf. I never go to the doctor for checkups or anything, for diagnoses or anything like that. I never go to a medical doctor, but I do take Prilosec every day for heartburn. For it's acid. What's it called?
Reflux. Acid reflux.
Well, it's acid reflux, but what's the technical name? It's
indigestion.
Well, I mean, I'm not saying that I don't treat my body very well, but at the same time, what's crazy is my diet is similar to people that I'm around, but they spend hundreds of dollars going. What is that background noise? Who is that?
Shit, that's me.
Okay. Well, anyway, I spend hundreds of dollars going to doctors all the time when we go on trips, and I'll be like, hey, all I have is a little bottle of freaking Prilosec. Take one pill in the morning when I get up. Boom, and I can eat whatever the rest of the. If I don't take it, dude, I'm talking. I can't eat a fucking thing, man.
Bro, you ever try just a cap full of vinegar with that? Because when you take a cap full of vinegar, it convinces your stomach that it's produced too much acid and slows it down.
The answer
that
is
works for me.
But guess who didn't tell me that might or might not work? A doctor.
Well, obviously.
Well, if I go to the doctor, guess what he's going to tell me? Hey, your blood pressure is a little high, and so I'm going to, I'm going to give you this pill that might bring your blood pressure down a little bit. Because guess what? I can diagnose.
He just want to sell you some scripts. That's why.
No, not to say that doctor in particular has any, motive or anything. Which, I mean, he makes a lot more money than I do. But, I mean, he's only going to see me for a few minutes. And his nurse is going to test my blood pressure. And he's going to be like, well, your blood pressure is a little high. Why don't you take this pill? It's going to be okay. Come back, in a couple months and we'll see see if the pill's working. For you. We'll see if the pill's working. And if it's not working, then you in the meantime you might call the doctor and say, dude, this pill's starting to make me feel like shit. And he'll be like, well, just keep taking it, and next time you see me, we'll try another prescription and see if that pill works better for you.
I'm surprised it was like, oh, it's making you feel like.
Well, I
shit.
don't go to the doctor. I mean, this is what happens to my family. I don't go. They're fucking demons, in my opinion. They're fucking liars and demons. I fucking hate fucking allopathic medicine. My family goes to those motherfuckers, and this is what they do to them. They're liars. I never go to them.
Yeah, I tell you, the only time I go to a doctor is if I can't stitch it up myself.
Dude, I fucking hate that shit. It's like what I'm saying. I was kind of building it up when I go on a trip with like my brother and my family and shit. They have a whole box full of their medicine that they're carrying around. I'm 46 years old and I don't have any medicine except for this. I take I take heartburn medicine every day. It's the only fucking medicine I ever take. I mean, because I get heartburn because I eat bullshit. I mean, I'll say I eat bacon and meat and shit. I mean, vegans can get pissed off at me or whatever. But yeah, I never go to the doctor to get diagnosed by those fucking assholes because they're just like fucking cash hounds. It's fucking crazy. So
yeah, I mean,
anyway,
they're given incentives by the pharmaceutical companies, man, and that's why here in Arkansas. They struck down Article 16 and let 17 go through because they knew
they
anybody
passed the
who wanted to
marijuana
vote
bill
for 16.
2 years ago. The medical marijuana thing, they passed it 2 years ago.
Yeah,
but they couldn't figure out how to fucking, make enough money off of it, and they're finally starting to figure it out because it's all about the fucking money.
Article 16 was about letting people grow their own shit and letting it be in control of the hands of the people, but 17 put it in the hands of the pharmaceutical companies. That's why they struck down Article 16. That's why a whole bunch of people I knew didn't go and vote. And I'm like, okay, if that's the only thing you're fucking caring about, then obviously
it's like how many of your family members go to the doctor on a regular basis to get a checkup?
Yeah, none of mine, because we're all on the same page.
Okay, cool. Because I never go to, I don't have a general practitioner means. You don't have to know what, I don't even have to say practitioner. That means they're practicing medicine on you. Practicing medicine on you.
Practice makes perfect.
Is it perfect?
Yeah, the implication being they ain't got it down yet. They don't got it down yet. They need practice.
If you're okay, I'm not saying that some people don't need doctors. They're like, if there's something very desperately wrong with their physical body. But what happens with a lot of people, they're like, I need a general practitioner, which general means just like quote unquote an official person that can diagnose my situation here as if there's something maybe wrong with me or maybe not. They can tell me that I'm cool and I'm not cool,
I need a general perfectionist.
Well, how is it related to law? You know, do people practice law?
No, this law, it doesn't
Yeah, they
relate to
do.
law. This doesn't relate to law. This is like people.
There's a principle that relates. Like, there's a reason why they call it practicing, right? Like,
well, this relates to just I'm talking about psychological things. I'm talking as far as people's health goes. They think that a doctor who has a PhD knows better how to, to diagnose their health when they go to their general practitioner. Which, I mean, that's a ridiculous concept in the first place.
It's exactly the same thing as law. It's also psychological in that it's using fear, right? Like, you shouldn't, like this thing about justice, right? This thing about health. This is the proper way to do this. This is the proper way to do that. Like, and you have to come to these people to do it properly because they practice.
Let me tell you this: have you ever had a general practitioner? I have, but it was a long time ago, and the man was a really honest man, good guy. And when I had some pains, he gave me some fucking shots, some fucking cortisone shots. When I had some pain, took the swelling down, boom. But he didn't try to say, hey, your blood pressure's high, I'm gonna put you on fucking insulin shots indefinitely or whatever, all that kind of shit, whatever. But as far as that goes, I mean, it's different now. I think. What is a general practitioner? I mean, that term.
Well, they're not specialized. They have a general knowledge of everything instead of being specialized.
Your general practitioner will actually say, there's something going on here, so I'm going to send you to a specialist.
Exactly.
But that specialist,
in the meantime, you're like,
practice.
I think I'm okay, but. Dude, I'm in fear now. It's like maybe there's something wrong with me. I feel okay, but they saw a little spot on my lungs when they did their fucking CRT. Holy shit! I don't fucking. If I die in the next 10 years, everybody will say, "Oh, it's because he didn't go to the doctor." The doctors would have saved his ass. Well, fuck all you.
That's not true. I know a lot of people who lived fairly healthy lives, and they go to the doctor. Doctor says there's something wrong with them. They get something replaced or have something done, and then they all their systems start failing because your body fails.
They're trying to find cancer. They're just like, oh fuck.
Yeah.
And then you're like $300,000. Well, we could probably treat that, but more than likely your insurance is fucked, and you can't even afford how to fix yourself. It's like, yeah, I can just fucking leave you alone. Fuck you, you're cool, fuck you.
Another half-baked reference. What?
Fuck yeah. Fuck all of them, man. Fuck the medical system, man. They're not that they're not helping people, but they're all fucking brainwashed, man. It's not a place to go to get help. For ultimately, at the end, for the end game, it's a short-term help. Go ahead, Bong. I'm sorry, bro.
I mean, there's a few things to consider. For me, if I was an elite person, if I was some guy who was really, like, if I was a billionaire, millionaire, I would want to make sure that my workers are healthy. Because of the idea that healthy, happy workers are productive workers. So it's important to keep your equipment, your tools, and your resources, you know what I mean, in optimum, in good working condition. So,
but
it's not like taking care. It's not like
those
offering
tools. They're for financial. Well, I mean, the people that work there, the nurses, the doctors, I feel like they're genuine in their intentions.
Well, yeah, sure, they're genuine, but they're not being led down the
But
same
they're getting a lot of money. They're paid a lot more money than we are for. I mean, I'm a cabinet builder. I make $15 an hour, and I do whatever I fucking do, and I can make a lot more money, and I have, but I have different motives here, for whatever I do here. But like a nurse that makes $28 an hour, that knows that the fucking doctors are killing them with these fucking cancer poisons, poisonous shit. But they don't even know. They don't even know what we know about these alternative medicines. You can't even introduce alternative medicines in the allopathic system. It's just like the only, like, if someone's diagnosed or even has a spot on their lung or breast, yeah, they're just like, fuck yeah. Fucking, we got a spot. We got a spot. All right.
I was gonna say
we're gonna hey, come back next week. Boom. They freaking revel in that shit. You got a spot. Come. We're gonna schedule you for this doctor next week. Dude, they revel in it. They fucking thirst for that shit.
It creates new industries as well, which is another good thing. But when you think about it, if you want to control people, right, you have to involve yourself in, like, their health, what they eat. And if you can,
well, they call it health, but
yourself,
it's the absence of health. It's not health.
Right, but
they call it health, but it's hell. Right, it's hell, exactly. Not health. It's hell.
I mean, by looking into the things, by being involved with what you eat, the medicines you put in your body, they are directly in control of your health in that way. But it's also a good thing to keep your workers healthy. And your mind.
When drugs are involved.
Healthy? What does that mean? Right. Healthy? I mean,
if it's profitable to keep certain workers healthy in certain places of business, then you would offer a really good healthcare plan / all these to look after them, right? But you're really looking after your investment.
I understand. I mean, that works. That works the same way for a lot of corporations. I understand that, but as far as the medical industry goes, that's direct personal communication with people that doctors and nurses are directly interacting with. When they say, "Hey, you went through this machine and it said we gave you this diagnosis of a certain disease or whatever, and how about you try out this drug? Hey, come back in a couple of months, tell me if it's working for you." And then sometimes you'll come back and say, "Doc, man, this fucking drug is making me feel like shit." Hey, well, you know what? In between time, that doc had another pharmaceutical rep come to the office and give him a new, "Hey, try this one out. Come back into me in a couple of months. Because, man, I'm fucking busy." Meanwhile, that motherfucker's living high on the hog in a fucking mansion. But you guys don't fucking realize what I'm talking about, man. You guys are fucking... I do. I mean, I hope you do, because if you don't realize that this is why I will avoid all hospitals, all fucking doctors' clinics. I will fucking avoid them because they're fucking poison.
The doctors that rich people go to and the doctors that us go to are the same people? No, they're not. That's why they have all those alternative treatments in Hollywood and shit like that, because they know what they do to us is not what actually makes you healthy.
Well, I mean, how can they sleep at night knowing that they're doing this to people? I mean,
well, no, those sleeping pills. Don't know. They're just doing exactly.
No, I think some of them know, McBraز. I think some of them know. They're doing it to people.
Ambien.
But there's a lot of fucking scumbags out there. There's no doubt about that.
Dude, they're making hundreds of thousands of dollars on this shit. It's like, well, we'll try this. We'll do this test on you. And then, and they have some fucking pretty fucking freaking pharmaceutical rep comes in. It's like, "Hey, man, why don't you try it?" And it's like, "Well, try this one in a couple weeks. Give me a call. See if this is going to work for you." It's like, "Oh, fuck, doc, man, I got night sweats when I was taking this. And this feels like shit." It's like, mother... I just don't. I never go to the doctor, so I don't have that problem. But I know people that do. I mean, my family members. I actually live with one, and and I'm directly connected with everybody else. I mean, I'm the only person that doesn't go to the doctor that, like, directly. I'm the only person that doesn't go to any doctors, and they're all on drugs. And I'm on, I'm on alcohol. Obviously, I drink alcohol. You guys all know this. I mean, and it's not like I'm hiding it. I drink a lot of alcohol, but I don't take any drug out. I don't take any pharmaceutical drugs. I don't go to the doctor. I'm not prescribed anything. I'm 46 years old. I never touch any drugs. I don't go to hospitals. I don't have a general practitioner. I don't trust any of those motherfuckers. I'm 46 years old and I'm fairly healthy, even though I'm an addict. I drink a lot of alcohol, and all you guys know that. So it's not, but I'm telling you, they're fucking you, man. They're fucking lying, and they're fucking you. They're making shitloads of money off of your fucking bullshit.
Not every one of them is lying to you, but yes, a lot of them are scumbags. But I'll tell you this right now: if you told me that you would give me hundreds of $1,000s a year, as long as I would be willing to go and fuck people over, I would tell you to go fuck yourself.
Well, it's not necessarily about that person. I would say these doctors are actually helping people, but the people are ignorant. They don't know. Like a lot of times when a mother goes to a doctor and she's diabetic, and so it's like her medicine's not working right, and I was like, does he tell you to change your diet? She's like, no, he just said, try this drug, then call me back. That's not gonna fucking help you. It's like the reason you're diabetic is because you don't eat right. And I have a strong constitution.
To the fact that people won't listen to them because they won't change their ways, no matter what.
I have a strong constitution. I don't have diabetes. I may have diabetes, but I don't go to the doctor to let them diagnose me with it. I may have what they call type 2 diabetes. I may or may not have it. And if I die one day, you guys, can be like, lament me, whatever.
And if I die before I wake.
If I die before I wake, whatever. But I'm never going to have a general practitioner. I'm not going to let them practice medicine on me. I'll never do that. That's fucking retarded.
Yeah, believe it or not, I place a lot more faith in like Eastern medicines than I do in the Western drug culture.
I believe it.
Of course,
what is the Eastern? Well, I mean,
look at big
Eastern medicine would be like, you go to the doctor, you have a general practice, you take your kids to an Eastern medical practitioner, which just think about the word practitioner. They're going to practice medicine on your child. That's fucked. I mean, I can't even go beyond that. I mean, what the hell am I supposed to do with it? They're going to practice medicine on your child.
And these are the same people who are going to advocate your kid gets like 72 fucking vaccinations.
No, what the fuck are we supposed to do with that, man?
Well, I don't know about that, what we're supposed to do, but I will say that I do know that of all industrial and post-industrial nations, America has the highest infant mortality rate due to fucking vaccines.
Yeah, you would think America, it's magic.
Yo, this motherfucker is putting his address in the chat. Wait, bro, chill, man. Do you know where 4301 West 28th is in Little Rock, Arkansas? You guys familiar with that place?
No.
Google knows.
Somebody think they know where I'm at. I'm not even in Little Rock. Is somebody think they're gonna
address the county jail?
Somebody think they're fucking exposing me? I'm not even in Little Rock anymore.
No. That's where Michael Jordan is at. The guy that I called before.
Like 3 hours away from here.
Well, it's a shelter.
If I was still down there, I'd fucking meet him face to face and I'll punch his fucking ass out.
Yo, play him 1-on-1 in basketball.
Dude, no, I'll he would never meet me face to face. I used to live in Little Rock, dude, I'm telling you,
He
man,
talks a big game,
I'm
bro.
fucking hardcore, man. I used to live in the fucking ghetto right there in Little Rock,
I'm downloading
and
that
these
video
motherfuckers
again
don't want to fuck
tonight.
with me, man. If you think Little Rock is bullshit, give me a fucking, just try me, motherfucker. If you want, come over to my motherfucking, I'll give you my fucking address, but I'm not gonna do it here on the live stream. But fucking
You
Little
ready?
Rock. You think
You ready?
Little Rock? I mean, dude, Little
Don't
Rock.
do it.
Dude, you just fucking whatever you think Little Rock is. I'll fucking go down to Little Rock and kick your fucking.
It's
teeth,
Arkansas.
fucking
Don't forget your
punk
toothpick.
bitch. You fucking assholes, man.
All right.
Fucking
Anyways,
bullshit.
yeah.
Times
Whatever.
like this, I regret telling Helio I'll take him
Real
anywhere he needs.
real nigga shit.
Dude, you think I ain't hardcore, man? I used to live in the fucking ghetto in North Little Rock, Arkansas, man. I used to fucking live there.
Helio
And
gangsta, man.
I'll fucking kicks people's ass, man. I mean, I don't
God
fucking
damn,
give
it
a
feels
shit.
good to be a gangster.
I was just thinking the same motherfucking thing, Michael.
Dude, I mean, when you grow up in like downtown Little Rock, Arkansas, man, you don't fucking play, man. That shit fucks you, man. It like really just puts you where you're at. I mean, that probably goes for Chicago, certain like gangster cities and shit. I mean,
No, man, I went to school in Gulfport,
Little Rock will
Florida,
change your
which
ass,
is a
man.
ghetto where
You
people
don't
didn't know
fuck
what
with
the
me,
fucking
man.
moon was.
Ride or die.
Little Rock can fucking change your ass. And I'm just,
How do you want it,
so,
baby?
Yeah, so you can talk all the shit you want, but get your fucking ass up here. I mean, I'll put my fucking address right here in the live stream. Now I'm not gonna do it, but if this punk fucking
Rep
thinks
your
he's gonna
city.
come
I know
over
you
and
would.
say
I'll
something,
give him bus
I'll
fare.
fucking bust his ass out, and we'll
Be a-
never see
be
him
a-
again. I don't give a fuck. What do you think?
Nah, don't do it, man. Come on, just let him slide.
No, and people in
It's
Arkansas
not even
know
hard to
not
find
go
my
up to
address.
other
My
people's
name's out there.
houses
My
'cause
name's
we're all
Dennis
armed.
Cash. My name's Dennis
What you see is just illusions. What you see is just illusions. What you see is just illusions. What you see is just illusions.
Take a look around you, what you see is just illusions. Everything goes in circles, but there's no revolutions. They create the problems, then they offer the solutions. We're nothing but going to them, they treat us like subhumans. Take a look around you, what you see is just illusions. Everything goes in circles, but there's no revolutions. They create the problems, then they offer the solutions. We're nothing but goyim to them, they treat us like subhumans. Repeat after me, I am not free. They're lying to you, they're lying to me. What are they hiding? I'm dying to see. Why is it God that they're trying to be? The acquisition of wealth and power is what they know. They've always been among us, they own us, they run the show. When it comes to making a difference, we ain't moving. Freedom is a fallacy, you're just a free-range human. From the crib to the grave, you live as a slave, and that's just a matter of fact. If you wanna see change, forget all the games, we're gonna just have to attack. This is our world and we're snatching it back. If you don't want it, move off to the side. Not for the cowardly, not for the weak, only the strong come along for the ride. Won't be so simple, I'm not gonna lie, but that doesn't mean that I'm not gonna try. With everything that they're doing to all of us, maybe tomorrow we're all gonna die. Either way, they kill us slowly, dumb us down and make us dopey. Everything you see is fake and all the news you get is phony. It's time we show the people how the elite are so deceitful. It's time we rise up high up enough to expose this evil. Take a look around you, what you see is just illusions. Everything goes in circles, but there's no revolutions. They create the problems, then they offer the solutions. We're nothing but goyim to them, they treat us like subhumans. Take a look around you, what you see is just illusions. Everything goes in circles, but there's no revolutions. They create the problems, then they offer the solutions. We're nothing but goyim to them, they treat us like subhumans.
What you see is just illusions. What you see is just illusions. What you see is just illusions. What you see is just illusions.
ODB TV, truth of vision, the one and only. They hate the fact that I'm nosy, but I say fuck it, blow me. I'm a researcher, a real truth seeker. This is my classroom, fool, I'm a school teacher. Prepare to be blown away, everything you know gets thrown away. Take your mind to a whole nother level, put the pedal to the metal with no delay. How much worse must it get before we do something about it? For we are many, they are few, man, we got them surrounded. It's time we think outside the cage where our brains have been placed. The true history of the world has been changed and erased. It's 1984, these things are so Orwellian. Big brother, motherfucker, super totalitarian. Your thoughts being suggested, your speech being suppressed, always being corrected, freedom being oppressed, always under surveillance, in a state of unrest. And if you protest it, they put your ass under arrest. Take a look around you, what you see is just illusions. Everything goes in circles, but there's no revolutions. They create the problems, then they offer the solutions. We're nothing but goyim to them, they treat us like subhumans. Take a look around you, what you see is just illusions. Everything goes in circles, but there's no revolutions. They create the problems, then they offer the solutions. We're nothing but goyim to them, they treat us like subhumans.
What you see is just illusions. What you see is just illusions. What you see is just illusions. What you see is just illusions.
is a mirage. A lie is a lie, and it don't matter how many dumb sheeple believe it. And the truth is the truth, hiding right out in plain sight, and still people don't see it. Man, this shit got me heated, and I won't stop till the elite are being defeated. They keep us deceived about everything that we think, and they keep it a secret. What we're taught is not conducive with reality. Big bang, evolution, and there's gravity. I tell the truth, and then these motherfuckers laugh at me, telling me the earth is photoshopped because it has to be. Most people accept the deception happily, but what they're doing to us all is a tragedy. God created the heavens and the earth in a verse, but we're living in a Freemasonic galaxy. They say we're monkeys on a ball flying through outer space, but there's no proof. It seems to have vanished without a trace. NASA and other agencies falling down from grace. You can take that bullshit pseudoscience and get out my face. I'm the antisocial type. You're a government prototype. That's why you make it a point to tell me that I'm crazy every time you're angry, cause you know I'm right. I'm standing outside the house of cards about to watch it fall. No more living on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball. It is photoshopped, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage. They say that we went to the moon 6 times, but pure BS is the way that smelled. Now they're telling us that we can't even leave the planet because of the Van Allen radiation belt. Yeah, okay, sure. NASA, what you lying for? You lying now, you lied before. I can't take this anymore. The only thing they took to space was your imagination. Fake aliens are coming, now they have you waiting. We need to do something about it, no procrastination. Trying to cause the masses to awaken, that's the path I've taken. But you can see if you check all the percentages. So many people having cognitive dissonance. But that's what happens at the loss of your innocence. Then you get involved with all of this wickedness. They try to do all the humans this way. So are they just idiots? Who is to say? Conditioned by the television, it makes your decisions, opinions, and you just obey. Stuck in the material domain of Satan, where everything in each and every day is pagan. Mandela effect, cause the game is changing. People waking up and now the cage is shaking. The earth is flat, and that is a universal fact. If it isn't that, then tell me where the fuck the curve is at. They tell us that we can't see it because we're all too small. And now we're spinning on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison for your mind. We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that.
to defeat the day. I know that I can control it, so it doesn't have to be this way.
I'm really sick of living, stuck and trapped in the system. You're just a brick in the wall, and I got my back up against it. I represent the resistance, they want me back up in prison. But I'm the master of my path, and I won't slack on my mission. You're lacking the vision, so I'm just gonna cut to the chase. They hide the truth in plain view, right in front of your face. I used to think the world was normal, but that wasn't the case. We're just some goyim on a hamster wheel, running in place. Turn up the bass, I grab the microphone, and all I do is rock it. This little light of mine, I let it shine, and you can't stop it. But there's nothing these corporations just won't do for profit. This fake ass world that we live in is sick, it's truly toxic. If you don't see it that way, okay, then keep talking. Don't bump into that wall while you're sleepwalking. The alarm is going off, I hear it beep often. I'm at the double doors of truth, I'm gonna keep knocking.
I just want to live and dream, but nothing is as what it seems. And baby, it's making me crazy. I just want to fight and scream. There's nothing left for me to say. Feel shot to defeat the day. I know that I can control it, so it doesn't have to be this way.
I refuse to just go quietly into the night. There's forces of darkness at work and they're restricting the light. I'm so fed up with the lies they tell us this isn't right. It's ODD TV, you best believe I'll get up and fight. This is my plight, I'll never let you cowards get the best of me. Took the red pill, now it's time to fulfill my destiny. Living like I'm Neo, dipping from my P.O. Tripping on me cause I am the one and he's a zero. Hot like a jalapeno, bringing heat that you just can't avoid. I call out bullshit and lies, they call me paranoid. People are just foolish, full of hate, they get angry. Point out the truth about reality, they label you crazy. Just a glitch in the system, you're a critical thinker. And no, they don't want that. Fuck them, give them the finger. I do it every single day with each and everything I say. I'm not living like a victim, it doesn't have to be this way.
I just wanna live and dream, but nothing is as what it seems. And baby, it's making me crazy. I just wanna fight and scream. There's nothing left for me to say. Here's shot to defeat the day. I know that I can control it, so it doesn't have to be this way. It doesn't have to be this way.
Ladies and gentlemen, the very word secrecy is repugnant in a free and open society. And we are, as a people, inherently and historically opposed to secret societies, to secret oaths, and to secret proceedings.
In America, they watch you and they track your every move. They're even putting poison in your food. In America, the people are too blind to see the truth. But it's too late and there's nothing we can do. In America, just watch your favorite show and watch the news, so they can pre-program you with your views. In America, get a job, obey the law, support the troops, and just kick back, cause there's nothing we can do. This is the divided states of Illuminati land. People stumbling all over the place like zombies, man. Just like the Walking Dead, they got this country zombified. All your water's fluoridated, all your food is modified. You are what you eat, so I guess that means that you're a GMO. And you don't even know, but you're too blind to see it though. You have to be asleep to have the American dream. Just how they need it, cause your freedom was never a thing. The best kind of slaves are the slaves that don't know that they're slaves. Stuck in a daze and they behave how they're told to behave. Good little sheeple people, always happy, always gleeful. No revolting, no rebelling, no uprising, no upheaval. The ones that rule us wanna keep us all clueless and weak. It's not looking so good for humans, the future is bleak. You think you are unique, but really you're a replica, created by the false education that they gave you here. In America, they watch you and they track your every move. They're even putting poison in your food. In America, the people are too blind to see the truth. But it's too late, and there's nothing we can do. In America, just watch your favorite show and watch the news, so they can pre-program you with your views. In America, get a job, obey the law, support the troops, and just get back, cause there's nothing we can do.
In this present crisis, government is not the solution to our problem. Government is the problem.
We are conditioned every minute of every day, and being ignorant is just the American way. The national debt is a debt we can never repay, but if they say to pay your taxes, you better obey. Hypocritical kingdom of wicked criminals, using symbols and signals to fill your head with subliminals. When you watch TV, it's corroding your mind. When the 5G network goes online, there'll be nowhere to hide. Electromagnetic frequencies all around us so frequently. Nothing is what it seems to be. They deceive us so easily. No one even believe in me while they're meeting in secrecy. Have you seen the world recently? Never treating us decently. What happened to liberty and justice for all? Dictators free themselves, but we don't get nothing at all. I just want you to know the truth, so please don't shoot the messenger. It's a bitch, but this is how it is when you live. In America, they watch you and they track your every move. They're even putting poison in your food. In America, the people are too blind to see the truth, but it's too late and there's nothing we can do. In America, just watch your favorite show and watch the news, so they can pre-program you with your views. In America, get a job, obey the law, support the troops, and just kick back, cause there's nothing we can do.
Thought flat earth was only true in fairy tales, meant for someone else but not for me. The moon landing on TV, they really went, just trust me. They showed us what the earth looks like from space. Then I saw the globe. Now I'm a believer, and not a trace of doubt in my mind. I think it's real, but I'm a believer. I couldn't prove it if I tried. I thought globe Earth was more or less an obvious thing. The more I see, the less I understand. They couldn't be lying. There's too many involved. There is no way that this is fake. 'Cause I saw the globe. Now I'm a believer. Not a trace of doubt in my mind. I think it's real, but I'm a believer. I couldn't prove it if I tried. I think they're out to get me. That's the way it seems. Flat Earth has haunted all my dreams. Then I saw the globe. Now I'm a believer. Not a trace of doubt in my mind. I think it's real, but I'm a believer. I couldn't prove it if I tried. Then I saw the globe. Now I'm a believer. Not a trace of doubt in my mind. Yes, I saw the globe. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm a believer.
don't have time for a meeting of the flat earth.
Do you suppose it is beyond us to produce a dual system of astronomy? The stars can be near or distant according as we need them. Do you suppose our mathematicians are unequal to that? Have you forgotten double things?
Oceans are flat, no curve is displayed, and the globers go insane. I hear their voice on the line as their cocktails causes pain. Even in perfect weather, we cannot see forever. Wherever you go, whatever you do, I will be taking your globe from you. Whatever it takes, or how your heart breaks, I will be taking your globe from you. Globe Earth was planted in your mind, and it must be removed somehow. I hear your laughter and I taste your tears, so let me through right now. Oh, can't you see it, Glober? I will flat smack you sober. Wherever you go, whatever you do, I will be taking your globe from you. Whatever it takes, or how your heart breaks, I will be taking your globe from you. I wonder how you can survive this globe dance, but in the end, if I reach you, I'll take the chance. Even in perfect weather, we cannot see forever. Wherever you go, whatever you do, I will be taking your globe from you. Whatever it takes, or how your heart breaks, I will be taking your globe from you. tell you why. As you awaken from this global lie, despite what they have said, Earth is not a globe spinning, but instead they mind tricked you to steal your plane, as someone close to you programmed your brain. But why? So clear this is, improve your stance. Space is fake, we are contained, their scheme is over. The truth has just begun. There's a place up in the sky, a pathway for the moon and stars at night. No parallax view of them, we're only using real lies, and truth is shared. Earth's a place that doesn't turn, so face your fears, believe your ears, no motion do they find. I'm handing you this lovely world, promise me that you will seek this logic with devotion. I truly see your point of view. I'm gonna teach you how to prove. I still detect the global lies as I explain to you the lies that you do not see. If you're blind, I will help you see. You must deny the vicious lies you believe. What draws you here, my friend? Come listen now and let's fly to truth end. Giving advice for you to learn. Forsake the claims, let truth sustain your soul set free from lies. A heartfelt yearning to be had, lost in the illusion using real lies. You will despise all the global lies, but truly see your point of view. I'm gonna teach you how to prove. Still detect the global lies as I explain to you
Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method. In our field, it's by the seat of your pants. It's leaps of logic. It's guesswork.
You don't see the curvature of the earth. That stuff is flat.
Glowbusters taking over. Bye bye moon man and rover. NASA so mediocre. Sorry, but your ball is dead. But your ball is. Glowbusters taking over. Gotta ride this roller coaster. But the truth is getting closer. Sorry, but your ball is dead. But your ball is. Get the shovel for the space hubble. Piecing up the puzzle. Need to burst your bubble. Evil gonna crumble, yeah? Sit down and be humble. Got the ball, you better fumble. You'll get mad, cause at this fight involves your uncle.
And then they call me the liar. I mean, it's absolutely unbelievable the pathetic techniques that they have to use to prove their heliocentric model.
Bob's at the president, Jaren got the evidence. Eros laying Jesuits and Zach Sharkham is evident. That the earth electric and it's resonant. Your residence is heavens and I hope to settle in like some sediment. If we so wrong, why they lying to discredit it? That's not too intelligent. That's a guy, not an in court, but we ain't really in the settlement. It's time to awaken from the pseudoscience sedatives.
Glowbusters taking over. Bye bye moon man and rover. NASA so mediocre. Sorry, but your ball is dead. But your ball is. Glowbusters taking over. Gotta ride this roller coaster. But the truth is getting closer. Sorry, but your ball is dead. But your ball is.
Inner World Productions.
Hi, Jenny. How are you?
I was just wondering what y'all's doing. Why is it quiet in here? This isn't a listening live stream. This is a talk on the live stream.
I was just playing some music, songs.
Nice. You know what I want to hear? Something maybe I heard once, like, but I don't think so. I think I'd remember this. And that's the the Globe Earth Sniper.
Oh,
Oh my gosh.
I think we can play that.
Yeah, do you have it handy? I have it, I think.
So
Let me post. I'll post it in the live stream for anyone who's not here. Okay. Able's supposed to come over here in 2 hours, and hopefully I'll be back to normal on my internet. But right now it's horrible. That is not it. Okay, I think I know where to find it. Because I listened to it for the first time and it's just hilarious.
I have the link. I found it.
Oh,
Okay,
cool. Would you? That'd be cool, dude.
Yeah.
Globe Earth Sniper.
We only have one shot at this guy. Okay, a little left. Okay, now factor in the spin. No. God damn it, man. Okay, what direction are we? East, west, north, south, northeast? Factor in everything. We need to know exactly the direction, the spin of the earth, and how to combat it, or else we're gonna miss. There's no spin of the earth. Take the shot, retard. But that would mean Neil deGrasse Tyson is wrong, and you miss every single shot when we do this. If we miss this shot, our location will be blown. We've been here for 4 days shitting in little cans. Tell me the spin of the earth. Like, okay, down to the left 16 inches. No. They saw us. I missed a shot. I guess it was spinning a little faster than I thought. Oh. Good Earth Sniper. I can see the mirage. No, that's the target. Must be a mirage. Well, I've done the calculations. 8 inches per mile squared. I wouldn't be able to see him. It's a mirage. I'm not taking the shot. It's him! Like, every sniper just shoots people. That's a fucking mirage. That means Neil deGrasse Tyson, the bike thief with the answers, is somehow misleading me. Globe, Earth, sniper. Okay, if you factor in the curve. If you factor in the curve, this is clearly a mirage.
Okay. Did he really call Neil deGrasse Tyson a thief? Did I hear that right?
You are cutting off.
Oh, man.
You heard it right though, Jenny. I got what you're saying. Yeah, he called him a bike thief.
He called him a bike thief. Where the... Is that something? My dog doesn't understand the concept of neighbors. I don't know if he ever will. Somebody should write a book for dogs about neighbors.
I think it's a small dog thing, Jenny. My little one's the same.
Yeah. He tries though. He tries to growl instead of bark. Don't you, buddy? Yeah. Anyway, it was that the bike thief thing. Was that just random, or is there anything behind that from the news or something? You never know with the news media.
I just put that into Google. Is Neil deGrasse Tyson a bike thief? And the first thing that came up is a Snopes article saying deGrasse Tyson robbed a dope dealer in Harlem.
What? Wow, that's pretty saucy. I wonder what he was working on at the time. You know, him being an actor and all. What was he working on at the time that happened? Does it have like a date on Snopes, or like the first date of occurrence of the term being used? You know what I'm saying? Because they fabricate things to lessen another occurrence, a distraction, or to gain your attention so they can shove some indoctrination down your throat. So I'm wondering what was going on when that ridiculous thing on Snopes was recorded, I think too much. That's just how my brain works, man. I mean, you guys, you get all into the technical stuff of the scientism fantasy story, but yeah, I mean, what were you gonna say though?
I think that him robbing a drug dealer is based on a meme that someone made about him. It says, "Let me tell you a story. When I was 13, I robbed a dope dealer in Harlem. Next day, I took 40 hits of LSD and stared at the sun for hours. This moment, I knew that I'd become an astrophysicist."
Wait, I couldn't hear you after you said stare at the sun for hours. What else was it?
This moment, I knew that I had become an astrological physicist. Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Can you send that to me? That's so...
I put it in the live stream. There's a link there.
Oh, I wasn't looking at my phone. Thanks so much. Oh shit. Okay, so what I'm kind of getting at is, why specifically did this person create this meme? You know what I'm saying?
It's random, isn't it? It's so random. if it's not a real thing, why? Yeah, why?
No. Yeah. Yeah, like if there's no truth to it, fine, but what it I mean, okay, so do people make memes like this because they're triggered from what somebody else says? Obviously. Because I mean, people, it's easy to make a meme now, but it still takes effort. You still have to go out of your way throughout the course of your day to make a meme. So, do people get triggered? Is that why they make memes, do you think? Or, there's all lots of reasons, but triggering, do you think that could be one of them? I mean,
It could be, but then they got to make up this story about him, which is just strange. Yeah.
did Neil deGrasse Tyson allegedly have meager background? Like, or do we know anything about him? Like, they just placed him on the world stage and there's no backstory to Neil deGrasse Tyson. I've never Googled him or looked him up on Wikipedia. Yeah, there's some documentation on the man, but like, you know what I'm talking about though. I'm trying to think of, like it happens a lot with actors. Sure, they're supposed to have their privacy and everything, but I don't know. It just, what do you think? Do you know what I'm talking about without me going on and on and on about it?
Yeah, I get what you're talking about. Yeah.
And nobody questions it. I never did. Like about 10 years ago, I used to be really big into movie actor trivia. I mean, where I could almost play you know, a board game, trivia game about it, but not anymore. I
Yeah, I
don't
was the
know.
same. I'd look on IMDb and when I'd watch a film to see who the actor is, who's the director, what else have they done, other stuff about
Right.
them. Yeah. Not anymore though. Not for the last year, like 10 years or so, or whatever, 5 years.
Dude, there's an amazing movie. What is it? I saved it on my internet movie database.com. Let me not do it any injustice by guessing and depending on my memory right now. Hold on just a second. Come on, internet, please work. Okay. Man. Oh, man. Okay, it's by Jim Henson. Good Lord, you guys. Okay, I'm on my Wi-Fi right now. Okay. Okay, sort by date added. Okay. All right, they're making the app a little too complicated now. I'm trying to go to my watch list, and there's all these drop-down menus to it. Why don't you? Oh my goodness. Guess I'll have to do it the old-fashioned way and just scroll down. So frustrating. Third world or first world country problems. Um. Well, this sucks. I guess.
Did you say it was
Hey,
Jim
I'll be back,
Henson
you guys. I
directed
gotta
it?
go for a second. Okay, I found it. So the name of the movie, well, let me see, get back to it. Okay, so it came out weirdly enough in 2005, and I don't think I ever heard of it until last week when I watched it. But it's called Mirror Mask. Have you heard of it? Hello.
I don't think so, but let me see if I found it.
Hey, so it's the reason why I looked at I found it is because I was looking up on internet IMDb on Neil Gaiman because I thought his graphic novel The Sandman was being turned into a movie, and I don't think it is. But anyway, it led me to this other movie that he was a part of writing, and it's called Mirror Mask. And it says, in a fantasy world of opposing kingdoms, a 15-year-old girl must find a fabled mirror mask in order to save the kingdom and get home. So it was kind of like an acid trip version of The Wizard of Oz. And they had this really creepy rendition of Karen Carpenter's Close to You. Why do birds fall down from the sky? It was really creepy and weird, like underworld, like, as above, so below, like underworld creepiness or something. I don't know. I got to watch it again. It was really super good. If you like that kind of thing. But I think it was a Jim Henson production. But I'm not good at. Was it Flatty who said that he looked up stuff from movies? I'm not good at that. I wish I would have been, be more familiar with directors and stuff like that. I mean, I am a little, but
I never saw this movie.
I liked it. But yeah, it's kind of like I said, esoteric, probably, I guess you could call it maybe, version of, well, the Wizard of Oz is already esoteric, but it's like up an extra level. But yeah, I wonder, ooh, you know what I always wonder, instead of like who directed it, was there a book first? Because you're going to get a more full-bodied, like, part to
The,
I don't know. They always say the book's better. That's what I meant.
yeah, more details on the book.
Yeah. But yeah, I can't recommend this movie enough. And Neil Gaiman is, really strange. Like kind of in the Stephen King realm, kind of strange. Like Tim Burton as a director. Yeah, he's very strange. And maybe that's being nice saying strange. We don't know anything about these people. They could be insidious. I think our trust that was given to us, our innate trust in things given to us by the Creator, I think is taken advantage of too much. Or I don't know, I don't understand that right, but that's probably know what I mean.
One movie I saw a long time ago when I was a kid was Edward Scissors Hands.
Yes, that's a cultural iconic movie. Yeah, that had Winona Ryder in it as the girlfriend opposite Johnny Depp.
I did love the ice sculptors.
Oh yeah, and what he did with the trees.
Yeah.
I probably watched that movie a dozen times. That was still back in the day when there weren't the movie industry wasn't so saturated as it is now. There wasn't as much content back then. So you watched one movie over and over. You know, like now you're lucky to keep up. Either you can't keep up with everything that's out now. There's no way one human could do that. No.
So this was 1990? The 90s.
Yeah. I mean, there was more movies in the 1980s, like when I was a kid.
Yeah,
But
I
I had
remember
just graduated.
Back to the Future, and all that explosion of action movies, Rambo.
Yeah.
Sadly, a boom happened that year, in the 80s.
Yeah, you know what? ODD actually did like a video on like that type of thing, I thought. Or I saw maybe it was a web page of like points of interest on this topic, like the progression of technology with entertainment. You know, now they have the live CGI for movies. You know, like with Harry Potter.
Yeah.
With who was the villain in that? I don't remember all the names. The white one, the bad
Yeah,
guy.
I don't remember.
Yeah, but they can do allegedly, if I recall correctly, they can do their CGI. They don't have to be in makeup all the time anymore.
Yeah, they did that with Superman. He had a mustache, but because he was filming another movie, and then he had to do it. But they manipulate the mustache to be invisible. So that was CGI. I think was
Oh,
Batman
wow.
versus Superman. I don't know.
Oh, wow. Huh. But yeah, like in the 1970s, like mostly you had to go to a theater to see a movie. And then in like the 80s, you had HBO come out and they only had like maybe a dozen movies or something per month. And you had to watch them all over and over again. And then you had VHS rental at that time too, just starting out. But like in the 90s, like when I graduated in 89, but like rather quickly, like you said, like after that time period of like Edward Scissorhands, it just took off. And now we don't know what's real.
It was Justice League, the movie. But the
Oh, I
guy,
never got into Marvel stuff.
yeah. So, but he had a mustache, and so they CGI to haven't.
I guess it depends on how much money you got. So for your production.
He was doing some other movie and with a mustache.
Wow.
Oh, it
I
was
wonder.
Mission Impossible. He fell out. He was shooting that movie, but then he had to do the
All right.
the Justice League, and so they use CGI in this Justice League to remove the mustache.
Wow. Most people probably didn't realize or notice. Yeah.
And NASA loves CGI a lot.
A lot.
Smoke and mirrors.
Yep.
Wait, you are roboting. I cannot hear you.
You should be able to hear me now, hopefully. Can you play this song, Why Would They Lie?
You are roboting.
Oh no!
I think it's now better. Can you speak?
Okay, so
Okay, now it's.
can you play the song? Can you play the song Why Would They Lie?
You did roboting a little. The song of a song. Any song or what song? What? Okay. So songs. Songs. Here. Okay. Why would like? Where? Okay. This. Let's play it.
Uh-huh. Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
I know you've been hating this, but how about that radius, huh? What is he saying though? Broken geometry. Okay. I just pointed out, now you're at hominy. Went to your mommy be trucking and driving, Globers be wildin'. They went out of style. 8 inches per mile squared, never been measured out in the wild. Why would they lie? That's what they cry when it just can't be denied. Defending the government, slave till you die. You ain't got no reply.
That stuff is flat.
Who told you that? Like I can't trust my eyes? There ain't no curvature, and the swan is black. But nice try.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Once you go flat, matter of fact, you never go back, you never go back.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would you ask such a question? Coming here crying to ask why they're lying? Dude, may I make a suggestion? It seems to me in your mind that you could use some introspection. Instead of advancing your thinking, you're headed straight to a sad state of regression. People keep thinking it's our job to find them the model that they've been questing. Meanwhile, they're walking around every day in the world never ever suspecting that the very own senses a human possesses have never attested. Something that's absolutely and completely reversed to the world manifested. How can you think that a person like me could take someone like you even serious? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Bro, are you fucking delirious? Can we even engage in a true conversation if we can't surpass this? I'm gonna need you and your little fundy friends to pull their heads out their asses. Why would they lie? Are you fucking high? You really gotta be kidding me. The world that you've known, all on its own, has been nice and flat since the beginning, see? No 8 inch per mile square, that's why y'all scared to have this become mainstream. So as a result, we transformed into nightmares, waking folks from the daydream. So proceed to ask why they are lying without verifying your story. And at the end of the day, maybe all I can say is that y'all fucking bore me. Why would they lie? Can't even deny. You're sounding just like a baby. Maybe a hero is all that you need. Maybe else somebody save me.
Boom, global abortion, all applauding. Cheers, big heads, small, enormous. From cradle to grave shall be like tortoise. NASA tower lies every day is exhausting. Nothing more boring than the stream they recording. Yeah, that looks real, is that a joker talking? Composite my nuts is not a bore you foreskin. Ignoring, distorting the facts with a stories. Entering your mind irrespective of warrant. To say levels curve, we expect from a zealot. Spherical excess, now we don't want it. Delusional puppet digesting the stomach without any warning. Hick on the shoremen. Are you a moron and not that important? Similar to Karen, always reporting. Endorsing the fraud and effects without cause. Manifest force from a pseudo source. Reversing the curse of what you've been taught. They've been rehearsed in the dirt, but they still fall short. Imaginary planetary alignment coincide with space warp. At astronauts, monetary paid for. Submerging the water while they claim that they orb. It's a circus show, clown circle in the globe. Why would they lie? Obvious the creator. If the glove don't fit and the earth don't turn, that's a whole lot of that they have to learn with the horizon swan. We eliminate the curve. All our eyes are on only what we can observe. Global lies are wrong while they're hiding flatter. Keep my spies like on hide for the research. You rely upon priest and pirate like a bird. With your lying glove, preach religion like a church. How should they die? How should they die? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? Why would they try? I got the math and science on my side. I'm running circles, it's easy as pie. Your reification is all falsified. The education is all just a lie. No need to replace it. All I need is you to face it. All I got is time and you just wasted. This is a gift staring you in the faces. Where you gonna get the truth from if not from us? Then who you dum-dum? Made the bed of your demise and chose to sleep to count the sheep since 9 to 1-1. Never been a fight, a fact of life, a choice of wrong and right that I would never run from. State the truth, defend the youth and stop the coup. It's just a job that got to get done. Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Santa was real, the fairy was real. Why mama lie? My brother died, healthcare was bad. Why mama cried? The system is broke, your son is woke. I'm setting this shit on fire.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Why would they not? The plot and derive by watching the sky and they know it's a clock. They picking both sides and listed with lies. The people pretend that they pick who they got. The people divide and then they disguise and now they're devising a plot. You ask why they lying from behind closed eyelids. You disguising an iris that's lifeless. You're denialist, but this lie is why you're a nihilist. Guess you're lying for the pride then. They enticing the brightest to get deprived in contrived confinement. Lie about what the meaning of life is. Get a degree in a 9-to-5 shift. Only way that you'll survive this. What's that mean? They have to bribe them. Yeah, it's tragic, their only tactic when the model under attack is asking where a map is. If they lied about the earth, what you even asking? Weaving past them, leaving blasting. Everything you believe is backwards. Occult belief is practice, that's what they achieve in masses. Yeah, it matters, you believe what masses. Massive incoherent magnets have a weak attraction. That's electrostatics, they always invert it backwards. Wonder what's the verdict, pastors? Religious zealots preaching, talking past us. Sent a blitz right up the middle. Who can block the fastest? Falsify the radius, you cannot walk right past it. Yeah, they truly think they got the masses, but God's got the backing, so they can't stop what happens.
Why would they lie? 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 OG. Why would they lie? I'll tell you why. They don't want to see you survive. They don't want to see you get live. Love on your queen till you hire you some kids and provide. They don't want to see you revive. Take an L, then come back harder than ever besides. Packing that hammer on side. I cannot help it, bro. Second Amendment on mine. They won't label you a felon. That way you can't get your hands on protection. That way they come in and fake an election. If they want to seize your assets, you can't stop or arrest them. That way the hood is simply a reflection of the design that they predestined. If you don't like it, they pop off your top like your last name was Kennedy in Dallas, Texas.
Man, as usual, never get tired of that song.
Awesome.
I know it. I know a couple of the guys usually come in here every now and then, you know, Chocolate, Witsit. But I don't know what's up with Mitty. Have you seen Mitty in here? I think he usually comes in at night, but
sometimes. But morgen.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's cool. Awesome. Yep, he was on. Mitty used to come in here more often, like, oof, I think like 3 years ago. So, yep, just kind of missing my flat earth brother.
The question, why would they lie? They lie because they have to hide the real North Pole and the Antarctica.
Why do they have to hide it? There's got to be some. Okay, my belief is
I
that there's
saw
more land.
like
There's more land.
yeah,
That's my.
1 week ago. Let me get it. I found a letter from Mercator. You know that guy that was doing maps. So
Okay.
and there's a connection because he was sending a letter to John Dee, an occultist and mathematician, the inspiration of Isaac Newton. So they are all connected. And the British, they found, let me get this letter, because they found the real North Pole. And there's details
Wait,
on this.
geographical or magnetic north?
Magnetic.
Okay, well, I would say nobody knows where true geographic north is.
Yeah.
Or
Isaac
those that
Newton.
do know, they ain't saying shit.
But those old maps. Let me get one. Mercator did put those 4 islands there. So maps.
I'm trying to think.
So now
Harry Beast map.
they hide this. This.
Oh, hold on. Let me look at my.
He did put that 4 islands there. Let me get another one.
Oh, you mean like the Mount Meru.
Yeah, this one. So let me get the letter. This is not so Isaac Newton. Now John Dee, a letter. So here is the link. You can. I did save it on PDF, and there's PDF with pictures and not pictures. But here's the link. Someone did.
Yeah, I love looking at maps like this. It's incredible.
So this was 1577 from Mercator to John Dee. And if you go watch some of those pictures, it shows those 4 islands there.
And it's so strange because is that a painting or a drawing?
A drawing.
Yeah, but it's done from a bird's eye view, like as if you were on the top of the ball looking down.
I don't know the full text, but what they found there on the reality is not what they show us. Just
Right.
ice.
Okay,
So,
but see, that's not to me. That's just a small portion of the land masses. Like you don't see Australia or South America. That's why I said that it looks like you're looking from the top of the ball because all the land isn't depicted in this. It's like a close-up version of the Mount Meru.
Yeah, and there's a lot on this letter. They, the British, they spend money and people and send ships over there. So there's a lot on this, and this 1577, and from that time, 50s. Sorry, the 50. Sorry, how you say 50 hundreds? Or
1500s.
Okay. So
Yeah.
from that time, they start to hiding the truth from us.
Is that what? Wait.
Isaac Newton is connected. So John Dee, he has this information, and Isaac Newton inspired on John Dee. So Isaac Newton belongs to the Royal Society. So and so
Right.
on and so on. And there's a
Yeah.
lot in this letter. I have the PDF. Save
Yeah,
it.
I actually, when you were talking, I was actually saving it to my my homepage so I could look at it later.
So
But yeah, but do you know what I'm saying though? Like, do how they? All right, so it's an inset of Mercator's map.
I did
So
save the pictures separately, really, but this PDF has the pictures. But
oh,
if you go
nice. I'll
to
get that.
if you go to the to that site, you can zoom. But what is
Okay.
interesting is the text. They explain the expeditions they did there, and yeah.
Nice.
So they say this thing of around the Earth start after Magellan. In Portuguese we call it Fernão de Magalhães. In English, Fernand
Ferdinand.
yeah, Magellan. So, but he was a Portuguese. And
I
he
think
didn't.
it's safe to say you can just say Magellan and everybody would pretty much know who you're talking about, right?
Yeah. So he was
Anyway.
he was a Portuguese, and in that time he did stolen some maps, from the Portuguese, and so he did work to Spain. That was our enemy. And
Right.
at that time. So, but in the school we learned about Magellan as a Portuguese hero, and he was a trader. That don't
Well, you know what
teach.
I think of? You know what I thought of when you were describing him like that in that context is Lee Harvey Oswald. He was a double spy.
Yeah. So he did work to Spain because he knew how to navigate, and he had some maps and knowledge, and maybe he had no job at that time, and he accepted to do that because he need
Yeah,
to live.
I'm sure you're onto something because they pick desperate people. That's how you bribe someone to do things that you want them to do.
So, and he didn't finish the circumnavigation, and
What?
he didn't
What?
finish the journey. It was another official Spanish guy that finished the journey, because they say he did die on a fight somewhere. But there's this recent movie, Uncharted, and I don't know, but maybe some speculation, but it talks about Magellan, but the reason that he did disappear, it was because they had a lot of treasure there. So Uncharted, let me see, Uncharted.
Interesting. So you're proclaiming a little bit of truth in movies, is what you're saying.
I don't know why they did this movie inspired on Magellan, but another alternative, So I don't know. So let me copy this trailer. I did saw on the cinema theaters. Okay, so it was interesting. This one.
Okay, so like the information you're digging into now is probably a lot of the reasons why the entertainment industry is so saturated. They want everybody distracted and not having time to do what you're doing.
Yeah. So okay, this was 1577. So I learned at school and YouTube Google is censorship, because when I do this research, about what I did learn at school. Talking about the Portuguese navigators, talking about Flat Earth. It was the first time I hear about Flat Earth. So when I want to search that on Google, they don't give me anything. So this was before, in the year before, or in that year that Magellan did that circumnavigation. So until that time, the Earth was flat because they use astrolabes, they use sextants, and they knew how to sail. There's this map from 1514. Oops, let me get it. And that guy that has is a Brazilian at Japan. Flat Earth Banjo. Something.
Oh, I love Leonard Banjo.
So he speaks Brazilian, so I speak Portuguese, and it's Portuguese. The Brazilian language is Portuguese. So he was watching that live stream that I was watching. Some guy from Brazil. He's a Flat Earth guy, and suddenly one guy, a Flat Earth Portuguese guy, did join that live stream at YouTube. And I was watching that, suddenly he was talking about this map. And so this is the original, that was scanned from a book, a navigation book. And this is the resume. It is in English that he did. Let me get the link. And on
that is fascinating.
I did find this because in the description,
well, it's done by somebody who's French.
So in the description of this, this guy, Flat Earth Banjo USA, it has the original link to the original.
I wouldn't expect anything less from Flat Earth Banjo. He's quite the academic person.
This that link, maybe I can get it too. I did get this map from that. It's it's from archive from Portugal. Torre do Combo, Combo's Tower, Combo's Tower. I think translation. So let me get. So this was 1514. And they join a lot of maps, the observations, and they did record the path of the sun, the degrees, and etc. Free eye. Okay, so Dropbox not here.
Okay, I just absolutely love that map. I mean, it's not detailed like what we're given now, like the the inner portions of the land, but to me that kind of doesn't matter.
Yeah, at least if you compare to the Gleason's map, we see the locations of the continents, So we don't see the North Pole, we don't see Australia there at the top left corner. We see those islands, and the next in the Gleason map, there's Australia. But there's a reason, because they don't, they hide it. I saw this like 50 years ago in the television.
Okay.
An investigator found that there was a coastline from Australia, and many Portuguese names are there. So he did found this map. I'm gonna get the information.
Well, hey, listen. Did you know with the Plasma Moon map by Sturgio's, the YouTube channel Vibes of the Cosmos, his tall claim is that the moon is a mirror image of the entire landmass, not just our known lands. And so the area where Australia is, in between Australia and China or something like that, there is another landmass, and he calls it Lemuria.
Yeah, but I saw that, but I stay one step back. Okay. So this map, they join, they join and did this flat Earth map. So this 1540. Okay, so in this, okay, so this map, the Australia coastline, it talks. Let me get it. It talks about 1522. This map, so it's close to that 1540. Okay, so they hide this. When I saw that, this maybe is this the same guy, he did this book. But when I saw in the television that investigator, he said they hide this, they discover Australia. In this, it was 250 years before Captain James Cook. So they discover Australia and they hide it because they found a lot of gold there and the precious metals, So they keep it on secret. I don't know, but the British then, send out the Portuguese from there. I don't know if it was a land just. It was supposed to belong to the British. I don't know, but so they hide it. In this map you don't see it, and supposedly they you can see those islands. In the top left corner in that map you see.
I'm looking at it.
So in the Gleasons, the Australia is next to these islands. Sorry, and so they. They found it for me. They found it, so they keep it on secret. And if you watch it's not 100% accurate. The South of America continent, but there's a line there, a circle. It's the equator, and in the actual maps, the equator passes it there at Brazil when the Amazon River starts, So it's interesting because it matches, and there's a lot of crossing points there, even at the top where there's nothing, no land. So it seems they did this according to those points. It's according to maybe constellations above.
Ooh, nice.
But there's a lot of lines there. If you see even the other map, map proves Portuguese discovery Australia.
Yeah.
You see in the water those cross lines. So and Banjo talks, even if he talks in this little resume. If you go to there's an area, parallel something, and it matches with the actual maps. When you see the parallel degrees or something. So there's a lot of information there to be discovered.
Oh yeah. Well, what I find interesting is, I guess, with you have the inner point of the circle, and then you have like a circumference around that, inside the outer,
Yeah.
So is that considered the Tropic of Cancer?
Yeah.
Okay.
So let me see. They I did post the link just below. digitarc.arquivos.pt. So this is the original link for that book, navigation book, where you can see a lot of tips, picture, digitize.
Isn't Flat Earth Banjo a pilot?
I don't know.
I thought he was. Yeah, because in the documentary, one of the Flat Earth documentaries he was in, I just can't think of it right offhand, but part of the documentary where he's talking, it shows him in a plane, and he's also, I think, like an engineer. I don't know. I just think the guy's really impressive, and I appreciate him.
He has a lot of recent videos in his YouTube channel.
Well,
so
in real life, he actually has an awesome resume.
Oh, awesome!
Yeah, it is. Because he was saying his credentials and such for the documentary purposes. And I'm like, ooh,
So
somebody knew what they talking about.
he is a general.
No, he's some sort of engineer. I can't remember.
I call him a general, because he
Oh, general? Okay.
flat earth general, because he has a lot of background knowledge.
Oh yeah. I would go with that, sure.
So this is interesting. So and yeah. Oh, the Rect did post, the supposed moon map. No, I don't know.
Right.
So this year's, the 1500s. From that time they start to hiding the truth of flat Earth to us, and so on. It has a lot of connections to the British, and yeah.
All right. WTF on this thing that Rect posted. Terra Infinita. Infinita. 178 worlds under the Great Dome.
Oh, Terra Infinita, or it is Spanish or Portuguese. It means infinite Earth
Plane.
map.
Yeah. Oh, infinite land. Yeah.
Oh, actually, it's Portuguese because Terra is more Portuguese. In Spanish is tierra. It has an I there.
Really?
So Terra is more Portuguese word. I don't know Italian, but yeah, more Portuguese.
It's Latin. It's Terra is Latin for Earth.
Yeah, exactly. Terra means Earth.
Because they're Latin languages. So tierra, like you're saying in Spanish. And how do you say it in Portuguese?
Terra, like that, not tierra.
Yeah.
So terra, like that.
Like in
Words.
Spanish. I wanted to add to the conversation because I follow Bible Cosmos Sergio, and I found that channel through Irwan. I don't know if you know who Irwan is. He's also a flat earther, but Irwan entertained that theory for a little bit, but now he doesn't believe in it anymore. I'm not sure if I do or don't regarding land beyond the ice shelf. I wanted to mention on the North Pole though, because this is something that I've been diving into recently, and I've been reading like the book of Yovelim, book of Jubilees that was found in the Ethiopian canon. We also have a Hebrew version of it, an Aramaic version of it that was found in the Dead Sea Scrolls. There's like 6 copies found in the Dead Sea Scrolls. It describes the North Pole, or what Jubilees 8 refers to as the navel of the earth, or the belly button of the earth, the middle of the earth.
Awesome.
It's fascinating because when you read these ancient writings, it describes with perfect precision the realm that we live in. Now, if you consider Enoch, Hanok, the 7th generation from Adam, as inspired, or if you even believe in that, in any of that, these ancient writings, which are the oldest that we have in existence,
You are cutting a little.
according, right? I'm cutting out a little bit.
Yeah.
Come back.
Well, mic check.
Okay. Yeah, I did post above, a letter dated from 1577 from Mercator to John Dee. So he talks about the North Pole.
Yeah, I've read Prester John or John D, the occultist. I've read his work. I have some old books, a couple hundred years old.
Yeah.
Those guys and I. But the thing is, that's only a couple hundred years ago, bro. 500 years ago, to me, it's not even that interesting. I'm looking at text beyond 2,000 years old. It has to at least be beyond 2,000 years old, right? Like we have Sumerian record of the realm. We also have, the Gilgamesh epic, the Book of Enki, the Sumerian tablets that speak on that stuff. And then you got the ancient Hebrew record on the biblical model, right, or the realm. That's more what I'm interested in.
Nice.
But like I know that 1500 in the 1500s is when they started pushing the heliocentric model hard between the papacy and their astronomers and Galileo, and they were
Well,
really
what's the name
pushing
of
for a
that?
heliocentric model. Go ahead.
What's the name of that booklet? It's not a very long book at all. Where it talks about the scientism priests from back in that time. What's the name of it? Damn. Um, sorry guys. Shit. I shouldn't have brought it up. Give me 1 second. Let me look somewhere.
But even
I
the
like what
Egyptians,
you were saying. Keep going, dude.
But like Enoch, who apparently, if you believe the story, he lived prior to the Great Flood, and he described the Earth very specifically, geographically, and he described the center of the Earth and what exists at the center of the Earth, or what we consider the North Pole. And he described 7 mountains and great valleys and rivers of water that flow out of the center of the earth and distribute water to the rest of the realm. And he described the tree of knowledge and the tree of good and evil that produce fruits that resemble the cluster of grapes. And he described this giant mountain that many different religions and cultures that describe this mountain in the middle of the earth, some as Mount Meru,
yeah,
some
the
as Mount Moriah,
Eric,
and
Eric,
in Hebrew, Mount Zion. Zion.
Eric Dubay did talk about Mount Meru. There's a theme park on maybe Indonesia, I don't recall, but it has a lot of names there, and pointing, talking about Mount Meru. So, and even the Egyptians, they represent the firmament, like a woman and stars in this woman and blue. So
yeah,
so they didn't believe in globe Earth.
Kings dethroned. That's what I was trying to refer to. So sorry, you guys.
So apparently, there's this mountain, according to Enoch, that goes from the inner Earth. If you believe in Crater Earth or inner Earth, there's a mountain that goes from the deepest part of this realm at the bottom, near the bottomless pit, right, the Great Abyss. Even the Egyptians, they were familiar with the Great Abyss.
How
And
is that possible? Anyway, go on. This is great, dude. Love it.
Crowley actually stayed in the Great Pyramid because he believed that there was an access way underneath the Great Pyramid to the Great Abyss, which he was trying to summon a certain fallen angel. That some people refer to him as Stolt or Thoth, Osiris, whatever. But anyway, long story short.
What's the American equivalent of Thoth? Well, is there one? Or, like, if they're, you know what I'm saying, loosely speaking?
He looks green in the Egyptian hieroglyphics. He's like a green guy with his head.
Oh,
he's got a raven head. Well, he was trying to summon that one apparently. But like, I don't know if you believe in the Emerald Tablets or not. And the Emerald Tablets is also a heliocentric model, and that is the oldest heliocentric model beside the Sumerian.
really?
Yeah, so the heliocentric model.
I did not know that because I haven't read it or listened to it ever, but that's really good to know. Maybe I might be more interested in it. Cool, dude. Thanks. Keep going. I love what you're talking about.
So Hermes Trismegistus, who was named after the Egyptian god Hermes, but in Greek his name is Hermes. In the Egyptian, he's Stolt. It's the same guy. It's the same hybrid, whatever. He's the one who actually perpetrated the heliocentric model. It goes all the way back to him. Now the Sumerians allegedly might have had a heliocentric model but this is circumstantial evidence because in their petroglyphs they show Saturn, or like what looks like to be the sun, also in the middle, and then all the planets around the sun. But like we don't really know because we don't have a record of them actually saying that. But in their petroglyphs, it does show like a sun in the middle and planets around it. And then when you read the the Egyptian emerald tablets that some people don't believe in them. There seems to be a contention whether they're legit or not. I've read them; they seem pretty legit. And he describes what sounds like to be a heliocentric model. And you got Hermes Trismegistus, which is one of the biggest occultists of all time, who got his knowledge from the emerald tablets, and they perpetuated the heliocentric model originated in the occult, in the Kabbalah. It's originated
Oh
in the
yeah,
occult.
actually, dude, the Zohar goes back further than that.
Yes,
I
exactly.
looked into it once a couple of years, like 2 years ago, maybe, and I didn't revisit it again. But that's what I remember. It goes back to the Zohar.
So in the
It's pretty
in the
cool
Hebrew
stuff. I love
scriptures,
it.
there's 10 firmaments. There's 10 firmaments. There's 7 above us, and there's 3 below us. And the lowest realm is Tartarus. Above Tartarus is Sheol, and in Sheol there's 2 different compartments, one above each other that are separated by a great chasm of water. And then above that is us, is Earth, where we live now. And then above us there's 7 more layers or realms or dimensions, however you want to look at this. I'm not sure myself, but apparently there's up to 7 firmaments above us.
Yeah.
And each one has its own world. And then, but there's a mountain that originates in the bottom of the earth,
Each luminary would be their sun, correct? In the different realms.
Idea. I have no clue. I don't even know.
Yeah.
All I know
Anyway, go on.
is the sun and the moon. Well, there's a mountain, Mount Zion, Mount Moriah. It's the same mountain, just different names. It's in the middle of the earth, in the North Pole, apparently, right? According to these ancient scriptures, this mountain goes from the bottomless, most lowest part of this realm, all the way up 10 firmaments, 7 above us to Mount Zion. It is Mount Zion, to the tippity top of it. That apparently, according to the book of Yovelim and Enoch, that's where the Garden of Eden is. It's at the top of this mountain, and it's also the dwelling of Yahuwah, or the Holy of Holies. It exists in the middle of this. It's literally in the middle of this. It is where this mountain.
You're going out, dude. A little.
I'm done. I'm good.
Can't hear you.
I just want to add that. I'm good though.
As I did post here, the representations of Earth, and it shows Sumerian too.
Yeah, so it's flat, but there's a sphere of something of this firmament, whatever it is, around us. Several of them.
Other firmaments.
I like the Islamic one. That one's cool.
Yeah.
Do you have like a more close-up picture of the Islamic depiction of the
I think so. Let me get it.
Oh, and of course the Masonic one is always cool to look at.
This one?
Slavic looks pretty creepy.
It's the same, yeah. Islamic, yeah. Maybe I have another better one. Let me see.
Yeah, that's more in line with who was talking just a minute ago. I have a bad habit of not looking at my phone.
At the bottom, Leonov.
Who was the person? Who was the other person talking with us just a minute ago?
Leonov, yeah, at the bottom of the list.
7 Earths and 7 firmaments. So, do they exist? Like, that's hard for me to really fathom. 7 Earths. So, would they be? They're not existing like.
I don't hear about 7 Earths, but 7 skies. Like.
Yeah, I've heard of that.
We have. Let me see. We have this container, and there's a lot. Talking about 7. Let me see. I did post. I think it talks. The Islamic talks, but the Hebrew. Let me see.
Man, we could talk for hours on end just on that one meme. Only one doesn't match. We could talk a long time on each one of those. I mean, I think if you take all the ideas of all of them, except for the NASA one, of course, if everybody that made those collaborated, oof, that'd be awesome.
I don't have it more.
Sumerian only has 3 firmaments, for lack of a better word.
Yeah.
Ooh, the Indian one looks pretty cool so far as the underworld. The Babylonian one looks like nesting dolls, kind of, doesn't it? So the Babylonian one, that kind of makes it seem like there's domes within a dome and there's other lands in a ring around the center, you know?
Babylon, let me see.
I like that one.
Okay, the above. I think it talks about 7 firmaments. Don't know. But maybe in the past, someone did knew some information better than we knew through NASA.
Okay, wait. So I guess it would be important context on the Islamic one that you posted. It does say pre-Copernican universe. Okay, I know a little bit about the Kings Dethroned. I think somebody did, I don't know. It's been too long. But pre-Copernican, so is that indicating the heliocentric model? Or is that indicating a geocentric formation? I can't recall.
Copernic is heliocentric.
Okay, so this is before that.
Yeah.
So yeah, indicating flat. Did we have somebody come back?
I was talking about Captain James Cook. So he did, even circumnavigate the Antarctica, and he did not found the Antarctica they were talking to us. So it was more distance, So and he was talking not, the reality of Antarctica is not the reality of a globe. So but they hide that too from us. So
But what was he talking about Antarctica though?
So let me get the information. Antarctica.
Because I'm sure there's a nugget of truth in there somewheres, right? Some clues.
So it says it was supposed to have 11,000 miles in circumference, but yet, so this is 1773. It did found 60,000 miles, so six times, and so he says this expedition proves that the globular hypothesis of Earth is not an accurate portrayal. So isn't that amazing?
Yeah, they're calling each other out, is what you're saying.
So, but he did talk about this, and they hide because the British, yeah, they hide the truth from that time. Even at the top, when
So would that be connected with the Royal Society?
yeah, Isaac Newton, John Dee, I don't know, but from that time they are connected to the Royal Society, and
Yeah, the queen don't want her slaves knowing too much shit, right?
Exactly. Even there's the that flight from Argentina to Australia to Sydney, So there was this controversy because it matches with the flat Earth concept
Oh
map,
yeah, isn't that
So,
one that Flutter Banjo talks about?
I think so. And this flight they changed. They buy they bro they buy the bigger one, the A380. They buy this plane to not refuel so it was to be a direct flight. So they who did change this? The CEO from Qantas. And who is this guy? Is a friend of Queen Elizabeth. Isn't that amazing? So he's a close friend of Queen Elizabeth. And they did change this. There were people, talking. This was not how you say. You didn't save money by changing this, So they did change this flight because of the flat Earth controversy. So yeah.
Oh,
So
wait, so there was some recently?
This information I did get like 1 year ago.
But no, when did they change the flight path?
Let me see if I found that. So
Because that's like, oh my gosh, that's like the biggest one of the bigger coincidences in favor of flat Earth.
exactly. So let me see.
Yeah, I want to know when they changed the flight. I think that's pertinent to me anyway.
I know a video that talks about this. It's
Well, if you can't find it right offhand, like right now, then get back to me.
yeah. I did. Okay, I'm gonna search and found it. Maybe with the title of that web page, I can search it and get it the information.
Okay, cool.
Okay,
Sweet.
see you.
Okay. Nice. All right. Good stuff, y'all. Good stuff.
So I did found it. I don't know if the same. It's the same link, but it's the same information. If even at the beginning,
Hear all that? What now?
2012. It was the year.
Ooh, very interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. So, I think the most, like around 2015, definitely 2016 is when YouTube was really up on flat Earth videos and such. So there must have been boots on the ground people that were talking about it or something. I don't know. How long is Flat Earth Banjos? I would be wondering when he first started talking about Flat Earth. Let me look at his channel.
I have to confirm this. I have to watch the video more if this is the. But let me get it. Just a moment. Yeah, it's confirmed. They launched this direct flight on 2012.
You know what? You can't search YouTube videos by most recent anymore. Totally sucks.
Yeah, I saw that and it sucks. Yeah.
Because when I see somebody really popular, I want to know how long they've had their channel and what their first video was, you know?
You go to the channel and then you go to videos and then you
Right.
go to sort by.
Nope, not no more. They changed it.
I'm looking at it right now.
Mm-hmm. I'm on mobile, so.
Oh, well. Okay.
Yeah.
If you post the channel, I'll look it up for you. It's on PC.
Oh, then maybe when I need to do that, I'll just go on Chrome and do desktop site.
Yeah, you could do that.
All right. Ways around that shit. I didn't think of that. All right. Thanks.
So the guy from Qantas is Alan Joseph Joyce, a close friend of Queen Elizabeth. So isn't that amazing?
I know,
And
it's such a coincidence.
it talks about the in the Wikipedia about this guy Alan Joyce, executive. Is a fellow of the Royal Aeronautical Society.
Man, can you imagine the stuff they really know? I mean, that it would probably blow all of our minds, I bet.
So
I mean, not everyone in the society would know what I'm loosely referring to, but yeah. I mean, okay, so think about the power of the telescopes that we have that very few people have access to. And my idea is, my belief is they're not, I mean, yeah, they're looking at the sky, but aren't there telescopes binocular telescopes that look across the land, like far distance? You know, you have a high elevation. We all know you can see way more. So, aren't the really big telescopes on a really high elevation point? I don't know. How far of land can they see in them things? I mean, okay, I don't know a lot about telescopes, but can you use a telescope for the ground?
Yes, at least you can go to a big lake and try to find any curvature. And I did this, sometimes I did post about Lake Titicaca, some Brazilian guys, they even contract engineers and surveyors to follow these observations. So they choose Lake Titicaca, and that's 69 miles. And you can see the shore, of the. So they choose this lake at the lowest humidity in the air, to have no refraction and etc. So so they saw no curvature, and yeah, I did sometimes I post that, and it's amazing. Even some locals there, they can see, that distance. It's like almost like the distance from Lake Michigan.
There's a lot of active flat earthers in South America. And I don't know. I think there's some sort of community for people who speak Spanish. Who's that guy's name that was on Globebusters? I think he probably still is.
Oh, I know that guy. No, the name. Nur para todos is a Spanish guy, and he did talk. He did join a lot of live streams of Jeranism.
Yeah, but that doesn't ring a bell. There must be yet another guy, because I would know it if I heard it.
There's another guy, Oliver Ibanez.
No, another one. There's yeah. See what I'm talking about? The what's the correct terminology to refer to all people who speak Spanish correctly? You know what I'm saying? I mean, is there one, like anyone from South America? What's the correct term?
South America, we have Brazil there, we have Argentina, Peru.
Right, but I don't say Hispanic. I mean, you don't use that word. What's the correct term like that to refer to people from South America?
Latino American.
Latino?
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure, because I wouldn't want somebody to refer to me incorrectly from my, again, using the right terminology. So, yeah. But yeah, that's awesome that they're surveying, and that's incredible.
Yeah, you are right, because these guys from Brazil, but there were some guys even at Spain, Naov, the initials. They did this. I don't know if they are the same guys. Maybe James is not here. I don't know if they are the same guys that did the FE core.
Oh, okay.
Don't know, but
yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that either. Actually,
so there was an independent research team, from Spain, Naov, and they let me get some link. They even did their own research, and they found no curvature on water, so they even use lasers. So yeah, but in Brazil, 2011, 2012, they did this there, and they traveled to other countries, and okay, so from that year they started many flat earths start growing, and even every day more and more people. I talked to some even Donato. We have here a Brazilian guy, not Donato. He's from Brazil. He's a silver guy.
Iru is his name.
What is Israel?
IRU, I think is how it's spelled. Maybe I'm not saying it correctly.
Donato. I just know him from Donato.
Sorry, that randomly came to my head. Please continue what you're saying.
And yeah, I did talk to him the first time I joined, and man, he has been participating a lot of live streams from flat earth Brazilian guys at YouTube. So yeah,
nice. I love it. I mean, I don't know. To me, it just seems like there's a cycle of awakening that happens. That's why we see old flat earth books, stuff like that. We figured things out, and they know that we're going to figure it out. Don't you think so?
Oh my gosh.
They know we're going to figure it out. They would have to.
I'm laughing about something completely different. I'm sorry.
Oh, no. Please jump in. No, what? What's so funny? We want to know.
All right. I'm going to post a picture. I'm going to try to be discreet. All right. So I'm going to try to be discreet to not include any.
We got CB in here. Hey.
Here. All right. In this picture, if you were to describe this, the texture and appearance of this,
Like skin, human skin.
it's a piece of porcelain. It's a porcelain urn.
Yeah, I was gonna think about it more, but yeah, first
Would
thought
you?
is skin, but then I'm like, not really. Anyway.
All right. So you've seen the pictures that I
Mhm.
just posted. These are the pictures from the customer. So the customer has this physically in their presence and took these pictures. They said, "My urn came today. Um, no, I see what they said. They said it didn't have crackle on it, and
Looks like it to me.
yeah. It's obviously very crackled, and
So some fluid went to these cracks.
that's normal. It's the patina and crackle or whatever is intentional. It's supposed to look like that. It's a
Antiquing method.
highly sought after. This is one of the more popular finishes. Actually, it's the most popular finish on this particular urn. But
So
this
above
customer told me that their urn didn't have any crackle, and then they sent me these pictures, and I'm just, guys, I'm telling you, I get confronted with people's words that they're saying, obviously on a daily basis, because that's customer service is what I do. But I'm disturbed. I'm not being facetious. I'm not trying to be
No, I
rude.
get it, dude.
I'm profoundly disturbed by people's inability to just be simple. I just out of touch with reality to the degree that they can't even
speak.
Say A is A or crackle is crackle, or it's just really weird behavior.
Weird behavior. Sorry, all I can do is laugh. You know what I'm saying? I mean, really.
So above this, there's
Oh.
a glass layer, yeah. So this was supposed to be a representation. No?
Nothing's wrong with the urn. It's perfect. It's exactly as it should be. The customer just is out of touch with reality in the most literal way possible.
They must be having a bad day, and it has nothing.
Well, of course. I mean, everybody's having a bad day, but
yeah, I see what you're saying. To use the simplest words effectively is what I got out of what you said.
Yeah.
So I think maybe they left out a word somehow in whatever they were trying to communicate.
Well, they said it like 3 different ways in their original message. So.
Oh. Okay, I tried to.
Yeah, it wasn't. It's not a misunderstanding.
Yeah, not that you wouldn't see a misunderstanding, you know what I'm saying? But so cringy.
By the way, there's a movie Water Changes, and that guy that did the Hulk character. Hulk character. So that guy is the main actor. He plays an advocate. I don't know, but he talks about Teflon and these saucepans made with Teflon, anti-adherent. So and nowadays they are using porcelain to be anti-adherent. So because the Teflon, if you scratch and it goes to inside the human body and stays there, it doesn't go out. So and it can produce, it can origin cancer and etc. More things. But they are using porcelain again to cover, suspense pens. And it's what I'm using today with a porcelain layer.
See you later, Miguel. Good to talk to you.
See you. Cheers.
Bye.
Cable Guy. I saw the movie.
Uh-huh.
Awesome. Did you saw the link I did post above? A letter dated 1577 from Mercator to John Dee.
Oh, look, I said you posted a link to something.
Yeah, let me see the hour. So this 35, but past hour, 35 minutes past hour. Maybe I can just
Yeah,
copy
I see all your posts, John D. The letter. So
from
what's in the letter?
So Mercator, that guy that was doing maps, he did send this letter to John Dee, the occultist and etc. The guy, the inspirations, Isaac Newton did inspire on this guy. So what is interesting is they talk about the expeditions, to the real North Pole. So there's a lot of information there, and I did post the PDF in that page. You can save just text PDF, or the entire PDF, or you can zoom these pictures and see more details there. So it talks about that time, and they spend a lot. People, they send a lot of people there and ships, and yeah, it's amazing. So it's not according to the just ice North Pole that they show us today. So and people still asking, why would they lie?
Yeah, you got to know the what before you know before you ask the why. That's what I keep telling people. Oh, it's gonna be a warm day. Ay.
So from that time, the 1500s, they start to, saying the earth was round and hiding the truth from us. And even today, if I want, I learned at school, my first 2 years, I think, of school, public school. So that was the first time I hear about flat Earth, and talking about the Portuguese navigators of that time, talking about flat Earth. So, but if I want to search this in nowadays on Google, I cannot find that information. So they are censorship. Yeah.
Preaching to the choir, man. I did make a list. I did make a list, Harold. I won't share it. I'm gonna say it out loud. 2023 lizard boils virus. 2024 eagle molting virus. 2025 mole blindness virus. 2026 feline hairball in the throat virus. 2027 scary housefly virus. 2028 spooky horror virus. 2029 yeah, we're still actually doing this virus. 2030 We have arrived, virus. I'm just letting everybody know the what to expect over the next 8 years.
Like the sound of that dog one, the hairball.
Oh yeah, it was feline.
Sounds pleasant. Oh, feline, sorry.
Yeah.
Sounds pleasant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's gonna be
Then afterwards,
yeah. People are gonna be like dying of hair in their throat. It's gonna be really sad and scary. Very, very scary. I mean, at what point they're gonna start incorporating scary and spooky and horror into the names of these things? I don't think we're far away. I don't think we're far away from that.
So the goal is to reduce the population,
No. Obviously not.
or just the business of the pharmaceutic mafia.
There's all sorts of goals and competing goals, I think. My point is, kill all the comedians, apparently. They keep on getting rid of the comedians, and then they keep on doing their own version of really low energy comedy. Just donkey sucks. Really? Everybody always, when I say that in public, people kind of raise an eyebrow and go, "What are you talking about?" I'm like, "I'm talking about donkey socks." They're like, "Donkeys don't wear socks."
Yeah.
I'm like, "Yeah, I know." But whatever.
So about the Georgia guideline stones.
Interesting you threw the word line in there, because there was a guy, Woodward TV, I just recently watched this morning I watched his video. I'll post in the chat because he does interesting stuff from time to time. He didn't do too bad on this one. Copy link.
So do they found who they did it?
No, they never will. It doesn't matter.
Or it's an inside job, Masonic inside
That's
job.
what he suggested, is that it was an inside job. But yeah, he was pointing out some interesting details on the destruction and stuff. And I don't know. It's some of the stuff he shared I thought was pretty helpful for people to know. Pretty helpful.
This monument was, people were talking about it, and so controversial. The control population there. First gold. There's one meme I want to talk to you. To check if the information is real or not. This one. It says at the bottom, killed 2 weeks later. Is this truth? Because I have here a lot of controversy. Some people say he did die on a railway track. Mysteries accident, but I don't know. Was this happened 2 weeks later, or is not correct? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. They can memory hole anything that they want. So wow. Go ahead, dot connector. Do we meet? Say hello.
Earth is not a plane.
I was thinking of that guy.
I know. How's my reaction time? I guess I have some work to do. He got into the middle of a fourth word. Oofda. Yeah, he thinks out what he's gonna say. He knows he only has so long.
I don't understand this guy. If at least he did behave, and
it's a game, bro. It's a game.
Yeah.
People play games.
They have nothing to do. Just trolling. They like attention, so they have to come here. So about that, was an accident or I don't know. The cosmonaut from Russia.
Uh-huh.
That the capsule, falls down, and he was angry and telling a lot of things before he died, But the question is, do they try to, I know through other sources that they say they cannot cross. They cannot land at the moon because there's radiation around. So the question is do they try to cross, this radiation, and then that other guy from Russia, maybe I don't know what happened really, but it's suspicious. And this accident, do they were at that inside, or they tried to cross that radiation and they
What fucking radiation you talking about?
That's what I'm always wondering. People are always talking about the Van Allen belts and the radiation, and I'm like, what Van Allen belts?
And like how bad was this radiation? Think about it. If there was radiation causes cancer, man. It kills you. These fucking astronauts are still alive. Or
Well,
some of them are. Some of them. But I mean, they died of natural causes, not radiation. I mean, they were on the moon for hours. I mean, what are you talking about, man?
I'm not talking about those guys that supposedly they say landed on the moon. I'm talking the first flights, the first.
Yeah, but I mean, everybody had to go through the radiation. So if you went into outer space, what radiation did you go through, man? I mean, like.
I'm not talking about the space exists. I'm talking about the flat Earth and this local moon. And
but you said talking about.
Yeah, it seems that they cannot go there because of there's a radiation, and
they can't go where? They can't go where? Where can't they go?
They cannot close by the moon because there's some radiation.
But they already went.
I know that's the fake version of NASA. But I'm talking.
Yes, Miguel, but it's also fake that there's who's confirming that there's actually radiation
Yeah. You know,
how is radiation not just as fake as the moon landing story? How are the Van Allen belts not just another component of the fake narrative?
The Van Allen belts. Okay, so
I think it's just a story, bro.
It's more the container, not the radiation of the
There
moon.
is no radiation, bro. There is no radiation.
How do you know it?
Because no one has been there to find out. No one's been there to find out, man.
But I was talking to the other guy from Russia. Did they try to go there and they found the radiation?
Go where?
Go there to the moon. But
you can't go to the moon, dude. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Exactly. But I'm talking not the heliocentric model. I'm talking about here on flat Earth, and you see the sun and the moon local. But I'm talking about that accident. The other guy from Russia.
What accident is this? What accident are you talking about?
You know that cosmonaut that fall down, his capsule fall down and he died. And he was angry and talking about a lot of things when he was falling down.
I don't know this story. You know this story, Gospel?
Man,
No.
I just don't remember the name, but it did happen. It did happen. I mean,
I can't talk about something I don't know, so I don't know anything about
I don't remember the name of that guy, but it did happen. So the question is, do they try it?
It is a claim. There's the claim. So it's either you believe this guy's story or you don't. So it's either one or the other, right? But if you can't prove it, why believe it?
Yeah. So, I mean, there are many whisper blowers, So even inside these third families, whatever. So, and some guys have access to information.
Yeah, but I mean, that's why we don't really mess with too much stuff you can't really verify. You know what I'm saying? Access, information, all of that stuff is relative. It just depends on you got to trust your sources. So I mean, the source of the material. That's why we don't really mess with that. We just deal with the shape of the earth. We don't get into all that other stuff because you can never fact check and verify all of this information. None of it.
But those guys that are inside those families, they can't access to information. They are the ones that can
how do you
ask.
know? That's all I'm saying is you're accepting that's the truth. That's all you're doing.
This was a guy that he did work at Antarctica. He was a glober, and then he was a glober. He did work at.
Did you work there with him? I mean, were you there?
Anyway, he did work at. He did work
How
at.
do you know?
He was a glober, and now he's a flat earther.
But I'm just saying, like in this world that we live in, we can only prove things a certain way. You know what I'm saying? When you just start listening to people and believing other people and what they say, then you're just gonna go down a rabbit hole, bro. There's no end. There's no end.
But
you know what I'm saying?
If you there are some people that don't want to know more. They just want to stay. Flat Earth, and we stay here. We don't talk nothing more. So if you don't want to know, that's your way. But
okay, so he was a glober. Now he's a flat earther. What's this guy's story?
He was a helicopter pilot. Did work at Antarctica. You know what is amazing? One of the first questions, Antarctica. And so one of the first questions they did to him was, "What is the shape of the Earth?" So he didn't understood at that time why they asked this. So maybe to avoid flat earthers and truth seekers to go there. So he didn't understand that at that time. But he saw a lot of things that was strange, according to the globe. So and the last year he does a live stream.
What's an example of something he saw that was strange?
he did a friendship with a guy in the McMurdoch station, a scientist there, and he showed this thing that many people are talking about, the blue sky ice.
Okay.
So he did. So this is a Spanish guy, not English guy. So yeah. So many things
You seem
strange
like
there.
you like to believe people. That's the thing. You
No,
like
I
to
like
trust
I
human
like
beings.
to do research. I'm
Yeah,
truth
but what
seeker.
I'm saying is but what I'm saying is
I like
do
to cross.
research on
I like to cross
other
information.
people.
I like
You
to
do
cross
research on other
information.
people. Listen, you do research on other people and then trust the research that those people did. You need to do your own research, not into because this is why I don't get off into any of that stuff, because there's only so much information. You know, when 9/11 happened, I saw that with my eyes. If someone had reported to me that happened, I wouldn't believe them. But I saw that shit with my eyes, so that's why I know for a fact that that didn't happen the way they say it did, right?
Well, I
And when it
knew.
comes to the flat Earth, I can understand logically how this works and why it makes sense. Not because somebody showed me a video, not because somebody showed me pictures, not because somebody told me in my ear. I can understand it with my own brain. I don't need somebody else to make it make sense for me. I can make it make sense for myself. So that's why I don't. When you start talking about researching people, you cannot trust human beings, dude. I don't care who they are, dude. Your family members, your best friend, your wife, your child. You cannot trust human beings. They're easily manipulated. You see this in this world. So that's why you have to be careful when you start doing research on people that did research. And then you're going to have to trust that their research is true. That's all you're going to do, dude. And who knows? God, in the Bible, God says, do not trust human beings. Do not trust human beings. And that's as simple as that. You see this in everyday life. You cannot trust people.
So you don't trust people, but you just trust in Bible that maybe can be
I
changed.
trust God. I trust Him. Okay, He's the Creator. By listening to Him, He's proven to me that human beings cannot be trusted. You know what I'm saying? By experience, I realize that you cannot trust human beings, dude. You just can't.
Well, to find the truth, you have to do a lot of crossing information. So I have done this.
You think you have the truth.
So what is your
have the truth.
conclusion on this this Skyrock stuff that keeps on popping up that I find I think that the stories and people promoting the Skyrock stuff, the blue rock that looks like, say that's at the edge of the sky or whatever. I find no validity or plausibility to that being what it is. It makes little to no sense because it's not translucent. Because it's not transparent or translucent, therefore, why would I expect that to be the thing that's at the top of our sky?
Okay,
why?
there is a container, and
Yeah, I know, but I don't believe that that's part of the container.
Okay, so
the reason I don't is because it's not transparent or translucent, which seems to rule out how nighttime works.
But when the sun lights the sky, why we see blue?
Wow.
Yeah. So
that's it.
So somebody told you a rock, something fell from,
we don't,
and you believe that.
Hold on, but we don't just see blue. We also see gray. Well, I know clouds. Okay, but we see green, we see red, we see orange, we see pink. So are all those colored rocks? Is it metamorphic rock that's changing colors?
In a normal day without no clouds and just a clean day, you just the blue sky.
Yeah, but dude, all of that's plausible, is possible. Yes, it could be right, but
no,
who knows,
it couldn't be.
Man?
It couldn't be blue rock. It could not be.
Just for the sake of argument, let's say
no.
Yes.
It could not be, and here's why. Explain night.
We don't know the properties of what's going on up there.
I don't believe that a blue rock that is found could possibly be the thing in the sky, because that blue rock would need to change at nighttime to some type of clear material that allows light to either come from it or to shine through it.
I mean, who knows? Like, dude, squids can change.
I'm using logic.
What I'm saying is, squid can change their we don't. That's what I'm saying. You don't know the properties of
This
there, right?
isn't a living material. Squids are
We
living
don't know
things.
that. We don't know what that material.
About? Yes,
Do you
they
know
have fraud. They have hundreds of examples of this blue rock that they're calling.
Who cares what it is? I don't believe it. I'm just saying, dude. I mean, I just don't. I don't know what's going on up there.
It's simple. I'm refuting it with logic. So you can keep on saying, who knows? I'm refuting the claim with mere simple logic. It doesn't pan out. It's not logical to conclude that a blue rock is the thing that contains our air. Doesn't make sense. It doesn't work out.
What what I don't understand is various sources of people that went go there to work, and they are talking about the same smoke. Where there is smoke, there's fire. So I'm with them.
Well, that's not always true either. That's just a fun saying. That's actually not always true.
They are talking about the same thing. They are trying to cross this firmament there. So anyway, I don't know all the properties of that, but isn't amazing?
All right, show me this rock go clear.
Nobody has that details, but there are some documents, even from 1957, that talks about flat
Miguel,
Earth.
You're doing a little whistling past. Are you hearing what I'm saying? Why are you ignoring it? Day and night are drastically different in the sky appearance.
All I know, there's a container. Every flat Earth knows there's a container.
Miguel,
I don't know the properties. So why do you ask those?
The claim that this blue rock comes from the container is, to me, implausible.
Man, if they want to go to us to go there, no. I mean,
Miguel, what are you?
I
feel like you're not following what I'm saying.
You are talking about the properties of that. I don't know all the things, but
I'm refuting the claim with logic that there's a blue rock that falls from the container. I don't think that it's plausible in the slightest, and I think it should be dismissed and completely ignored until somebody has the ability to demonstrate that this rock has some type of supernatural quality of changing itself from this powder blue color to other things. But that's never been demonstrated. I think it's a dismissible claim on its face, because it's not logical to conclude that a blue rock is the surface or content of the container. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't work. You watch the sky, you watch dusk happen, you watch the transition of light to dark, and the sky changes. Okay. But it doesn't work out that a blue rock could be the thing. It doesn't work.
But you are denying that they are studying the firmament there at Antarctica.
I'm not denying anything about what people claim to be doing. I don't really care what people are claiming to be doing in Antarctica, because it's all a bunch of noise and confusion anyway. At what point are you going to actually believe that you're going to get any substance or value from claims of quote unquote scientists, especially the ones that are in Antarctica? They've got to be some of the most compromised people, besides like the Royal Society and stuff. But regardless, the Blue Rock claim is, I think, just ammunition that's being used against anybody that states that there's a container. It's like poisoning the well. It looks retarded to say that a blue rock is the content of the container. It looks really retarded to say that, because it just doesn't work unless you can demonstrate some type of supernatural quality how it can change.
Some guys talk about rock. Some guys say blue sky ice.
Oh my gosh.
So, but anyway, so what is interesting is...
Listen, here, how about this? Why would anybody assume that
but
the
I'm not
thing...
assuming. I'm not assuming the properties. I just was saying what other people did work there.
I didn't finish.
Okay,
I didn't actually finish my sentence.
Go on.
Why would anybody conclude or assume or presume or any of those words in the first place that the firmament has any capacity for degradation? Why would somebody even come to that conclusion? We have the air that we have. If there was any potential of degradation, then why would we still have what we have? And what I mean by have what we have, I'm referring to our air.
When you say degradation is falling off, no.
Breaking, falling apart, degrading.
So you are talking about the properties. I don't know the information about the properties. I just know people that did work there, and they are talking about the same thing.
Yeah, and I think that this is just really not good.
This is not what those people claim. If you bring too hot air, it evaporates, and you have to use gloves to hold that at Antarctica. So they are studying that at Antarctica because they cannot bring samples because it's a low degree there.
All right. Well, the moment that anybody suggests that an opaque material is the content of the container is the moment I stop listening to them, because they're not using their brain.
Can you repeat? The moment
anyone makes the claim that the content of the container is opaque is the moment I stop listening to them, because they aren't using their brain.
Opaque, transparent.
Opaque. I said opaque.
Opaque, like...
that means not able for light to pass through. Opaque.
Okay.
No, hey, Gospel, you hear me?
I'm not talking about that,
but all these people are when they're suggesting the rock and... Yeah, thank you, old dude. What is it, Lion?
Nah, I agree with you. I've seen that picture floating around with the sky rock, and everybody wants to believe it because it's sensational, right? It's romantic to think that we actually have a piece of the firmament. But is there any actual evidence for it? No. So if you're believing that, you're taking a leap of faith and you're relying on scientists, so-called, right, studying the space rock or whatever, it's firmament rock from Antarctica. Like, that's all you're doing. You're taking a leap of faith and you're believing in something that could be true. But it's sensational, but it doesn't mean it's true. And that's what Gospel is saying. He's using his logic and saying that it's a crystalline structure, allegedly, that's see-through. And it doesn't just fragmentate, right?
But even
no,
dismissing...
real quick, I just want to say that.
Even dismissing the properties.
He just wants to believe it, dude. He just wants to
I don't want to believe. Even dismissing the properties. Okay, so...
Somebody earlier said that you can't trust in man. You can't trust in man. And the Bible does say, he who trusts in man is cursed. Cursed is he who puts his faith in man. That's what it says. He who puts his faith in man is cursed. So, like, you can't really trust these people. Like, you can't. Yeah, I mean...
I just gotta know, they are studying the firmament. Just that.
Wait, so do you believe it or do you not believe it?
Believe it in what? There's a container.
No, we all believe in the container, yes. But we're saying, do you believe that actual rock is part of the container?
Man, Did you hear what I said? I dismiss all the properties of the container. I just don't dismiss they are not studying there.
So do you believe in a container or not? Yes or no?
He already said yes to that, Fred.
I don't
Miguel,
think he did.
I don't believe in the container. I know that
Yeah, he said he
it's
said he
the only possible to have a gas pressure. It has been the container, so everybody knows that there is a container. So
he's rejecting the word believe and replacing it with the word no, Fred. It's 6 in one, half a dozen in the other. But Miguel, it seems like you're stating that these things that they're talking about, calling it sky ice and stuff, you're seeming to suggest that it's a plausible evidence of the firmament.
Yeah.
Are you not suggesting that?
Man, maybe one day I can meet this guy and you can talk.
I don't care.
Because he was there.
Believe, bro.
I wasn't there,
I already
so
stated
I cannot.
what I stated. I made it as clear as possible. If somebody makes any claim whatsoever that an opaque material is the content of the container, I reject their claim.
I never said it was opaque. Okay, so
everything that they've presented with these blue rocks is opaque.
But this is not what that guy was talking about.
Okay, then why are you talking about something that nobody knows what you're talking about then? Do you have his video? Can you share it?
Can you present a sample? No.
But okay, so you're telling me that a guy has stories without any evidence. Is that what you're telling me?
Well, he did work at there. He knows best than I.
So that's a yes. He has stories without any evidence.
Even those guys that did work at NASA, man, if they are talking about what they found there,
hey, so Miguel,
we can dismiss everything.
Miguel, how do you know there's a container for sure, for a fact? How do you know that? You know something we don't know?
I mean, don't you know that you cannot have a gas pressure without a container?
Okay, but you're claiming it to be solid. We don't know what the hell it is, right?
I don't care about the properties of the container. I just
obviously you do. If
I am talking about there's a container. They found that at Antarctica, so they are studying there. Just is what I'm talking about.
How do you know they found that? Where you got this information? How you know they found some in Antarctica, dude? I would like to know.
Yeah,
I mean that's actually fascinating.
So about there were some. You never hear about those the classified documents where it says flat, non-rotation Earth, but there's one from the CIA, and it talks about what they were found there at Antarctica. So let me get it. So this was 1 year before NASA.
All right, so this is factual evidence for you.
I mean, it was classified for a reason, and it talks about flat Earth and the firmament.
This is factual evidence for you. That's all you need is a piece of paper saying stamped by the government, and you believe it. Hook, line, and sinker. That's it. End of discussion. That's the proof. That's all you need, right?
There were people there, and
what people?
What?
You know these people?
The Russians and Americans were there.
That's the claim.
And the guys that signed the treaty.
It seems you don't understand what is evidence, bro. You really have no idea. What is evidence that beyond the reason?
I mean, so this document is not an evidence for you, okay?
No, none of that is.
So why the reason?
How can it be, dude?
Why the reason?
How can you make sure? How can you prove it, dude?
Why the reason?
I do not understand that.
Why the reason that this was classified?
Miguel, all you're doing, you're claiming to have faith in all of this. That's all you're doing. So now you're just starting another belief system. That's fine, but you just need to acknowledge that. Because none of this stuff you could actually verify, bro.
Yeah, where there's smoke, there's fire. So
that's not always true. I already said that's not always true. You can have smoke without fire.
There's one guy being a lot.
What?
Debate tax.
Did you know
debate
that,
tax.
Miguel?
Someone, Ipa. He was the
Yo,
guy.
is my mic okay?
No, it's fucked up. You should leave.
We can
You
hear
tell
you.
me honestly, though.
It's a little fuzzy, but yes, we can hear you.
We can understand you, Electric.
What's the name of the dude? What's the name of the good brother that's
More dudes again. More people we
Miguel.
can't fact.
I did finish. Okay, so
your name, bro?
I'm doing my research, and if you don't want to know what's beyond or whatever, even at the North Pole,
Here we go.
I'm curious.
Hitler there too.
Hey, man.
I did finish. Okay,
Are the tall
I'm
whites there?
I'm the guy that wants to know more.
Can I ask
No
you
more
something?
what?
It's fine, Miguel. I just don't understand why when I say words, you will it act as though I didn't say the words that I said.
No, you were talking about the properties of the firmament, so
No, that's not all I was talking about. You said where there's smoke, there's fire, and I said that's not always true, and you ignored. You didn't respond. You didn't go, oh well, okay. You didn't like reply. You like we're not having a conversation. It's almost like you just want to have a soliloquy about these Antarctica people.
But can I ask bro a question?
I'm not. Listen, hold on, Electric Miguel. I'm not knocking your desire to learn more, okay? And I think that learning and researching people's testimony is worth doing, and checking consistency, internal consistency, and so on. That's all fine and dandy. I don't actually have a problem with any of that. It needs to be tied to, observation and reality too, obviously. But then when you keep on using a phrase like where there's smoke, there's fire as justification for your argument, and I say that's not always true because you can have smoke without fire, and you ignore the fact that I say that, it's annoying because we're not having a conversation at that point. You're just having a soliloquy about your interests. Miguel?
Yeah. So, there's a lot of mystery.
Miguel,
people talking
it's
about
like you're
Antarctica.
ignoring what I'm saying, and that's really frustrating.
Okay, do you mind I try to talk to Miguel? Miguel, you said you did a lot of research, right?
I'm still doing today.
Okay, so what did you research about the globe?
Just measurements or numbers, nothing more. I did learn.
within.
Dude, he's not a glober, bro. He's not a glober.
Who the hell?
Glober?
Just stop it,
No,
okay?
he's not a glober.
Stop with that. Stop it, okay?
I'm trying to have an honest approach with the man. Seemed like a genuine.
Yeah, but I'm just telling you, he's not a glober.
Fraud, you are lying. You are lying, just stop it.
Oh, you are a glober? I thought you weren't. My bad.
Who are you to tell me that I'm not a flat earth?
Oh my gosh. Okay, Miguel, I think I know what's going on. I know you know English, so apparently you're having a hearing problem. Okay? Because very clearly, more than once, Fraud said that you were not, that's N-O-T, N-O-T, not a glober.
Oh, sorry.
He said it very clearly. So I said things to you very clearly too, and you didn't hear them or didn't listen to them. You completely whistled past the graveyard and
you are right.
I'm just going to mute you, Electric, because you're interrupting. Okay, I'm trying to get to a point, and I'm giving Miguel the opportunity to say, "Oh yeah, okay, that's right. Okay, thank you."
Saying, thank you, Gospel. I was saying you are right.
You can have smoke without fire. Do you understand?
The scientific,
Miguel, you give me a yes or no.
Yeah. Analyzing NASA, yeah, they can say a lot of lies. So
Miguel, I'm talking about our physical reality, and with smoke being a physical thing in our reality and fire being a physical thing in our reality. You can have smoke without fire. Do you understand?
Yes, there's a lot of.
I'm
I
not in
have to see.
metaphor land. I'm talking about physical reality, not metaphor. Do
I'm
you
watching
understand?
that on my mind. So the on stage they have this smoke machine, so that's true.
Yes, and there's also such a thing as chemical fires. Yes, so on and so on. Okay, I just wanted to get the point out there. Make sure I know it's silly to
I didn't
some
get it.
people,
Okay.
but you kept on ignoring the fact that I said it, and it's really frustrating. Feels gaslighty.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay, respectfully, you unmuted me, so can I ask him something?
yes.
Sure, thanks, bro. I understand y'all were having a good conversation. I'm butting in. Yo, Miguel. So you say you did research. You know these calculations, these numbers, and these equations that you're looking into. You know that these are all within the heliocentric model. Fuck this.
Exactly.
Equations are mutually exclusive, though. It's about the numbers that are used, not
Yeah.
about the equations
But
themselves.
he's talking about measurements.
No, I didn't
Like,
talk
you know,
the
sun
he's
being
not
93
talking about.
million miles away.
You're not. No, bro. You're not even listening. Are you in the conversation, dude? He's not a glober, bro. He is not a glober. So what the hell have you been listening to this whole time?
Thanks, Fraud.
Gotcha.
So I did say the numbers too, and you have to know the numbers to debunk anti-flat Earth. So
It might serve you well, Electric, to click on people's names and look at their roles. It's an easy.
I'm sorry to say, but when you're shouting and erratic, I'm kind of trying to not listen to that. Probably what happened.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Now throw it back on us. Get the fuck out of here, please.
Anyway, yeah. I think what Fraud said is actually quite valid about these people's claims and in your ability to verify any of the claims, regardless of their personal stance and the conclusions they've come to. Testimony is as good as witnesses, right? That's why if someone has a testimony or something that they're making claims of, that's why you need witnesses in addition to testimony. But then they have to be reliable. So there's all these different components that you put together.
Yeah, it's a whole big smorgasbord of facts of information you got to collect. Dude, like I said, there's nothing wrong with believing in all this stuff. It's fun, it's fantastical, it's wonderful. I like it too, but I just know this you just can't start imposing your beliefs on other people, right? You know what I'm saying? That's kind of like a religious, you know what I'm saying? Because like the Bible, all that stuff is by faith, right? So you have to choose to believe in it, right? You don't go. So that's why a lot of kids, when their parents, they run from religion when they get older because it was forced upon them when they were young and they didn't like how it was put upon them. So they hate the word instead of looking at the person. It's, hey, maybe it's not the word, it's the person. But they can't separate the two because when they were young, they only identify it with the word and not necessarily the person because they're probably not reading for themselves. You know what I'm saying? So you have to be careful when you're just saying stuff like that. And it's fun to but there's none of it you can't really prove any of it. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. It could be true. Who knows? That's great, but what are you going to do? You can't just go around saying stuff and hope and putting it on people that don't know any better. It's like a bully.
I was gonna try to. I feel you. I was gonna try to bring up something I found interesting. You said trucks, man. I'm sorry, guys.
You're getting more fuzzy there. Bring up the thing you want to bring up. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. Let me bring it up. I found this interesting. So, I actually have the same birthday as Galileo, and I remember I was reading a book, 48 Laws of Power. You might have heard of it. There's passages in this book about Galileo, how he was being commissioned by random kings around this area to he gained a lot of recognition as a popular scientist because of his inventions and his discoveries, quote unquote. But he would secretly give these informations to like powerful people in the land and be like, you could kind of look at this as somebody, you know, holding power to secrets about what he was observing. So like you go and tell somebody like, hey man, like, I got this telescope. I'm able to see some crazy shit. You want to see? You go and tell somebody powerful this information, and then they want to keep it from everybody else. And this is where like the establishment of like knowledge about the solar system, where it began. I'm getting kind of too deep, sorry, but looking into Galileo, you find out this guy actually renounced everything he claimed about the heliocentric model. He claimed that he saw moons revolving around Jupiter. He retracted that statement. He claimed that the moon is a rock planetary body similar to the Earth with edges. And then he retracted that statement as well. When I look into Galileo, bro, there's a lot of shit, man. This is like, you type in evidence of the heliocentric theory, and it all has to do with Galileo witnessing Jupiter's moons. And when you look further into that, how come in the past 500 years, all these telescopes were supposedly inventing, that is still the basis of the heliocentric theory? There is no further observations of Jupiter's moons. Straight up. You could research this. This is what I was doing the past 2 days, because I feel like I got a little tight at somebody.
Right, but this is where it causes the problem. So like when you present this stuff to people that believe in the globe, what are they going to say to you?
I know exactly what they're going to say. They're going to say it doesn't matter if Galileo renounced all those things. Thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people have made observations of Jupiter's moons doing what they do since Galileo. So
this is how it goes right back to Miguel. That even if you pull up papers that were written, no matter who wrote them, people won't believe it. They will not believe it because they have their own ideas already made in their mind. You would have to physically show them, and there's still no guarantee they'll believe it either. But I don't care how much information you find, you cannot prove anything to anybody by showing them a piece of paper with a stamp on it. I'm sorry.
Exactly, and Matthew Learns, it is said like 1 month ago, even if you present any proof, something like that, he said he will not accept it. So
yeah, he literally said if NASA and CNN and all the news stations all came out and said we've been lying to you, he would disagree with them and go, wow, what happened to those guys?
He was over on another server last night, and we were all talking to him, and he was just tearing it up. He was just being his old self. And I wasn't the only one that's called him a shill and a liar. Somebody called him a Satanist now. That's pretty funny.
What I don't understand is Matthew, he agrees with us sometimes when we are talking about the these photos from NASA can be CGI manipulated, and he starts he keep bring new Earth views photos from NASA.
Listen, but here's the thing about Matthew.
Has a proof, has a proof.
Here's the thing about Matthew, right? It's either he is being paid to do what he does, or, and this is this is the most frightening part, he truly is that way. And what everybody just said, he wouldn't change his mind even if they told him that. Even if the people who made this stuff all up came and told him we made it up, he still wouldn't believe him. And that's a lot of the society. He speaks for a big portion of society out there, dude. That's why it's frightening to believe in stuff based upon somebody else's idea and not using your own brain.
Exactly.
That's scary because Matthew is an intelligent guy. He's highly intelligent. You can tell. He's very articulate and everything. But dude, this is the level of indoctrination. That's freaking, dude. That's almost.
There's a word for it, Fraud.
Admirable. It's admirable too that you could pull that off.
there's the word is dogmatic.
Okay.
It's when you hold to a view, no matter what. Basically, it's
Yeah, you're gonna go down with the ship. You're gonna sink with the ship, no matter what. You're gonna sink with it. I'm going down with it. Yeah.
I was thinking the word denialism. So you will deny it everything that we did.
It's another level of denial. It's a level that's probably only certain people. Well, actually, a great portion of society can reach. Actually, I mean, because that's something. Metallurgy is something else.
Exactly, and
Hey, I'm sorry. I missed dude's response to what I said about Galileo. That's what y'all are talking about.
What about it?
Dude's response.
What did he say? I didn't. Because my.
I don't think he said anything about it. I don't know. Maybe he did. I don't know. I don't know.
He
Did you say
started to say
anything
something.
about Galileo, Miguel?
No.
Somebody else started to say something.
I was
Oh,
thinking
Gospel
he was.
said about all those people.
Yeah, I was thinking he was speaking to general. So gospel is.
No big deal.
I was stating that it doesn't matter what Galileo said or retracted, because there are so many other people that make the claim that they too made the observation. I've got people that I've talked to that are like, I've seen it with my own eyes. It's like, okay, well, you've seen what you think you've seen.
What they claim to see is there's 4 moons that orbit Jupiter, which gives the idea that Jupiter has a gravitational pull, right?
Well, you could infer that based on your presupposition that that's a thing in the first place. But at the same time,
really?
What?
That's what it implies.
No. You
okay.
could
I'll listen. I'm just gonna listen, by the way.
You could infer that with your presuppositions. It doesn't necessitate that. You have to, if you remove your presuppositions, you have the opportunity to think of all the other possible causes for what you're seeing. It's extreme. It's easier said than done, though, is what I'm trying to say. It's extremely difficult, actually, to remove presuppositions.
And
This
what
is the worst time of the year.
Can you get hold of that's going to show you Jupiter's moon? I'll go buy it right now.
Well, they exist, but they're usually like $1,500 to $3,000, bro.
That's what I'm saying. I'll buy one.
Honestly, no, that's the problem, bro. I was trying to find video, photographs, Jupiter's moon, evidence of it. They all say that Galileo made the observation. Like, literally nobody else is talking about their observation. Isn't that kind of strange?
Yep.
There's no updated evidence. Galileo is the only one they want to talk about in every article.
Somebody could do a personal videography of it. Just put the camera eye into the damn telescope and show us. If you can buy a telescope, that obviously I'm sure people have the money. So if they
not only that, why don't they point a camera at Earth and show us the thing spinning? There's nothing like that either. Nothing.
Yeah, they used to say 16 or 4. It's 63 moons that they claim.
I actually watched the video showing. Sorry, real quick. I actually watched the video showing these supposed 74 moons and their orbits around Jupiter, and it pretty much just looks like chicken scratch, like somebody just circled Jupiter 100 times. Ridiculous.
I found the official artwork for oh, it didn't work. Why doesn't it work? I hate it when it doesn't work.
I don't know. Why doesn't it work?
They just don't understand human beings, man. Very interesting creatures.
Boo. Whatever. It's nice graphics is all I'm trying. Oh, well, it did work, I guess. Yeah. It just took a minute. But there you go. There's the
What if somebody type in YouTube, just a regular person with showing Jupiter's with its moons? I mean, is that possible for someone?
Yeah, I was looking for this. There is none. Everything they show is a 3D recreation. Legitimately cannot find it.
And you can't tell anybody in this stuff that it's global.
No, I'm telling you, when I was younger and I found out Galileo, I'm sorry to interrupt you, when I found out Galileo had the same birthday as me, I looked into all this stuff. And I just looked into all of it again, and none of it is confirmable. After I'm trying to look for it, I still haven't found it. So if anybody could find an actual image of Jupiter's supposed 76 moons orbiting, besides a reference to Galileo, I got 20. I'll give you $20. Fuck it. Help me find it. I'm looking for. I spent 24 hours looking for it.
And what if these telescopes on top of the mountains can see it too? So I mean, like, why can't we just all go up there one day and just, hey, how can we pay to see what you guys see? Is it possible?
By the way, sometimes I talk about those guys from Brazil. They even get into some observatories and they deny access to some parts. Maybe it's where they do CGI manipulation. They deny access.
How many of these telescopes are there? Does anybody know?
I don't know. I know in Hawaii, the Mount Kea observatories.
I think there's like 5 or 7. It's one of the two.
I know that Japan just built a new one though, and it's like they put it to the side of a mountain, and like its lens is.
You gotta hide it.
Well, the lens is water, dude. It's like this. It's freaking weird, man. It's cool though, but it's weird.
Yeah, I heard about that.
So here's an independent guy, allegedly, with Psalm 19:2 on his website.
Best picture of Saturn. That's the one you just put that up.
Uh-huh.
Dude, that looks so fake.
Only one problem, that isn't what it looks like.
That looks so fake, dude. And it's a picture.
It shouldn't be stars at the background.
Yeah, that's guys. Come on.
It took 200 frames out of 400 and something in order to make that.
What they're truly suggesting is that you can't take a photograph of what the eye can see in a telescope. That's what they're suggesting.
Well, yeah, because if they don't say that, then how are they going to explain it?
Whoops. Is this? Oh, 100.
Now think about that. When there was that asteroid impact that I don't know if you guys watched it. I think it was either Jupiter or whatever. It was Jupiter or something else. Yeah, Jupiter, right? And these footages are better than that was. What this guy's showing right here from a telescope. And this was supposed to be live footage of I think the Hubble was supposed, and that's out there in fucking outer space. So you're telling me this guy can get better images in his backyard than NASA can get in outer space?
So he explains, like, here's an example. Eagle Nebula. He says it's a 43-minute exposure time. And he says the filter that he uses. I have a friend in North Carolina that does this kind of stuff. He's an enthusiast. He takes these same images, goes, puts them through the filter, does the long exposure time. I'm not suggesting, and I wouldn't even conclude that anything about these images are fake. I don't know why they would need to be fake. That doesn't make any sense to me. The point is the conclusions you draw about the things you see in the sky need to be free from presumptions. It's my opinion and suggestion.
Yeah, but you got to admit when they're saying that they're taking photographs and they're really taking hundreds of photos and mixing them together to make an image, that's a little bit deceptive, if you ask me.
Well, exposure time isn't the same thing as taking hundreds of images, though. Am I wrong? Pretty
No,
sure.
you're not wrong, but like I said, these images that they show us from NASA, they're taking multiple images and they're
NASA's
putting
a
them all
different
together. They're
different story altogether. NASA just is a cartoon company,
I know, but you can do the same thing with your own software at home with the
You
same kind of
can,
picture thing.
for the most part, yeah. But the point,
you get where I'm going, though.
This guy is sharing his method and the details specifically to
Oh, the only thing I don't understand is why does he have a computer there? What's up with that? Why does he have a laptop?
because it has to be recorded.
He's not. That's what I'm saying. He's not recording it. He's just taking photos, right?
He's using the computer to receive the image. It's where all the cords.
But can he just see the image with his eye by sticking it in the camera? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, you can't upload your eyeball to a computer.
I get that. I understand that part, but I'm just curious. Is there no way to do it with a camera? Not a still camera, like a video camera, and show the real footage.
No, because I think it's about the exposure time. I don't think that video shows you exposure time. I mean, for crying out loud, have you seen people's pictures of the full moon with their iPhone 13s or whatever? Like,
no, I'm just saying the telescope
pictures of the moon really suck bad.
I'm just saying there has to be a way. All right, so when they use their cameras on the ground to follow the shuttle up into the upper regions of the sky, as long as it's mounted correctly, it's not going to have any issues, right? So I'm sure there's a way to connect the camera to the telescope.
That's just a little bit irritating.
I thought that's what he was doing. Why must these pictures be fake? I don't understand that notion. Why do people always feel the need
They're
to?
not fake. They're images.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, they never claim to be photographs. Stating it's an image means that it must be a composite. If you can't state what you're doing with a photograph, I'm going to have to assume it's not. Sorry.
Okay, is anybody here trying to make the claim that these stars don't exist?
Not me.
Okay,
It's not hard for me to conceive that, people are editing images to make it look extra.
Hey, Gospel. I want
What?
to say something real quick to add. Listen, I relate to you a lot, brother, and it's just hard because we're trying to all be discernful of the truth, right? But some people are so skeptical, they have trust issues because they've been lied to their whole life, and now they're coming to this conclusion, this revelation, this epiphany that we're living on a flat plane, right? With that being said, there's people that don't believe in viruses, that don't believe in bacteria. They think that the microscopic images of the viruses are fake, that they're faked. right? And everything that they perceive now, they question. They question everything, including the luminaries in the sky and Saturn. I have a friend that I know directly who does this stuff also, and I'm part of an astronomy forum that I don't partake, but I look at what people are taking photos of, because what we can do now that we weren't able to do 100 years ago is that now with around 10 grand, you can buy some really sophisticated equipment that you could literally you can zoom into Saturn, and Saturn actually does have rings. Like, you can even do it with a P900, a Nikon P900. They've been able to zoom in on Saturn, and you can see Saturn for what it looks like. NASA portrays it a certain way, but that's actually how it does look, though. It does have like a spherical look, and it is tilted forward or downward, and it does have something on what looks like to be its northern pole. Now, luminaries are different than.
Looks like an oval to me.
And I don't know where to draw the line, but I know these people aren't faking it, and they're using optical lenses. They're not using digital zoom, because digital zoom tends to fragmentate the image, and it has its own anti-aliasing. But it's not digital zoom. They're optically zooming in with lenses into these luminaries, and they're observing what looks like to be rings and all this other stuff. Now, I know they're not lying. I know it's not fake. I just don't know how to include it into the flat Earth.
It's mutually exclusive. It's mutually exclusive.
I'm just curious as to how you isolate this one.
Birds have feathers. I don't.
This one thing, and there's nothing else in the background. But yet he has the other pictures with all the stars, and you see all these stars, and there's more stars behind it, stars around it.
Exposure time.
That didn't make any damn sense.
It does. Use a camera. Oh my goodness. Fraud. Have you tried to take pictures of the night sky? Do you know how hard it is? Unless you have good equipment and long exposure time, you won't pick up any stars. Short exposure time, you'd be like, oh my God, the sky looks so beautiful. I can see probably 10,000 stars right now. I'm going to pick my iPhone up. Snap. Why is it a black sky? I see tens of thousands of stars right now. Exposure time. It's how that works. I don't know why it works that way. I just understand that more exposure time equals
because
more.
I can explain.
The
camera has a lens, and it also has what looks like to be an eyelid. The shutter or the exposure time is the amount of time that eye remains open to allow light in before capturing a photo. So you could theoretically be capturing all the light for 10 minutes before it actually shutters. So for that whole 10 minutes, you just absorb 10 minutes of light. Now, when the camera processes that light, that's how you can see 10 minutes worth of light in one frame. Because you just left
I'm not accepting some guy's photo as proof that this is what the fuck he's seeing.
Fraud. Why do stars need to be fake? I see stars up in the sky. I don't understand why
I'm not talking about the stars. I'm talking about the ones he has of Jupiter and Saturn.
Who cares?
Stars aren't fake.
Why does it need to be fake? Why does the dude's picture of Jupiter need to be fake? Why?
Who cares about the need? I'm just saying that it is.
Why? Why is it fake?
In my mind, it looks the same shit as NASA. Same silly shit that they put up. And
you can buy the
it looks no different.
Okay,
get a P900 on eBay for like $600, and you can zoom into the luminaries and get the same imagery.
What Clay posted is an excellent example. I'm going to post the link. Okay, so if you look at that image, it says this is Saturn, this is CGI. That is what I'm talking about. That's an excellent example of the difference between what it looks like from our vantage point and what it looks like when you embellish it. When you embellish it, but it's still a thing in this. Yeah, there's embellishment. Okay, obviously there's CGI and embellishment, but it doesn't negate the fact. You good, Rookie?
No, I was just saying. I think we get what you're saying. What we're trying to say is, though, is when you take something with a long lens, when you open the whatever the hell you want to call it, then you're taking more than just a single image. That's what we're trying to say. Is that
okay? And here's what I'm trying to say in response
in order to give it a clear look. But yes,
Rookie and
you're still taking a picture of the actual stars. Yes, you're right.
Here's the issue. Cameras are not, see, our eyes are not a brain. Our brain are not eyes. Our eyes work with our brain and do a lot of stuff. Okay. A camera is not the same as our eyes plus our brain.
Okay.
It's all just fucking gay.
Not really. There's stuff in the sky that's incredibly beautiful, and people taking pictures of it shouldn't be a threat to anybody.
No, it's not about threats. It's just
you got a
attributing
point
it to planets and that there's all this other shit going on.
No, exactly. That's my point. Attack the presuppositions. Don't attack the images themselves. There are crappy images and there are good images of the things in the sky. The stupid fake, the little sparkly, colorful things that people show. It has been demonstrated more than once is not what Clay, what you're posting right now. All of that has been debunked. With things right here on Earth, you can demonstrate that same effect with the camera of things here. It's not a reflection of reality. Those little blurry, crazy things that look like some, I don't know, rave party show is not what they actually look like. That is a distortion effect of the camera. The fact of the matter is, yeah, there's beautiful things in the sky. Attack the presuppositions, not the things in the sky. I don't understand why people keep on acting threatened by the fact that there's beautiful things in the sky.
Can you show me how it was debunked? Because I certainly think these stars are within water. These lights.
I don't.
Yeah, but can you show me how it was debunked? Because I would want to change my mind.
Well, all I can say in preparation for me providing you the thing that I'm referring to, I could just simply say that book that we like doesn't say that they're in water. It says that they're in the thing called the firmament, whatever that is. There's no necessity for the firmament itself to be the water, because that's not what it says. So
yeah, that's also what I claimed about scripture. But I'm just saying, you just told me that there's a video proving with an experiment that these things are just out of focus. I want to see how that's being proven.
I understand.
Please.
I'll find it for you.
Thank you.
I think, I don't know if Level Up's probably not listening, but
I agree. It is out of focus. Like I said, I have a friend who's also a believer, and he has his own camera, and he zoomed in on Saturn, and it's focused, and it's not. You don't see it doesn't look like it's underwater in water.
I mean, the Saturn that I posted doesn't also look like it's underwater, but the stars definitely do. There's also videos of the moon where you see waves going over the moon.
That's a little different.
Can I say that?
That's a little different.
Yeah, out of focus images of points of light can give you the illusion of being underwater with atmospheric disturbances. So, yeah.
I wanted to say one thing. It sounds like people are dismissing the stationary plane because of the notion that the moon is the top of the firmament in the flat Earth model. Like, what is the problem with, pointing a telescope at a source of light and, there's things revolving around that source of light, but we're still on a stationary plane. Like, I don't see the problem with that.
Because people are blurring the line between presuppositions and observations, acting as though observations are the presupposition rather than distinguishing and saying, I make observations and I see this. That's no threat to me. Presuppositions are the problem. But people aren't doing that. They're blurring the line between the two.
So you're saying that I should fall back on this observation that Galileo made? Is that what you're saying?
No, you should make your own observations and confirm.
My observation is that.
Oh, could we be any more different?
Go ahead, Justin. I think you know what I was going to say there.
Somebody keeps interrupting.
Yeah, he did. He didn't finish his sentence, but and then he just talked right over you. But somebody else also spoke.
I think Electric was in the middle of a sentence and somebody just bulldozed his words.
It's no problem. I think the point I was trying to make is about to get real noisy with these trucks again.
I have no idea what just got said. That was too fast or something.
What I find interesting about these stars, I mean, I really want to look into the video or whatever you're about to send me, but when I would do an experiment with a light that I put into, let's say, a containment of water, and I would make the room very dark, and I would have just a small light in that water, I would get the same result, you know. Also, I can remember when I was a kid and I used to be in a swimming pool at night, and I would see the lights in the swimming pool would do the same thing as with these pictures. So I'm just curious of how someone debunked that to be just out of focus, because I have never seen lights doing this being out of focus. I personally, when I see lights out of focus, they always just look like a big blurred glow, but they don't just behave like lights inside a water tank or something.
At Level Up, I see you typing. I guess you're able to hear. I think you have access to that video. I don't know what you're talking about, Rookie. No one knows what you're talking about, Rookie. All right, Spake Real Stars. Okay, copy link. Here's one of them.
Thank you.
Play, yeah. That's from Panto's channel.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and he's a global, right?
No.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
he's a mod here.
Are we still talking
I
about
know him.
evidence of Jupiter's moons right now? Because if anybody thinks they have real evidence, I offer $20.
Copy link. Here's another one. Yes, people need. Copy link. There's more. Do we have to what is it, Rookie? Are you high? You guys are weird. Anyway, it's been refuted, not disputed, but refuted. So feel free to look at those things, and general advice: don't be afraid of the things in the sky. It's unscientific to make claims about things that we can't perform scientific experiments on. You can make guesses. Can't go there to find out, so it shouldn't be threat. or treated like one.
Yeah, these videos are very interesting. I guess I need to then change my mind and say that I can't really um, know either side, you know.
The first
Or I
one,
can.
the first one you
Mhm.
posted is an excellent meme or graphic or infographic type thing. I think it actually does prove the point that we're given embellishments of reality rather than reality itself. And
Mhm.
and what it indicates is that there's a value of or it points to the quality or value of impersonation and what's the thing that the devil does? He just copies everything, right? He's a knockoff. He's the off-brand, whatever you want to say. But the point is, reality itself, right? You go to Hobby Lobby and you pick up a plastic leaf and you stare at it. Versus you pick up a leaf in your front yard or anywhere else. In reality, a real leaf that grew from bud to or whatever, you know, from little green thing to a full size leaf. You look at the actual leaf itself, drastically different. That's just a leaf.
Mhm.
The real thing's always better, and the CGI is just I would keep on saying impersonating, but imitating. But whatever the case, I think it's a good meme. The other stuff is it reminds me of Sky Ice that was being talked about an hour ago, and
Oh, I
just
don't believe that.
yeah, well, a lot of people do, and they think that it's evidence of of the firmament falling apart because that makes logical sense, and it's opaque, and that makes logical sense, except neither of those things do. So so these are the sorts of things that we have to work on fleshing out and going, does this hold any water? Pun intended.
Right. Yeah, thank you for sending me that videos and changing my perspective to it, because I wasn't aware of that out of focus can be like that. So yeah. I'm glad I am now aware of it. But then on the other hand, I would really want to know, how does a star look like when he is completely in focus?
So here's the issue with that. It seems to me that all these things in the sky emit light.
Yes.
Okay. They don't in my observation that there seems to be some things that reflect light. At least that's what it would seem to be. Whether or not that's the case, I don't actually know. But in my experience, things that emit light versus things that reflect light are different. But what I mean by different is they appear different. So whether or not the moon emits its own light or not, I'm not here to make a positive claim. I would say that in my observation, it appears to reflect light. I'm not saying that that is a fact or that that is the case. I'm just saying that's what it appears to do. In opposition to that, all the stars in the sky, the stars that have their normal patterns, they have the appearance, in my estimation, as emitting light, not reflecting light. Just like our sun emits light and we can't see any definition to it. When something is reflected off of, you can see its features and patterns and all of that. When something's emitting light, it loses all definition. How could it have definition?
Right.
I mean, the only exception to that off the top of my head is a flame. I can look at a flame off of a match and I see its shape and definition, but that's not really exactly the same because it's, well, a flame is just different.
That's right. Another thing I find quite annoying is when some people claim that flames do not cast shadows, which is totally false.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, but no, you're talking. Yeah. I know what you're talking about. We had that conversation a while back.
Yeah, like you can literally take a lighter and a flashlight, and you will see that it casts a shadow.
Nah, I think you're wrong. Flame, how can a light catch its own shadow?
Because in this case, for example,
It can't.
the lighter is burning off the gas which has residue in it, and these residues you can actually collect when you put your hand underneath your lighter. Your hand will get black because the residue from the gas that it's burning.
Right. So then, are you seeing so there, are you seeing the shadow of the light, or you're seeing the shadow of the gas that's being burnt?
I mean, the light essentially is created by the burning of the gas. So without the gas, you wouldn't have the light, which means that the light itself is the gas burning. So you would create a shadow. Yeah. Trust me, there is light. There is a flames burning that can
Well, if
cast
that's true,
shadows.
then explain poison spot.
You kind of
What?
cut off. Poison what?
Poison spot. Look it up. That would debunk what you just.
I mean, I can't debunk what I see in reality. I can use a lighter and pull a light on it in a dark room, and I will see a shadow.
Here.
So, Rookie, do you have a
Maybe
do you have
maybe I'll go into
intention?
another room where I can show my screen, because I can show you right now that flames do not leave a shadow. Hello.
I just wanted to say this might be the best argument for the glober, is that Jupiter has something revolving around it in the same manner as Earth has the sun and the moon revolving.
No, that's a presupposition.
That's
It's
a
not an argument.
presupposition.
It's not an argument. The only argument that they could ever possibly have is physical measurement of curvature.
I appreciate that comment. Thank you for.
Yes, exactly.
What stuff does in the sky is mutually exclusive. Otherwise, you're entertaining or accepting presuppositions.
Or you're just accepting the strong.
I don't know how it's a straw man. Jupiter has moons is a straw man.
No, that's not what I meant.
Be less mysterious.
Saying that things that are in the sky moving around has anything to do with anything else is really kind of redundant, because we can't prove that anything's really up there. For all we know, it's reflecting off of a mirror. We don't know.
How is this related to a straw man?
Forget it.
What? What a vigorous conversation about a treadmill, basically. Feels like the last 2 hours has just been arguing about whether or not we're on a treadmill or not, or something like that. Literally going nowhere. Maybe there's been some level of benefit to someone. I don't know.
Your point earlier about flat conclusions, right? Like there's observations about the sky, the luminaries, and the things we see above, and people wanna make conclusions. Let's say the Globers, they come to certain conclusions because they say the ground they're standing on is curving, spinning, and is this size, and then the distances to these observations in the sky and the sizes. So I think you referred something earlier, Godspell, about having presuppositions and assumptions, and even though the observation is there, you cannot discard the observation, right? The phenomena that we observe above and the photographs that are being taken, you can't discard that. But people come to conclusions, and some people say, no, your conclusions are wrong, therefore the observation is wrong. So the photograph is not good because your conclusion is wrong. So you gotta be careful with that kind of stuff, right?
For sure, man.
So I think that, let's say, you can have technology, cameras, equipment to do the observations of the luminaries, and the observation is there, whatever we see. Because there's cameras like you guys were talking about earlier, long exposures that would show you more.
Mm-hmm.
Even if you have equipment that is more in the optical spectrum, you'll see other things that you normally wouldn't see just with regular equipment. So the observation is there, and the phenomena is being observed. It's just that coming to conclusions of what it is and how it actually works. That's why the debate is here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've been part of an astronomy website, and they have trackers that can track certain luminaries automatically. So you hook up your DSLR to a telescope, and then you hook up your telescope to a tracker. It's an electronic tracker that literally moves as the sky moves. The tracker moves with it. The telescope will move with it, and you can record all night long a certain point in the sky with a long exposure rate. You're gonna get some amazing imagery without any editing, without any Photoshop, without any CGI. You're gonna get what looks like to be almost the same imagery that NASA has taken. With that being said, now you can edit the image to death, and you're gonna get extra detail that's not actually there, like colors and infrared and all this. You know what I mean? And you put filters. But like a raw image, just a raw image, you're still gonna get some incredible imagery, and I've seen it. I don't know what to make of it. It's not NASA doing it. It's independent astronomers from their own house, just like Galileo, with their own telescopes taking optical imagery. No digital zoom involved, no electronic editing at all. Just raw imagery. Photoshop, raw imagery.
Okay. What do you mean? What do you mean? What to make of it?
Yeah, same.
I don't know how to rationalize it in real life and add it to my biblical cosmology. All I know is that according to the scriptures, we have wandering stars and we have luminaries. The sun and the moon are both considered luminaries. That's all I know. don't know how to, you know what I mean? I know it's not fake. I know not everything is fake. And people have such a skepticism now that they think everything is fake. Not everything is fake.
The thing that we might be missing is that there is a cause and effect relationship to the phenomena that we observe. So we observing the effects and not knowing the cause. That's how it gets very tricky, because we cannot go up there and double check what's going on. So we see the effects and the phenomena, but what the cause is, that's what people is arguing about.
I still don't understand
Luminar-
right, but I still don't understand what he means. But I mean, the things that are in the star, in the sky, the wandering stars and the luminaries. What do you mean you don't understand what to put them in your cosmology or whatever biblical cosmology? I still don't understand your rationale. What does that flat Earth has to do with this the luminaries in the skies that you can't explain?
What I'm trying to say is, just because we live in a flat plane that's not revolving around the sun doesn't mean that the wandering stars don't have something revolving around them. You know, just because we have a link to the heliocentric model by observing the luminaries doesn't mean that it's fake. Because we're jumping to conclusions.
You're
We
right,
think that
but no, I don't think anybody here is arguing that, right? Like nobody here is saying that the luminaries are fake, and if we see moons or whatever, we see lights revolving around lights, that's fake. I don't think nobody.
we know that we're not moving, right? We know that we're living a stationary plane, a stationary Earth, right? We know that for a fact.
We know
But
that there is
just
no
because we live on a
demonstration.
stationary Earth doesn't mean that that Jupiter might not have something revolving around it, or Saturn might not have something revolving around it. We're basically trying. We're already jumping to conclusions. We're jumping the gun. You know what I'm saying?
But you're also jumping the gun if you claim that it's a revolution in the first place. Maybe something is going around another thing. Maybe it just appears that way. Maybe it doesn't appear that way at all. It only appears that way because of your presuppositions.
True.
It's hard to be objective when you're indoctrinated.
Something that I saw in a documentary called The Principle, it appears like, oh damn, wait, let me make sure I got this right.
More than half the people have seen that in the service and probably know what you're talking about. What were you trying to say, Jimsy, while he recovers his thoughts there?
No, I'm good. I wanted to ask Leono about the channel that he was talking about, the astronomer channel. Maybe is that in Discord, Leono? Lion of Jah. Lion of Jah.
Yeah. I can't post right now because I'm driving and I'm working, but I'll post links later to. There's astronomy forums, astronomy channels where independent astronomers post their setups, like their telescopes with their cameras. It's insane how complicated this stuff gets with different lenses and filters, and it's insane.
Yeah, I'm at the MU, and if you can share some of the links with me, because I'm always interested in that kind of stuff.
My dream is to eventually purchase my own telescope with a DSLR, mirrorless DSLR, but the DSLR alone costs like $3,000, right? And then when you add the telescope, $6,000. So altogether, conservatively, we're looking at $10K, so I can get some really, really good imagery, so I can debunk some of this stuff and come to my own conclusions without depending on others. But it takes an investment, which most people aren't willing to make. So till we do it ourselves, we're just going to be speculating whether this stuff's real or not.
So I think Gospel put it pretty succinctly earlier, where he said that we have beautiful lights in the sky, right? That's what we observe is beautiful lights in the sky. Now, people's presumptions and assumptions about what these things are, how big they are, what they consist of, their distances, all of these things are what is called into question, not the fact that we have these beautiful lights in the sky.
Yep.
I don't think anybody's saying that the beautiful lights in the sky are fake, meaning they don't exist. I hope nobody's saying that. We all see them, we all experience them together in this shared reality. So to say that they're fake, I think would be an incorrect statement. Now, the presumptions and assumptions about what these things are doing, where they're at, and how that relates to us here on Earth is where the contention comes into play. So even taking your own imagery, you're going to get pictures of reality. Now, what you try to assume or presume about these pictures is going to be your assumption and presumption, the same way that it could be a heliocentric presumption and assumption. Because we don't have the ability to physically touch these things, empirically measure them, and determine exactly what they are and where they are. But their mere existence is self-evident.
Well, because of how literal I am, I think I could just be misunderstanding people. So people will say, somebody will post a picture of Saturn, right? An alleged picture of Saturn, and they'll be, oh, that looks so fake. And I'm over here going, Saturn isn't fake. So I don't understand the point of that statement. Because to me, in my mind, I'm actually imagining somebody, and I could be the one that's wrong. I'm imagining somebody believing that there's no such thing as Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Mercury, Venus. Like I'm imagining somebody believing that none of those things are identified, consistently observed objects in the sky. That's how I take it when somebody says the words, "Oh, that's fake." But maybe they are saying words and they mean something else, which for somebody like me, that's very, very literal. I don't know what on earth somebody means besides fake when they say fake. Because I have a hard time with these hyperbolic metaphorical statements where they're actually saying less or something completely different than what they're saying. It just bothers me to try to decipher or interpret what's actually being said.
Well, I mean, one of the things that I will say, like the images he added earlier with Saturn and Jupiter, it's not a fake image, but it's a stacked photo, right? So you need about 200-300 frames that it's stacked on top of each other. So it's not really a photo of Saturn because the way it looks if you take one long exposure of Saturn, it'll still look blurry. I mean, it'll still look like a gaseous, but it looks like a real solid thing in that photo because the frames because it's stacked one on top of the other.
If I had a special camera that could take like 100 frames or 10,000 frames a second of you, and I took 200 of those and overlaid them all, would that no longer be a picture of you?
It would be an image.
Would it? In what way would it be misrepresenting you?
Or if I was, I don't know. I tell you the truth, I wouldn't know.
So a similar example to this would be if you're into photography, you know about f-stops and apertures and how you want to adjust these certain things to be able to capture something like motion, to be able to stop the motion and capture somebody maybe playing sports, right? So it's a still image of them. Now, if you're off on those parameters, you can get a blurred image. So the blurred image and the perfectly stop motion image they're both images of the same thing and the same person, right?
Correct. They're also, you may want the blur.
Yes.
Sometimes the blur is really cool.
Especially
But
with
it's like,
lights and cars going by in a city, lots
yes.
of times it makes for cool images. Is that an image of the city? Yes.
Yes, but nobody concludes, oh look, that's a 5 mile long car with super big headlights.
Right.
They go, oh, that's imagery that takes, it's called a time lapse. It blurs the light. They figure it out through
Yep.
other examples and stuff.
Most often, this tactic is used with flowing water streams, small waterfalls, and things like that to get a longer exposure to kind of blur the water to give it kind of a soft effect of movement.
Mm-hmm.
Happens all the time. It's not that's not a picture of reality. It is.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I just wanted to say something as well regarding, the term fake. I think people need to be more aware of when they utilize the terminology of fake, because it can certainly be a tool for the opposition to use against you. Mainly with oh yeah, everything's just fake, isn't it? Nothing really exists, it's fake. So they can take the common nomenclature of fake, even though you may not be applying it that way, and use it against you in argumentation. Just wanted to point that out.
For instance, oh, so you don't believe in gravity? You don't believe in gravity, and then one person may double down and be like, yeah, I don't. But they're talking about two different things. One's talking about the effect. The other, the accuser, the one that's the mocker, is talking about the effect. Anybody that actually thinks about things before they speak would know this. Some people, it seems, don't think before they speak. It seems that way sometimes, at least. But the other person that's doubling down in that example is talking about the cause. This is where that whistling past the graveyard comes from. And when both parties act as though they don't know what the other person's saying, even though I don't know. I do not believe that I'm the only person that sits here and hears people having conversations. For instance, so you don't believe in gravity, and they're like, no, I don't. And I can't believe that I'm the only person that sits here and goes, one's talking about the effect, the other's talking about the cause. How can they not see it? And it seems as though they don't. But are they just stubbornly pretending not? Are they pretending not to understand that one's talking about cause and one's talking about effect? Or are people just really stupid? Or is it another option I haven't considered? Please, somebody tell me that I'm not the only one that sits here and goes, these people are talking past each other, they're not talking about the same thing. I can't be the only one.
Oh, I experience it all the time. Yeah. And I think that many times when you use blanket phrases like that, like gravity is fake, it just opens the door for somebody to misinterpret what you're saying.
Yeah.
I mean, I personally don't utilize terminology like that. If I have a contention with the explanation of the cause of gravity, I'll address that. Right? I'm not just going to give a blanket statement of, well, gravity's fake, so blah, blah, blah.
Or even the space is fake thing, that can really misrepresent too, because it goes back to this whole entire conversation was about some people being like, the space is fake. It's like, no, the presuppositions are both unfalsifiable and unverified.
Yeah.
Let's go with that.
Yeah. Space, as you have been told, is an unfounded presumption.
Yeah. Yeah, there's many ways to say it, but there's also this other way that gets said a whole lot that I think is not helpful. It's provocative. But it's like slapping somebody in the face, even though you're supposed to be doing something else, like learning how to play chess. It's like, well, there might have been a better way. That was slapping somebody in the face was unrelated.
Yeah, because the casual observer here, space is fake, is going to immediately disregard anything that you say after that statement because they can look up in the sky and see that they see stars. And in their mind, you're saying that those stars don't exist. Ergo, you're crazy. Why should I listen to anything this person has to say? At least that's what
happens.
I find that happens more often than it doesn't, to be honest with you, with phrases like that.
Yeah. Yeehaw.
Yeah, it's certainly not beneficial to have conversation in that way. And it comes from the globe side as well, right? Like these blanket statements or dismissals are pointless, in my opinion.
I think those conversations meant to trigger the person, though.
Yeah, many times it is. I feel like sometimes globers will come into rooms and just say certain things to trigger people to get the room all agitated and riled up and going at one another. Those conversations are generally, I mean, it's worthless. It's a blanket general phrase that has no specificity or meaning, met with the contention of nuh-uh. You know, it's really low level argumentation, I feel like.
Well, while we have a moment, has anyone here ever used Tinkercad?
What?
Tinkercad. T-I. I'll just post the website in the chat. Tinkercad. So it's a very simplistic 3D design tool. And the funny thing is, by default, it's on meters and millimeters, and everything is actually very, very, very tiny. I just found this out. Like, I've been designing big things with Tinkercad as a tool, and lo and behold, when I actually looked at what I was building, I was technically building on the millimeter scale, pretending to build on the what?
No, I'm just thinking it's funny.
On a much larger scale. So it's all about scale. So I can build an entire porch, for instance, but it's technically in the program, it's all in millimeters, but I pretend it's in inches and everything works out just fine.
So can you not put it in inches?
There's a limitation. So I think it's like 7 feet or maybe even 4 feet or something like that is the maximum plane that you're able to work on. So when you're trying to build something that's like 15 feet or whatever, you couldn't actually do it using that program. But if you pretend that you're doing it in inches, but you just use millimeters, then you can basically build anything you want because it scales down to all the way to the 1/10 of a millimeter scale. So you can build pretty big things, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I've seen your live stream where you build that thing.
Oh yeah. Yep, I'm working on it. Getting everything just right so that I know what I'm doing before I do it.
Are you gonna
You
foundation of the thing? Sure.
what, Jimsy? You kind of roboted.
1 sec.
All right.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Are you using just wood, or is the foundation you're gonna use any concrete or anything like that?
I'm using pre-existing concrete, and I found a really nifty tool. Well, I don't think I'm going to need it because there's going to be concrete everywhere that I'm putting a post. But if I did need a tool for $58, there's such a thing as a foundation screw. So it's like it's a rod that digs into the ground with an auger, and if I was needing to go into grass, I could use it. It's a really nifty thing, but Google bought it, unfortunately, and made it web-based. Oh, exactly. SketchUp used to be fantastic, but yeah, like you basically, I can't remember what happened, if you have to pay for it or something, but whatever the case, I haven't used SketchUp in a long time because it's jacked up or something. 3. But no, it's pretty straightforward little project.
Is this Tinkercad free to use?
Yes. Yep. You can log in with the Gmail account, and that's that. It's pretty easy. Alrighty. Yeehaw. What a way to kill the conversation. Just start talking about 3D graphic design. Well, it's not really graphic design. It's a little different than that. But
3D modeling.
3D modeling. That's thank you. Appreciate that.
Does anybody know of a really good free landscape design software by any chance?
Landscape design.
And trying to come back to the what you said with
No, I don't. SketchUp would be my choice, but that was old SketchUp. What is it, Elbow?
So you were saying, 1,000 pictures taken of me and stacked over me. Would it not look like a picture of me? Yes, right. It would, right? But where we don't know what that object is, whether it's whether it's light or whatever. Like light, like long exposures with lights, it could look like something solid, right? When it's not.
Why is it not solid?
Okay, well, I could give you an example. Well, here's a picture of.
Oh. Yeah, I hadn't heard of that one, Chris. If you had asked me that like 18 years ago, I would have told you Second Life. Second Life would be great for landscape design, and it also was free. But yeah, no, I for one, Elbow, am one that I'm not under the impression that the moon is non-physical. I know that some people have that belief. I don't have that belief.
Right. So I mean, like they gave her wings with just light. I mean, that's what I'm saying. That we don't know what that thing is, right? So when they're saying, "Oh, here's an image of this, and this is what it's doing," I would probably I don't know what it is. I mean, it's just a stack image or long exposure image, and you can make non-solid things look solid, or like give a person wings with just a stick of fire.
It looks like fire though.
Yeah, but is it wings of fire?
I wouldn't assume that it was.
Right. So we don't know what exactly those things are, and having a long exposure images could show you things that are probably not really what they seems.
Yeah, but fire was really behind her in this instance.
Right, but should she have wings of fire?
Well, no, that would be a conclusion that you draw without any evidence for it, besides your preconceived notions about the shapes of wings and stuff like that.
Right, exactly. So exactly what the point is that you're having preconceived notions of what they look like because of what they told you they are. I mean, who knows they really look how they really look. I mean, it looks spherical, but what is it? I don't know. I mean, you only see one side of the moon. What is it? I don't know.
Yeah, I just take issue with people's need. I'm using the word need because it seems very much like a need, an unnecessary one in my opinion, for the moon to be non-physical. I don't understand why that's something that people constantly argue and fight for.
Yeah, I don't know either. Yeah, I see it. I don't know. It's a physical thing there, but I mean, what is it? I don't know. I don't understand. Also, why? Oh, it is this or it isn't that. We can't verify it. So why in the heck does it matter? There's stuff in the sky.
Beautiful things in the sky, man. Beautiful things.
We can still talk about it and do the observations and try to work with that, but gotta be very careful.
I mean, what are they
Why
going to
not
tell you
talk
about the
about
Earth?
it?
I mean, what are they going to tell you about the Earth?
That you are standing on the earth that is under the luminaries above.
Yeah, that's about it. But they can't tell you anything about the Earth itself. That's why when
Yeah,
they're like,
but
"Oh, but look at the sky, but look at this things look like it has moons and they're rotating around it." And okay, no,
why you just want to worship the earth or what?
no, not at all. I'm just saying it has nothing to do with
So
the
yeah,
Earth.
so exactly, because when you're talking about the luminaries, you're talking about the luminaries, not about the earth. So what's the point about thinking about the earth when you're talking about the luminaries? There's no
Right.
point.
I think you weren't here when who was it that was saying that doesn't know where to put that in his cosmology with the this biblical cosmology, because their best argument would be Jupiter, because they has moons rotating around it, and well, with he's has a presupposition as how. So yeah, that's what I was like still on about that.
Yeah, yeah. When people go to that extent, it gets tricky. But you and I, we know it's not what they're thinking about. You know, the distances and the sizes, and we're thinking about it more in this contained environment idea. And I don't have to think about moons of Jupiter that we can go to and whatever.
So
I'm thinking about the phenomena that we observe and how can that be talked about in this reference that we know.
Right. So one of the things I was trying to get to the point was with oh my gosh. Listen.
Yeah, that's the whole point. My gosh.
The gospel was that with stacking images, right? You can make a non-solid thing like a bubble, and if you stack them on top, you can make it look like a solid ball or something like that, right? And when we look at the through if you look through the telescope to Saturn or anything, it doesn't look solid per se, but I mean you can't really tell what it is because distance or whatever. But it does.
Why?
But while stacking images on top of it, you make it look solid. Though we don't know what it is.
Why would you assume that something you see up in the sky is or isn't solid? Why would you even ask that question in the first place?
So are clouds solids?
That doesn't answer the question I just asked.
Which is one of my questions. So it's pretty much when you look at a cloud, it looks solid, but is it?
I would never ask that question. Is it solid?
I understand, because you know it isn't, though, right?
Well, what? No, you observe rain and you observe clear skies. You know that rain is correlated.
Sorry.
No, rain is correlated with the clouds without even flying a plane through them. But yes, then you can see objects going in, through, and beyond the clouds, like birds and planes. So, and then you can be on a mountaintop and you can be like, oh, I'm about to go up this mountaintop and there's clouds up there. And then you go to the top and you're like, oh my gosh, it's really foggy up here. Oh my gosh, I'm in a cloud. How fascinating. So yeah, it's part of our experience to know about. So,
right.
But in regards to things up in the sky, determining whether or not the things in the sky are solids or not, what purpose does that serve?
Oh, but this is the thing. That's what they attribute to it, but you can't really tell me what it is, solid or not. And that's pretty much what they always, when you put pictures stacked together. If I put a stacked picture of,
questions that are ignored.
I mean, what you're saying is that okay? Well, ask your question again.
What does it accomplish to know whether or not it is solid?
No, what I'm saying is that's what they attribute it to be, a solid object.
Bro.
Meaning, that's what I'm saying. That's what it's not that what does it
Discerning whether or
accomplish.
not it is solid, what would that accomplish? Are we? Is this just a desire to pursue agnosticism?
I think what Elbow is saying is that these images that are being taken could be portrayed in a specific way that may be leading the person to believe that they are something that they are not.
Yes, I understand that part.
Yeah, and what you're saying is whether these things are or are not solid, what can we discern from that? What does it accomplish? What does this do for us?
Yeah, because it still boils down to the assumptions that you're trying to justify, and your assumption or presumption may or may not be justified by your claim. Oh, it's solid, and therefore, well, not necessarily. Therefore, is my point.
Correct. Like these
Right.
images could be portrayed in a way that makes certain things look solid, which may lend more favorably towards a supposition that has been made about the mechanics of the universe.
I'll put it like this. Look, objects are rotating or revolving around other objects in the sky, and therefore that's proof of some version of Newtonian gravity. And my response is not, oh, that's really fake, and nothing ever revolves around anything in the sky. That's just all lies and fake. Is not necessarily the best way to go about it. Attack the presupposition. That's my advice and opinion on the matter. Attack the presupposition. Well, no, not necessarily. Well, you explain why things are revolving. They are, or maybe they aren't, but if they are, it doesn't necessarily mean what you think it means. There's more than one way to explain why things do what they do. And sometimes things appear to do one thing, but they're actually doing something completely different, kind of like the photo that Elbow shared. So having that knowledge that just because you seem to have evidence that supports your claim doesn't necessarily mean that your evidence supports the claim.
Correct. Like the solidity or lack of solidity of these things does not confirm your presuppositions about how the mechanics of the universe work in any way, shape, or form.
Exactly. And people run away from certain things and like Dave Weiss or whatever, oh, the moon isn't physical and it's actually translucent and it's see-through, and they say all these things, and then not address any of the presuppositions. And then they look like a crazy person for doing so.
I totally definitely dislike when they state stuff like that. I want to be in one of those things when they say that. I mean, okay, prove that. They're doing the same exact thing.
He doesn't prove anything, right? He just shows a demonstration of how you. For instance, forget physical. The moon might not be a ball, because look at this. Look at these 4 images. They're all circles, but they're not all 4 balls. And you look at the example: concave, convex, flat, and then an actual ball. And you look at the 4, and you're like, oh my gosh. Funny. Oh my gosh, how weird. The one that looked the most like a ball was actually flat. Oh, this is so profound and mystically amazing. Oh my gosh. Oh, I'm so, I love it. Right? I hate it because it's so besides the point. It proves nothing, and it really just makes you look like a sophist.
I agree with that, and I think within this community we need to also do a better job of when something that's been put forth to you by another flat earther that you may not feel like there's solid evidence for. I feel like we do need to push people for that evidence, right? Because otherwise it's getting tossed out there as a claim with no backing. Gospel does a good job of that, by the way. You do a good job of that, Gospel.
I'm a stubborn fellow.
You are stubborn. Holy shit.
Well, I understand where you're coming from, because if your ultimate goal is to just really understand and know the truth and gain knowledge, right? You'd want to ensure that people's claims are being backed by legitimate evidence, regardless of who that person is making the claim.
Yeah.
So, Elbow. Elbow, got a question for you regarding the stacking of images.
Give me a second.
Yeah, no worries.
Sorry, but it was kind of loud. Say that again. What was the question?
So regarding an image that is comprised of multiple stacked images, how would you describe that image if you were able to give a description? Would you say it's quasi reality? Would you say it's a real image that has been manipulated in a specific way, right?
Yeah, pretty much like a composite.
Like a composite. Okay.
I mean,
But you wouldn't classify that as necessarily fake. It would just be manipulated, right?
Yeah, definitely just manipulated. I mean, practically all images are manipulated, right?
Yeah.
Actual photograph nowadays practically don't exist unless you have one of these old,
Yeah,
film
35
based-
millimeters.
Right.
So I used to shoot film, right? I had a darkroom in my basement. I developed my own film and make my own prints. My dad was into photography. So we had several different filters that we would use on the end of our lenses, right? You screw on a filter. One of the filters that we used, I think it was called Starburst, but when you looked at it, it looked like a bunch of fairly small triangles that comprise this lens that I screw on. And what it would do is when you would snap a photograph with it, things like points of light, so street lights or vehicle lights, would get this starburst coming off of them. So when you see images of like stars in the distance and you see where there's 4, 5, 6 points coming off of it.
Right.
You follow me?
Right. The stars, yeah.
So I had a filter for my 35 millimeter camera that I could screw on, and I could take photographs that would give that effect to any like source of light, like point source of light within the photograph. So that's a photograph I'm taking of reality. What's there is there, but there's just a slight manipulation on how that light is being affected, right?
Right.
So I could take a picture, like a portrait of myself with that lens, and all you would see is a slight loss of image quality, just slightly, but you would see no effect. But once a light source was in there, boom, you would see only on that light this effect that the filter was giving. But I was taking real pictures of real things. There was just a slight manipulation to a certain aspect of it.
Yeah, I had my grandfather was a photographer, and my uncle, and then my cousin kind of went through the same thing. He took, went to college, developed photo, to not college. He was in, I think it was high school, whatever. He was taking photographs, developing his own images and whatnot. I mean, it was interesting, but I mean, I don't really, didn't really get into it too much. But I kind of know the whole gist, whether lighting and whatnot. I got to answer this call.
Zippity doo dah.
Yeah, so lighting and all that stuff. But I also got out into lighting when I did a little bit of 3D, the you know, how do you call it, composition or whatever. And that's one of the things that actually caught my eye when I got into flat Earth was that sun cannot be the only source of light.
What does that mean?
So there's how in scripture it talks about there was a light before the sun. So and when I read that, it was the Russian, not Russian, was it Russian? Was it Soviet or whatever? They had the firmament lighting, yada yada. So well, and when you do 3D or when you take pictures, right? My grandpa was like one of these still person photographers, right? So they have to have the lighting has to be right. It just can't be one point source of light because of the shadows and everything like that. There has to be an ambient light and there has to be a point of light, or maybe three at times, depending on what you were trying to accomplish. So when if you look outside every time when sunlight comes out, right, or even before the sunlight comes out, there's already lighting that lights up behind where the sun is, right? In other words, behind, let's say if you have four walls, right, outside, you got a house, and when the sun comes out, before the sun comes out, there's already light behind where the sun direction.
Why would you say behind instead of in front of?
What do you mean? So because behind the house, behind the source of light, which is what they say is the sun is the source of light.
What
right?
about under?
There'll be shadows under if you put that. So let's say so in front of the light, there should be, that's where the light should be pointed at. So there should be like darkness behind it. If there was just one source of light, there has to be an ambient light around. And actually, I've taken images of this where you can see
there's light before you see the sun. I'm not sure. What are you saying?
So there's ambient light shining around before there's actually a sunlight. Even when the sunlight is going down and the light goes away, gets blocked out by anything.
Why do you suggest the light is where the light is near? And what I mean by that is it doesn't randomly get light without the sun either just about to appear or having just left or being present.
Okay, put it like this. How does shadows are cast?
From a light source being occulted.
Source. Right. And shadows are only cast directly under wherever the shadow is being occulted from, right?
In the trajectory of the light to the source of the obstruction.
Right. So when you see the sunlight, right? The sunlight casts a really sharp shadow, and wherever the direction is at. Now, if you look outside, you can actually see under cars or under other things a 12 o'clock shadow. no matter where the sun is at. If it's on the west already setting, you can see a 12 o'clock shadow regardless. So where's that light coming from?
It's called ambient light.
Right.
Elbow, you're making a distinction between what you may consider daylight and sunlight, as
right.
if
So the daylight, right, was the thing that was. If you go via scriptures, right, let's go via the book. There was light before there was sun.
Yeah, this is as if something didn't change. But here's the thing, something changed. So why would you expect it to be the same as before the change?
Yeah, I didn't get that. Can you repeat that?
Okay, light before sun. Okay, then sun. Sun provides light. Moon provides lesser light. Change. Why would you expect the prior why would you expect the prior environment or status or what, I don't know,
Let
whatever.
me ask you this. Would you think would there be light without the sun?
Maybe, maybe not.
I think they would.
Well, okay, you think that, but then at nighttime, why isn't there light?
Well, that's what it got divided, wouldn't it? That went according to scriptures.
Yeah. So if you're asking me on day 1, 2, and 3, would there? Of course, yeah, there would have been light, but there was a change. So I'm not sure why the retention of the non-change would have to stay with the change. Why can't A plus B equal A plus B? I don't know. I'm trying to turn this into an equation that's not working. Why does the change have to require the non-change to coexist with the change?
I mean, because the ambient light still exists regardless.
Why?
Because you can still see its effect. It's an ambient light. Like, what are you talking about?
You're stating that the effect is from something else, though the effect appears to be from the thing that was the change, which
but
is
it isn't. It isn't because
there's literally no way to prove that.
There is shadows by shadows itself, actually, because a shadow from the sun, shadow from the sun is definitely different than a shadow from the ambient light. What? Are you serious?
All day. It's just been. Don't tell me that I haven't looked.
You have not even looked to it.
I have.
Into it. No, you haven't. If you have, you would notice the difference.
No, just because people don't believe what you believe doesn't mean that they haven't scrutinized the same material.
Oh, really?
Yes, really. Conformity of belief is not necessary in regards to whether or not someone's scrutinized. There are other possible explanations for ambient light than light existing all by itself as part of day, as opposed to from the sun.
Okay, give me one. You think it's part of the sun? Go ahead, explain it. It scatters through the skies, like they tell you?
Yeah, also there's a sunspot. Also, there's light attenuation from the center of a rainbow to the outer circles of a rainbow, and then outside of that. And then you can see night and day here on the earth as the sun recedes. I mean,
that's what I was saying. It's directly correlated to the sun. There was a change. Retaining the non-change with the change makes no logical sense to me. There was a change. You know, it'd be like saying that the earth is also still formless and void while having also no longer being formless.
I'm sorry,
and void.
but did he say he took that away? Where does it say that?
Is the earth formless and void?
Oh, he said he changed that, didn't he?
Yes, just like he said he changed by causing the sun to be the greater light to rule the day and the lesser light to rule the night.
To rule the day.
Bro. I'm not the one that's having an issue here.
I see where you're both coming from, and I heard Elbow say a point about the scripture that I never thought about, which is the sun being the light to rule the day, meaning the day may be something separate from the sun itself. I don't know. First I've heard of that. That's interesting.
No, that's only if you take the leap of logic that day, bro. That's only if you take the leap of logic that day means light. Well, we only equate day with light because that's what we experience. You can't say day was light, but maybe it had nothing to do with the sun when it's always been from what we can experience exactly that.
No, that's the thing. So when I started looking into the firmament lighting, right, stuff, I noticed that there is a 12 o'clock shadow under cars, even when the sun is completely gone. And it's an ambient shadow, meaning the shadow of when you see the sunlight, the shadow of a sunlight is freaking what is it called? That it's very sharp. In other words, it's very defined. As for this, it's like a very like ambient lighting shadow. Like in other words, it's very when you use a what do you call those lights? The fluorescent lights.
It's a faint shadow.
Yes. Like look at I just put a video where the sun is nowhere in the sky, but yet there's a 12 o'clock shadow. The only way there's a 12 o'clock shadow if there is light above that's being obscured.
That's what you call those presuppositions. The only way.
How do you cast shadows? How are shadows cast?
How do you misunderstand ambient light? Did you know that you can be in a room and there not be a light in your room, but you can see things in your room because there's a light from another room and you can't see that light source, but that light is reflecting into your room and you can see?
Yeah, bro. Like another like a real world example when I watch the sunrises. When I watch the sunrise, which I do a decent amount of time, the light comes in way before the sun does, and there are phases,
Almost an
if
hour,
you will, of it.
if not more in some cases.
Right.
So the kind of light and the brilliance of the colors is forever changing all the way up into you get the sun and the brilliant blue. Like it's a consistent morphing in front of your very eyes. Like so it's just I mean, to me it just seems like the light is further or something. I don't know exactly how it does what it does because when I'm looking towards where the sun is coming from and then I turn around and I look at the horizon that was at my back when I was looking at the sun and I'm like, how is this band a circle around me, but the sun is coming from over there? What is it about this? I don't know, fam. I don't know.
So Eli, could we say that you seem to have some sort of or notice some sort of correlation with the daylight and the sun, and maybe the sun being the source of the daylight that may be scattered in some way, shape, or form, but ultimately the source being the sun?
Well, yeah, that's definitely I think what I think because I think that the sun is more of like a culminated light that is then scattered through the firmament. That's what I think. That's what I believe. So sue me.
Yeah, well, sorry, but I mean, the scriptures. I mean, if you're going towards the book, it says that there was a light days before there was a sun. Now, he created those sun and light to rule the day and one to rule the night.
Okay,
but it doesn't mean he said, "Well, that light that we created at first doesn't exist anymore."
So, Elbow, can I clarify and maybe recap that? You're saying that there's a possibility of an existence of an ambient light pre-sun, and the sun was placed within this ambient light, thus the correlation, but the source may not be the same?
Yep, definitely. That's what I think.
Elbow.
I mean, but the problem with that is, I'm
He never
sorry.
created that
Please
light.
let me say that. I know you want to. I know. I'm not even going to come at it. I'm stepping away from the scripture to say, fam, what about when you're in the forest or something like
dusk.
What
that?
about it?
Or dusk and dawn.
You can't see
It's not a
anything.
light switch.
What light? Like you
It's
can't. There is no
correlated.
ambient light.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah, there's shade. Yeah, but the fact of the matter, it's not a light switch. There's such a thing as dusk and dawn. And secondly, he didn't create the light. He separated it. It was pre-existent, just like he is.
Oh no, he said,
Because-
"Let there be light."
Okay.
Did he not say, "Let there be light"?
He spoke everything into existence within Genesis, right?
Yeah.
After he said, "Let there be light in the vaults of the sky," then he said, "To separate the day from night."
Yeah. Okay.
So
Which means
then,
night and day didn't exist before then.
yeah. So or it could, Elbow. Let me say, to separate the day from the night. So this would allude to day and night already pre-existing prior to this light being spoken into existence. Would it, or would it not?
Yeah, this goes into the metaphysical question of whether or not existence was a what is the nature of existence in the spiritual realm and the distinction thereof, and this was the initiation of the physical. Anyway, wow.
Or it's an example of stupid
regardless.
I get where you come from.
Stupid human words trying to describe things that we can't conceptually understand to begin with.
Again, what does this accomplish, Elbow?
Well,
this is yet
I
another
was the one that started
example of
arguing.
hours and hours.
I wasn't the one arguing about it. I just said, look, I've noticed there's an ambient lighting and compared to the actual sunlight, and I've taken actual pictures where you can actually see the sun cast a shadow, and then also see an ambient light cast a shadow. That's pretty much all I was saying. But you wanted to make this an argument
That's
like,
'cause
no,
you
there's
can't-
not,
you
blah, blah,
can't-
because I don't know, I don't think so, I don't believe it. So
You can't
therefore,
separate
you're
the
wrong.
two. You cannot separate the two. That's the problem.
Yes, you can. If you look at the casting shadow and the ambient shadow being cast into different times at the meaning right
The
after
light
another.
only happens when the sun is about to appear. The light only happens when the sun is near. So therefore, you cannot separate the two. They're correlated.
The video I posted, the sun's already gone.
Oh my
set.
God. Did you just say the sun?
That
You just
doesn't
said the
matter.
sun. You just said the sun.
That doesn't. But it doesn't matter though, Elbow, because I mean, unless you stared at the sky for hours until there was
at the sky for hours
until there was no light left. Then you could say that.
So let me just throw this out there because I'm listening to the conversation and I'm basically remaining objective, just trying to lay it out on both sides. But if what Elbow is saying is that there was something created called light or day prior to the sun, just hear me out for a second. What if what was created for the sun is a focusing of this ambient light to begin with? So there is a correlation.
Well, no, because it's not always around. That's the problem. When the sun is gone, set, as he's putting it, like he's just talking about the light that is still coming from the sun. But what about when it's, I don't know, 3:00 in the morning on the East Coast? What about then?
Put it like this. If you ever let me give you in perspective. If you ever
listen, I heard your perspective, fam. Don't do that. Put my shit aside to give me something else. I asked you, what about what I just said?
I haven't been in 3 a.m. in New York. What are you talking about?
Well, I mean, you're the one that cut me off to say that you stared at the sky a lot. Yeah. I was specific when I was saying from sunset off into gazing at the stars into the night, into the morning,
Okay.
like that, then you would realize this ambient light that you're trying to describe to us isn't there the entire time.
No, because there is the part where I read, there's a day, right? The daytime where the light was created to separate the night from the day. That's where he separated it. So when there's night, it's because that part of the light that's supposed to be accomplishing the earth is not there. It's another part, right? You understand that?
Yeah, I heard you the first, second, and third time.
Now this is where I'm coming from, right? Have you ever messed with the 3D program?
Okay. No.
Or have you ever taken
really.
a picture in a room where you're taking a photograph of a person or whatnot?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so when you take a photograph of a person, you cannot just take it with one light. Or when you create a 3D program, there cannot only be a single light, especially because the problem with that is that, let's say you have a box outside, right?
Mm-hmm.
When there's one source of light, there is no the rest of the other area. Let's say you got a source of light from one corner of the box. The other area is completely black and no shadow. There's no light. There's nothing, just shadows. That's why you need an ambient light to be able to capture all four areas for people to actually see the whole box. One source of light is not enough to capture everything. And you could see, if anybody has taken photography, you can't tell me that with one source of light you could take a picture of a person and be able to see define the face correctly.
Right. Now you gotta think in a bigger perspective, like the Earth.
Yes, exactly. So when you wake,
because you got to know that I listened to you thoroughly, and I do have a response. Because if I didn't, I wouldn't be talking. You ever seen sundogs? Like the ones in Mongolia?
We get crazy up here in North Dakota.
Okay, so you know how with the sundogs you have multiple points in the sky that appear to be a sun? So,
right, because of the diffraction of the right.
Right. So there's a lot of reflection of the light source through various parts of what I would assume to be the firmament. So there's your ambient light, the light that's being scattered throughout the firmament and then throughout the atmosphere. Still coming from that source, though.
No, but it was a light before that. This is the thing, though. If it was a light prior to the sunlight,
you're trying to make it be that. It's
no.
Like
that's what they. At least if you're going by what the scriptures is saying. Right?
Okay, maybe add a nightlight, fam. But who cares?
Well, put it like this: if you will stand outside in the morning, right?
Yeah,
you would not be able to see the back. Let's say if you're standing towards the west of a house, right? You will not be able to see the back of that house because of one single light source. You wouldn't.
No, that's not true. It's called reflection.
That is 100% true.
No,
I just explained to you the reflection of the sun, i.e. the sun dogs. So the reflection of light from various angles, so it's not actually going to be like it's from one source. So if you incorporate that with maybe potentially the sun is capable of doing that, then maybe this wouldn't be like, that big of a topic. Because again, you're talking about this ambient light, okay, but it's not always around. It's very near to the sun, and in fact, it's a part of the recession of the light. It's not like there's the sunlight and then the sun's gone and then there's the ambient light that is ever present. No, there's the sunlight, there's the blue day, and then there's the purplish day, and then there's the dark blue, and then there's just I can't see my hand in front of my face, fam.
I'll put it to you like in scripture, bro. In the scriptures, right?
Well, I
Right.
mean, it's
Because
almost like you're not hearing what I'm
I
saying.
heard what you
It's
said.
been like that all day, but not just with Elbow. It's like there's, oh my gosh.
I heard what you said.
It's
But
retrograde.
you're saying that you think that the sun is the one making the shine on the firmament, and therefore that's what creating the ambient light.
I was about to say it's almost like there's a full moon.
And it's retrograde, Mercury or something.
Oh my gosh. It has been like this all day with people just doing the most.
Yeah, because El Barico, you gotta.
Yeah, there is a little bit of an argument.
If you just look up conical refraction and then look at how light, that like you got to understand how light refracts and breaks up through things like prisms and other clear things or trans, the words
So
trans whatever. But
yes,
the point is as a matter of fact, when you look at the sun, you can see like this whiteout effect against the sky, like almost like one of those, like the sky is a big ass reflector.
yeah. So Elbow, it seems as though Eli's putting forth some mechanical aspects or testable aspects of light that would lead him to the conclusion that the sun is the source of all light, including the ambient light. Do you have, other than scripture, do you have any postulations as to the mechanics of this ambient light and its relation to the sunlight?
Let me look this up real quick. I actually have something. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, and it's not necessarily the position of scripture that the same mechanics in days 1 through 3 were retained. That would be a conclusion that you're drawing off from. There's nothing to indicate that.
Then you're going theological and say that it wasn't.
No, there's nothing to indicate retention of pre-status. It doesn't make any sense. Change means change.
Yeah, so
He said he changed it. That's the thing, though. He didn't say he changed it, did he? He said,
yes,
God
he
said,
did.
No, he said, didn't. It said, and God said, let there be light, and there was light. And God saw the light, and it was good. And God divided the light from the darkness, and he got called the light day, and the darkness he called night. And the evening and the morning was the first day.
Anyway.
And then he continued on, and then unto the fourth day, then he said, let there be a sun, or he created the greater light and the lesser light, one to rule the day and one to rule the night.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Can we maybe just change the topic a bit? Seems like it's not going anywhere.
Well, we're about to go somewhere. I'm trying to look for the
No offense.
Hold on, man. I'm about to go
We've
to
been
where
going
the
nowhere all day long, and now I discovered that we're in a full moon.
Wow, so that explains everything, right?
Apparently.
Yeah.
So that's why I tried to shift it away from. We understand that this may be your scriptural interpretation of the word, but
I'm looking for the declassified. I'm looking for the declassified. Government lighting thing. I think it was Russian or Soviet Union that did that. The experiments actually.
I mean, what I'm trying to with the examples I gave, one of them was the sunspot, and also with the rainbow. Like, if you could, matter of fact, forget the rainbow. What about the sunspot? Like, if you could imagine being on the edge of the light that's emanating from that spot, what would you call that? Because it wouldn't be as bright as the center. It wouldn't be as bright towards the middle.
Yeah, do you not believe in dusk and dawn?
Well, I'm basically, yeah. And a little before that, like they call these things certain
twilight.
Like they literally just literally. I've been looking at this article where 95% of humans experienced daylight the other day. I mean, I'm the only motherfucker that really looks into this stuff. That's why I'm like speaking up, because damn.
Because they just have a correlation, so therefore that's causation. That's what you're trying to tell me?
Yeah, I look into this as well. And
use my words to formulate the fallacy, fam.
That's what you're saying,
I mean,
with the whole light, because there's a sunlight, and there you believe that because that's what's shining off the firmament, and therefore that's the cause of the daylight. That's what you're trying to tell me.
Well, I'm just talking about how light works here on Earth, and then I'm talking about other phenomenon that seem directly related to the sun, like rainbows and your angle to it, and sunlight, sunspots. Like, you know how, now I'm not talking about when you're looking through the converging rays to the sun through a cloud. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about a sunspot on the ocean somewhere, and how it's most bright there, and how the like that on top of light attenuation that does happen stands to reason me that light doesn't travel all the way. So what it seems like you're talking about is the bit of light that's the last to leave. Because when I say what about 3 o'clock in the morning, you're like, I haven't done that. I'm like, yeah, because the ambient light isn't. If the ambient light was 24/7, aka when the sun left, the ambient light was still there.
Who said
I'd be like, okay.
Now you straw manning me, because I never said that ambient light was 24/7.
Well, no, I'm telling you that if that was the case, then I'd be hearing you out. But you're not saying
talk
that.
to the person
So
that divided the light from night. What are you talking about, man?
So then, if he divided the light from night,
before there was a sun.
Listen, if he divided the light, then you have the sunlight, dusk and day, and all the other shit we're talking about, me and gospel, and then you have the ambient light, which is what? It can't be in the same time frame as what we're talking about.
Why not?
Because that's not separate. That's why.
Say I separated. He added it to it. The sun came after, bro. What are you
Yes,
talking about?
nobody's necessarily disagreeing with that. The point is you can't separate it. You can't reverse engineer creation.
Well, we tried
Right. Nobody disagreed with what you said there. You said it multiple times. And remember the first 2 times I said, yeah, so it's just you're taking a logical leap. I'm not taking any logical leaps.
I'm just looking what what's his name said was just sticks and shadows, but not really sticks and shadows, just shadows.
Well, the sticks and shadows, they try to, derive some sort of conclusion based off of the sticks and shadows, but another conclusion that's flatter can easily be derived, easily. I can get different lengths of sticks and shadows on a flat surface. That doesn't mean that it's a ball. That's why we try to look at this logic and be like, how did you conclude this? What did you see that made you conclude it was a ball? And does it really help you conclude that it's a ball at all? Could you conclude something else? Basically, the sticks and shadows were used because they assumed it was a ball. If you've ever looked at the letter Z, you have equal angles in the Z that allow you to basically determine the shape of the Earth based off of the Z shape. You have an equal angle at one angle of the Z, and at the other angle at the bottom of the Z is equal. And based off of that, you can derive fractions that allow you to derive the circumference of the Earth if you assume that these sticks and shadows make a Z to the center of the Earth. The top part of the Z is the 7-degree shadow at Syene, Egypt, or whatever, according to Eratosthenes. It makes 7 degrees up to that pole of shadow. And then that pole goes straight through the Earth to the center of the Earth through the slash of the Z. And then the bottom part of the Z comes out in Alexandria, Egypt, where it's right under the sun and making no shadow. Because of those angles of 7 degrees, you can put 7 degrees over 360 since a circle is 360 degrees and get a fraction that is going to automatically be equal, according to their figuring, to the distance from Syene, Egypt to Alexandria, 500 miles divided by X, the whole way around the circle of the Earth. When you set up 7 over 360 equals 500 over X in your fraction, 7 over 360 is basically 1/50th. So basically, it's 1 over 50 equals 500 over X. And then you can solve quite easily simply by multiplying 500 times 50. And you get a distance around the Earth, the whole circumference of the Earth, based off of that bad logic, of 25,000 miles. If the circumference of the Earth is roughly 24,901, same thing. And so basically they used questionable logic. But if you're not on a ball with a Z going to the center of the Earth of that ball, your logic falls apart.
Did you know that they had Mercator projections from multiple places on the Earth? Like you can use a projection from anywhere.
I did not know that.
Like yeah, Nathan brought it up that I think it was JFK who had a projection up from Texas. Yeah, because you can use the flat plane anywhere you want as a reference. Because, you know, that's how you do.
Interesting.
Who else been here for the last 6 hours like me?
Not me, shit, man. I left last night. Too crazy.
Have you
Are
been
you
here
still
quite a
alive,
while,
brother?
Jimsy?
I've been here since 9 in the morning or something. 9, 10.
Okay, yeah. So the good long while because you're East Coast, yeah. So has it not been? Is it not kind of awkward that it's a full moon? Like the whole full moon and awkward conversations all day about like nothing.
I see you trying to do there.
I haven't seen any full moon over here though.
You know, yesterday it was probably kind of full too. Yesterday I was having a conversation and we were talking about refraction, and the guy just kept saying that light tends to bend towards the denser medium. And so I kept saying, well, in his example, he's 20 feet. So I said, if you're 20 feet and you shoot a culminated light like a laser straight out, then why would it go towards the denser area? At best, if it's curving with the Earth, then it's staying damn near 20 feet, which means there would be no density change if the density change is only vertical, which is what he said. And all he did was repeat himself 1,000 times. I was like, fam, I'm out.
Now, for those reasons, you're out.
One medium. That's the problem. Yeah. Nothing new on this ton, I guess. The same old crap recycled.
Here comes the sun. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Here comes the sun. Mm-hmm.
I like how you're emphasizing the grabbleriness of that band as you're imitating their. By the way, just in general, I'm just gonna throw. Oh, he's not even listening. What's the point? I'm gonna say it anyway. In general, it's really rude, and I think that people can recognize this. In general, it's really rude to tell people that you know are by the book or by any book, right? It's really rude to tell them if you were really about the book, you would think like I think. That's really rude. Did I wonder if everybody knows that that's really rude? Well, if you actually believe
you know the book as a whole by yourself.
Well, the kind of phrase like, well, if you were actually going by the scriptures, then you would, you know. But what you're doing that you don't realize, and that's why Napalm covertly used the word interpretation.
Yeah.
But
yeah, definitely, I've seen people interpret the scriptures different ways, to be honest.
For
It's never,
sure.
yeah.
This
You
happens.
know,
But as a general
it,
rule, it's really rude to act like somebody. If you really read it, if you had really read it, you know, that or anything like that, it's like
if it was justified what he said, then it'd be different. Yeah, like if he could actually justify it.
well, but that justifying your belief is different than proving that somebody has or hasn't done the thing that they already said that they did.
Well, how do you
Well, I
justify?
mean, no. What I mean by justify is if he'd have said, "Had you read this part, you would know that what you're saying right now is in contradiction
Well,
with what you
people use
thought
it.
it said."
People
You know
use
what I
it in this
mean?
way.
Like,
If you had looked into it, you would know. Well, it's like I did look into it, right? Anytime you suggest that somebody didn't do the thing that they already said that they did, that's just I don't know. There's got to be a
it's
name
an
for
ad
that, but
hom.
it's
It's an
rude.
ad hom. It's an ad hom.
Well,
Because if somebody is doing that when you're actually addressing them and addressing a statement they made, when they do that, it's just an ad hom.
Well, when you justify a belief, you justify a belief with facts, or if you're talking about the book, talk about other parts of the book that, you know, also need to be believed if you believe the book itself, or you show how a person is already operating as if this is true as the justification. You know, that's the way that you justify a belief using logic to a person. You show that their mind is already working along this line of reasoning, and you show how that same line of reasoning can lead to a similar conclusion that is justified based off of their prior activity. So there's a couple ways to justify an idea to somebody as long as they're honest. Now, if they're not honest, well, you can't really justify much of anything to them, except, you know, their will and their desire to achieve a certain result.
Yeah, gospel. I think the proper term to use for somebody saying maybe like, well, if you looked into it, then you would know. Using a phraseology like that, I would say would be disingenuous. I think by definition.
Yeah, but I guess that then that would be ignorant disingenuousness or accidental disingenuousness, because I don't see it. I don't see it as an on purpose sort of thing. Oftentimes I would use the word. I agree with you on one hand, but on the other, I feel like disingenuous needs to be labeled when it's on purpose, and when you're doing something as a fool or presumptive or arrogant or but really as a fool, I think, as if there's only one possible explanation for a thing. This is
Well, that's the
why dogma is so repugnant to people.
Well, this is why people need to be honest. And that's why honesty is so key to logic or reasoning, even, or these discussions. Because you can say that your mind is working this way to rationalize a conclusion, but really, the real justification that you're using to have this belief or to say something this way may be something that you're hiding, that you're not exposing to the light of day so people can expose the logic and how it works or doesn't work. And that's why honesty, logic without honesty ultimately goes nowhere, because you're not really talking about the line of reasoning that actually led you to believe a certain thing.
Yeah, and that kind of phraseology is also kind of like a presumptive phraseology. So you're coming into like a debate or an argument with a pre-existing presumption that you may be assuming, right, about somebody, which may not be the proper way to handle that, right? Because then you're kind of creating a straw man that you're fighting against, because you're not open, or you're at least not trying to garner the knowledge of whether somebody has or has not looked into it, or, hey, what do you know about this specific subject, right, before we talk about it, kind of thing.
Yeah, well, I mean, all I did was say another possibility. Like, I know what I believe, but I wouldn't step up to a debate, with what I believe like it's fact, because I would have nothing in the way of I wouldn't be able to substantiate anything about the sky other than what we all perceive. Like, but how we perceive it, as in how it all works, what it's all made of, and 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 that kind of way of things, can't nobody tell you what that is. Now you might, I might go with scripture, like, but again, like that's all you got.
Except when you don't. Except when there's more than one way to look at it.
Yeah, right.
That was my point. I find it really offensive when somebody's like, the only possible interpretation here is this. That's like
Well, that's why I
Yeah,
tried to
I mean
shift the
it
connection.
is. I mean, either there's another light source somewhere, or the light is being reflected and scattered and reflected various places. I mean, that's why people literally think when they're looking at a sunrise, they're looking at a sunrise from the opposite. Like, how many times have we in this room, me breaking down the wall of lies, and MJ and whoever else, how many times has one of us said, "Damn, fam, I know the sun is rising over there to the east, but what the hell is that light looking like a sunrise from the south?" We've said that numerous times. Do I think there's another sun? No.
Yeah,
But did I
that's what.
see what I saw? Yeah. And the only, the way I make sense of it is maybe the light is scattered and reflected in various places in the firmament. That's me. That don't have to be everybody.
And you put forth some evidence to kind of support your belief, right? That's why I was trying to ask if maybe Elbow had some supportive ideas about the mechanics that maybe we could test or verify to support the possibility of two separate things, one being daylight and the other being sunlight, and a disconnect between the two. Is there some sort of material, mechanical evidence that you could put forth that may support that claim, other than like scripture or interpretation of scripture?
Yeah.
I got it. We gotta not, this is a terrible idea. I just want to preface that this is a joke idea. But redoing the lyrics to the song "Let's Get Physical," and instead of it being this sordid whatever, I don't know what you just want to, instead of it being an awkward song, let's get physical Earth measurement. I don't know. Terrible idea. I know. I prefaced it. I said it was a terrible idea, but for some reason,
You're talking about the song, like the Olivia Newton-John. I want to get physical,
Yeah.
physical. Ah,
Yeah.
I'm looking for your physical measurements of Earth's
Yeah.
surface.
Yes. Thank you. Yeah. That's super corny.
I'm only accepting evidence that's physical.
Right, you're about to make it happen. Gee.
I'm only lacking the leg warmers to really make the song work.
Oh, leg warmers. Cheapest landing for stairs. Cheapest landing for stairs.
Random statement.
Question mark. It's a question. What is the cheapest landing for stairs? It's one of the funny things about gravel. They don't sell. Well, I guess they do sell. Yeah, they do. They do sell bags of gravel.
Are you talking about to place stairs from like a deck on or something like that?
So I'm converting what used to be. There's two sidewalks protruding from my old porch, and there used to be two stairs that land on the sidewalk, so it would have concrete land. And I'm converting it to a pyramid stairs or a corner stair set. So there's going to be a portion that will be landing into grass/dirt, which is, not kosher.
Yeah, I would say put a base like you were gonna make for like pavers. Put a small slab of concrete there, and then boom, you've got your base. I don't know how wide it is though.
I just don't want to mess with concrete.
Concrete's pretty simple, man, to be honest with you. Put up your form, mix it up, pour it in. Good to go.
Well, if you do it right, you're gonna dig down 6 inches, and you're gonna put a layer of gravel, and then you're gonna,
Yeah, just go to the University of YouTube, see what a common base for the stairs would be, because I'm sure people use all kinds of stuff. Yeah, a good compacted gravel base would probably be fine for your application, I'm sure.
Yeah, that's an option. Gravel or pavers. Pavers could certainly be a thing. It was an idea. Just trying to think through all the different options and the economy option of economy options. Oh boy. Yeah. True. River. Quite a ways to the river. There's not really good rivers like that around here.
And then when you look at an aerial view of a river, it's like, or a lake, it's like as flat as you. I mean, it's flat as fuck.
Yeah. You know what? I was actually doing that with England. I was tracing the Thames. And
what are Thames?
In England, it's the river that it basically opens up into the ocean, right? It goes through London, and then it goes all over. I think it stops just outside of Gloucester. See if I can find it again. I was looking at it not too long ago. The people from England are like, how dare he get these details wrong? This is my river. All right, I'm tracing it again. I'll find it. Oxford. It keeps on going. This thing goes. If you trace the River Thames, and I was looking at the elevation, I was just like, man, this river, does River Thames flow? Which way does it flow? You know, what's the deal with the Thames? Because it goes and it goes and it goes.
It must be like a downgrade the whole way, right?
Well, that's kind of what you would expect, but I lost it. All right, River Thames. Where'd it go? Is this it? No, that's something else. Thames. Where
Maybe a couple of spots that are a little higher, but the water gets through because of the pressure of the, you know, the water going mostly down. You know what I mean? Like a water slide that goes down and up a little bit.
Uh-huh. Tracing the River Thames is an adventure in it looks like a 3-year-old drew it. Sorry, a 1-year-old. Just went crazy with the here it is. All right, the water source is just outside of Cirencester, basically southeast of Gloucester. I'll show it in context. All right. All right.
Trong cuộc đời của Nguyễn Tết thì ngồi ở hay style im đẹp nhưng mà không có gì. Hay nói chồng thích im đẹp, để có từng cái vùng ven lên cái hồi quán để thật lòng mà nói ngược lắm mà là hấp dẫn thì anh cũng có thể bước theo con đường hoa.
Okay, so I guess this is the part that kind of that makes me go in regards to the Thames. It's because the ocean, it goes from the left side of England all the way to the right side of England, even though it's way closer. The other, anyway, here, I'll post what I'm talking about. That is what you call serpentine. Oh, this is a good one.
Now everybody's quiet.
Bro, you scared the heck out of me. I'm chilling, watching a rebel reporter talk about inflation in Canada and stuff, and my phone's next to my ear, and all of a sudden you go, now nobody's talking. I'm like, whoa.
That's how long it's been going on. That's why.
How you doing?
Oh,
Is that
just relax.
Elijah?
Just relax and not hell no.
Oh, sorry.
Elijah's gay.
Wait, is it his brother?
What was that?
Is Miggy Elijah's brother, apparently?
In a sense.
Okay.
Yo, look at this license plate in front of me.
What's up, bro? What's up with it?
Hold up. The license plate in front of me says Yeshua.
He must be driving.
Yeshua.
Yeah, I couldn't get a good picture, but it says Yeshua.
I seen a Flat Earth Ontario one in Ottawa a couple summers ago.
Just posted one I saw last year.
Nice. Dude, I was like right behind him. I had such a good picture, so I was going to get my phone. And like, I can't take a picture while I'm on Discord, so I grabbed my other phone. And then this dude swerves around in traffic, so I had to like, zoom in and get the really bad pic. I'm salty.
How's it going? What's it?
Pretty good. Pretty good.
Good. Oh yeah, Elijah, I'm glad you didn't get shot the other day, man.
Why, what theater war were you in? Just went to the mall for some groceries and shit?
Who goes to the mall for groceries, man?
Went in public, got shot at? Like, what happened?
That's funny, dude.
Eli was running his mouth, man.
Who goes to the mall for groceries?
There must be a Canada thing, bro.
I was running my mouth. What it?
Yeah. Where were you not?
Yesterday.
No, I don't think you heard me say, Elijah. I'm glad you didn't get shot the other day, man.
And I was asking what theater were you in, like theater of war? Did you just go to the grocery store or in public to get shot at, or what?
Eli was running his mouth, bro, and someone checked him.
Uh-oh.
When was I running my mouth? Let's just try to isolate the times that you're not, and then we'll start there. I literally have no idea what Napalm's talking about, by the way.
He had just mentioned something that had happened to him. I think it was on Nathan's show today, or the after show or something.
Well, Eli, what's up, bro?
I think he must be busy. Yeah, I don't want to tell the story for him, but something about a gentleman that basically was claiming he could shoot him and didn't pull a gun. but he had had a prior dream the night before of his bike getting stolen and him getting a gun pulled on him. And then that very day, his bike did get stolen, and then he had this dude that got some lip with him and basically threatened to shoot him, but didn't pull a gun.
Wow. So Eli, it was black guy.
Oh yeah. I'm sorry. I'm in and out of the train station. You talking about my vision?
Yeah, it was a black guy that stole your.
I don't know.
Come
If
on.
I seen him stealing my bike,
Come on.
I would have my bike.
Come on, bro. You know he stole your bike, bro.
Nope. It was gone. I didn't have an inkling as to what direction they went or anything. It literally less than 2 minutes.
Okay, well, do you think it was a white guy that stole your bike?
Probably a Mexican.
It's an Owen Benjamin joke, bro. It's an Owen Benjamin.
We're not
It was most
stereotyping at
likely.
all in here.
No, it's an Owen Benjamin joke.
Of course, we're not stereotyping, but it must have probably been a Mexican, most likely.
I'm stereotyping, man. I'm stereotyping for sure, bro. Like, yeah, whatever. Get mad about it.
Hilarious. We used to grab bikes. We used to grab bikes up from backyards to get home from the pool we broke into and swam at night, and then we just ditch them.
Wow, that is terrible, bro.
Well, nah, they probably got their bikes back eventually.
Probably eventually. Oh my goodness, bro! You broke some little kid's heart. Dude, someone did their newspaper route every day for a year just to save up for their bike, and then you just grabbed it and ditched it.
One day I went to school, elementary school, and buddy comes up to me and goes, "Was your bike stolen?" I go, "No, I don't believe so." He goes, "Oh, okay. I thought I saw someone riding it." And this is a very small town. I thought I saw someone driving your bike downtown a couple days ago. I'm like, "No, I don't think so." I go home. I look where my bike is supposed to be, and it was gone. I'm like, "Fuck, I was right. My bike's been stolen."
That's karma, man.
Yeah.
No, that was years before I was like going out night swimming and then grabbing bikes to get home. That was long before that.
Oh, so you just continued the cycle.
Somebody
No,
destroyed your world, so you thought, let me just go destroy somebody else's world.
Wow, I don't know. It was a thing, Let's
It
go
was
swim.
a thing, Dude, what a defense, bro.
Let's go swimming, break into the entrance pool, swim, and then on the way home we'll grab some bikes and get home.
Let's punish him now.
It's a criminal thing, is what it is. That's what kind of thing it was. It was a criminal thing.
It's like when I was doing some time for some serious shit when I was older, one of my friends came up to me and he goes, "Just think all the shit you did that you weren't caught for." And it made time a lot easier while I was there,
You just stole some poor kid's bike, man.
Did any of the bikes have streamers on them? You remember those back in the day?
Nah, I'm not too big of a fan of sodomy.
If you stole a girl's bike, it probably had streamers on it.
I don't know. Some of the guys in the group or girls would grab some interesting bikes, but for the most part, I tended to go for the nicer ones,
Dude, I was doing activism in I think it's Minneapolis, and this dude was getting super pissed that they wouldn't let him on the bus. He just started screaming in the middle of the street, and then he got so mad he just decided to steal one of the bikes that were lodged on the front of the bus. Just stole the bike and took off on it in the middle of town in the street. Super funny.
Fuck, that's genius.
He was melanated.
He just borrowed it to get home. He ditched it somewhere. They probably got their bike back.
That's what.
Yeah, exactly. They probably got their bike back, bro.
Yeah, that's what my friends and I were doing too. We just borrowed it to get home.
So dumb. Yeah, they probably got their bike back, bro. I just ditched it. All right, I gotta eat. I got a haircut. I love you guys. Peace.
Peace out, Wit.
Or a lot of people found a cool bike just laying there. You know you're in redneck country when you go to the barbecue and the patio furniture chairs aren't all the same color or design.
Howdy, dilly dilly, y'all.
Good day from Canada. Or should I say China?
China?
Yeah, pretty bad. Pretty bad when. Well, it's pretty bad when we got somebody who was involved in some very serious, nasty, unspeakable crimes, walking around free for years. She's now a mother, maybe one day be a grandmother, and we've got a protest organizer locked up and imprisoned right now. We've had a politician imprisoned. We've had pastors imprisoned. Like today on one of the things I was listening to, what were they saying in Toronto or Montreal, certain things that could get you arrested. Oh, in Montreal, it's being out after curfew or not wearing a mask in public. And then when they got to Ottawa, they said just doing anything in Ottawa will get you arrested nowadays. So, yeah, it's kind of shitty. I never thought I'd see the day where in Canada or the States or Australia, there was a journalist in Australia arrested 3 times. He did nothing wrong at all. The cops actually apologized to him, and none of the mainstream media outlets covered the police apologizing.
Oh, they would never do that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mainstream media, man. Oh.
I digress, though. I just try to stay very stoned and.
Yeah.
Yesterday, Mom and I were watching funny baby clips, like kids saying funny things and stuff, and kind of, reduce the funk.
Yeah.
I've got to get out there and meet a lady and have a couple of grandkids for her. My sister's had 4, so I kind of feel like, what do I have to do?
Oh.
And I keep getting told I look like 15 years younger than I am, and I'm thinking maybe it's because I have no kids and ex-wives or anything.
Well, try not to feel pressured about it. Only when you feel it's right.
Oh, it'll happen organically.
Yeah. Organically. Is that how it's done nowadays?
Yeah. Well, everyone bugs me about get online and dating sites and this and that. I hate technology. I hate computers. Like, I want to meet the person,
Like old in the old ways or old school way, I don't know. Yeah.
Pretty much, yeah. I'm a little rough around the edges, but I like to hold the door open for my lady and pay the bills, and you know what I mean? Like, call it what you want. I'm not saying she can't have money or do her own thing. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Not trying to oppress her in any way, but she's happy in the kitchen and in the bedroom. I'm happy.
Hey, you're a simple man, I'm a simple man as well. But it goes both ways as well.
Yeah, I don't want to be a baby daddy. I mean, if that's how it happens, happens. But I want to have like the family unit, if and when it happens. I've almost been married a few times. One girl, we were apart for 7 years and got back together again. And anyways, I don't know if I'm happier single and just doing what I want or committed.
Yeah. I mean, I guess that's only one way to find out is to enter a relationship and then see how that turns out and compare it to your single life, I guess.
Yeah, no, I'm saying like I've done the commitment thing more than once with
Yeah.
a few women, 4 or 5 of them. So I don't know if I enjoy that more or being single.
Only you can do.
I know I'm not making it a thing, like my sister for a while anyways, it was a thing to have someone in her life. Like, oh boy.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Nowadays, like the way the situation looks like around the world, kind of not in the mood, making a family. In a sense, Gotta
Making
wait
a
and
what?
see if it was. I mean, it's considering the situation right now in the around the world.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
the timing for that right now. I have to wait it out a bit, see how it turns out. If one plans to, do that later on in the future.
It was a bit of an awkward thing navigating the dating scene when weed was illegal. Does she smoke weed? Will she care if I do? And nowadays there's so many other things. Was she born a woman? Let's get that out of the way first. Okay, good. You are a woman. That's good. I don't know. Then it starts going to all the other things. Did you get the juice? Did you not get the juice? Do you believe this or that? Oh boy. What's your sign? Does that really matter? Can we just care for each other and raise some stable kids? Like, fuck.
Yeah. Oh man. Yeah.
Can we wake up, make each other laugh, be happy we're alive, and try to be productive? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I do what I can.
What
I
happened
like
to the simple ways? Yeah. Things change. Yeah. Definitely changed a lot.
Like this James Webb space thing. Did you see those images yesterday?
I've seen about the top. I mean, about the subject itself. Yeah, they only show CGI.
Yeah, it's just
I didn't see any real thing out there like where it's supposed to be, like photographs.
Horrible when you hear like the amount of money spent on this ridiculous stuff, and then when you're a critical thinker, and I'm sure you are, and you look at the way things are wherever you are. I'm not sure what city you're in or country, but I'm sure you see similar things that I do, being people that need help in some way. You know what I mean? And all this money is being spent on garbage.
No, definitely, I see the wrongdoings from from these people.
Like here in the capital city, we should have more than one, but at least one state of the art place for homeless people or women in need or whatever, right? Nope.
Yeah.
2 little missions that have been there for who knows how long. Aboriginal and indigenous people are treated like third-class citizens. Like that should even be a thing. Citizen classes. That's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
We're all humans, shit. Unless they're psychotic sociopaths that are always hurting people and stuff, or wanting to, or have done terrible things. Other than that, I don't know. I don't know anymore. It's hard to stay positive.
Yeah. Sorry to interrupt you guys. I'm enjoying what you're saying. How you
No
doing?
worries, man. You can jump in. It's cool. How you doing?
Yes. Okay. I was just going to say these images from the James Webb telescope, they're worse than the bloody Hubble telescope, even quality wise. Don't you think?
And they put even more money into it.
Yeah.
You would assume that there's some better shit by now.
It's absurd, man. We've been ripped off.
Yeah.
We've been
It's
fucking
ridiculous.
ripped off, man. right? And the thing is, right, it's
I
further
think
away
sometimes
from...
we live in a Looney Tune world. Sometimes I'm like, when you think about it, like, what's going on for real?
Yeah.
Madness.
I've just been looking at some of the images, and they're absolutely awful.
Yeah.
Compared to the Hubble when I first saw it. And remember, the James Webb is further into deep space, so we can't see it. You know, it's right out there.
Obviously.
Yeah.
I mean, you know.
So it should be able to take better shots. We were told.
Even better, gentlemen. Not one or thousands of shots of the globe Earth getting smaller and smaller as it moves away.
There you go. Absurd.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah. And yes, I do resonate with the dating problem. Those who are embarking on that mysterious adventure now.
Yeah, you could call it that way as well. Mysterious adventure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I was watching a breakdown of the release of the images, and Michelle Thaler, our famous complicated rock, or favorite complicated rock, sorry, was she goes, and now we're gonna touch in with Montreal to explain the the exoplanet images that it's given us, and they couldn't get Montreal to come in and stream. It was like buffering hard or whatever. So she goes, well, we got a real exoplanet expert in studio here just in case of just such an emergency. And I'm thinking, okay, they got that scope a million miles away that they're controlling and everything's fine, but they can't get the internet to work.
Yeah, ridiculous. It's stupid, isn't it? You know, I've just come back from Colchester via the YouTube. The Globe Live tour is on the go. This was day 4. They were in Bath, okay, where the Romans were, and they put the first Roman bath there in Britain. And there was one guy who was just hanging on to everything NASA says and all the space narratives. You know, for example, they can shoot laser beams to the moon and they can hit the reflectors, and we know the distance is shit like that. You know?
Yeah.
I just couldn't help but laugh. Couldn't help.
Or maybe
but
they're
laugh.
hitting the firmament and it bounces back down. Who knows?
Well, that's what Jason said from the family Disbury. That's what he said, Jason. Could it not be hitting the firmament and that? And the guy said, "Well, you know, we know this. We have this technology." And then Jason says, "I just can't buy that laser beams can go out that far. We can't shoot them that far. No, because it would spread, wouldn't it? Diverge, you know."
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good question.
Is it diverge or diverse? What do I mean? When it spreads out.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Divergence is coming together, isn't it?
Diverge, yeah.
Yeah. Well, the laser beam would do the opposite to that, wouldn't it? If it was going that far out. It would diverse, I think, or spread out anyway.
Yeah.
The beam, it wouldn't be focused all the way for that distance. We don't have it. You know?
Yeah, we'd love to see a laser shoot 240,000 miles.
Exactly.
That tiny, that little reflector. How big is that reflector even? It's very tiny.
Yeah, it's a tiny reflector, right? Yeah. It's a 45-degree angle. So it's not, it's not facing us directly.
It's insane.
So you shoot it, and by rights, it should go somewhere else, the beam, shouldn't it? Shouldn't come straight back at us, should it?
Yeah.
It's all
I mean,
rubbish,
you can probably create a model in a software and probably see if that would happen at all with the math and all the numbers included, distance-wise.
Bloody annoying. And then there was another character calling himself a genius, because he spoke like he was articulate, but he's an idiot because he thinks it's a ball, doesn't he? So he's giving it, I'm a genius, because he's still at college or university. So Jason, accepted that. Okay, so you're a genius. Carry on. He goes, but every time I look at the flat Earth, it's just nonsense because it's a misunderstanding of science. And I thought when he said that, Jason should have shot him down, but he didn't. He let him get away with that. I would not have let him get away with that statement. I said, no, it's the fucking heliocentric model. That's actually a joke. Because when you look for the curve, you don't see it. We can't measure it. We can't experience it. Where did you see the code? I would have said to him like that, but it didn't happen, did it? I wasn't there. Oh, if I could have time travel, I would have been there instantly. Excuse me, sir, what did you say about flat Earth being rubbish? Hey, can you please substantiate your curvature for everyone to see right now? Is it possible? Come on, genius, you're the man.
Yeah.
No, I
And then
won't.
yeah, go on.
Oh, go ahead, Jin.
Sorry, I was just going to say, 2 days ago, we had somebody come up, balaclava, okay, and push down the banner. You know these banners with the globe lights or 200 proofs, everything's a lie. You know, they're banners on that, right? Someone pushed it down, right? And he got a kicking. He got dragged away. Get off me, and that. Couple of kung fu kicks. Yeah, it was good. Yeah. Sorry, yeah. Go ahead. I yield my time.
Oh, it's okay. Okay, yeah. And now I recall what I wanted to share is now I won't say I'm not going to live long enough to see it because I didn't think I'd live long enough to see quote unquote legalization in Canada, even though it's not quite legal, it's more regulated. I might live long enough, and I hope to see where everyone's awake and there's no more stolen money for any of those CGI images and bullshit lies. And like I said, not just in the capital of Canada, in Ottawa, there's a state of the art homeless shelter or two or three, but in every city, everywhere. And we start caring about people more and less about fake space images. Bullshit.
Yeah. I would agree with you there, but it's going to take it's going to take a little while because so many people are indoctrinated. The good thing about this tour is that they're revisiting the places they went 2 years ago before this stupid hoax juice thing came along, right? Because they were planning in 2019 to come to the US, weren't they? And then join together with the Americans and then start doing the US tour. That was the plan, you see, right? After doing Europe, and doing Europe was very instrumental in bringing on this hoax nonsense that they gave us at the end of 2019, 2020, 2021.
Yeah, I think if you're speaking about how people were starting to, stand up to bullshit and wake up. Yeah. See, I noticed that too, Jin. I have a YouTube channel. I don't care. I'm not trying to troll for subs or anything, but
No,
I
go
do.
ahead.
I do. There's a clip where I think I titled it "Keep Your Eyes Open" or "Pay Attention," and what I said was if you notice, even though the mainstream's not covering it, a lot of people are waking up in a lot of places and standing up to government and stuff. I said, pay attention, something's gonna come down the pipeline. And then sure enough, the hoax, boom, and everyone had to go sit inside, not say anything or do
I put
anything
the mask on
anymore.
and shut up. And put the mask on and shut up, because to me, that's what that mask meant. Shut up, don't talk. Don't talk.
Yeah.
Fuck!
Stop exposing
I was
us
so
and the
angry.
lies. Yeah.
Yeah. I was so angry. I was adamant. It doesn't matter where I go, that mask ain't going on. And I'm well used to wearing a mask because I'm a motorcyclist. I've been like, whoa, let's have a look. 40, 45, 48 years riding motorbikes, okay? And I've always worn a mask. It's called Respro. Okay, you put that on, it's got a charcoal filter in there, two valves, one-way valve. So you breathe in, but it blocks the 8 pollutants that were in the air. So I'm used to that. Okay, wearing a mask is not a problem for me when I'm riding my motorbike. Okay, but when the government says you got to wear it, and the thing they're asking you to wear offers you zero protection from anything, well, why am I going to do that? Why would I do that?
And it makes sense, brother, like riding your scooter or, hunting. There's reasons to be masked up. But like you said, when some other adult tries to tell me I have to, what?
Yeah.
To go to
And what they're
the
asking you to
corner
do.
store and buy bread and milk, I got to put a face diaper on. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, and it's not going to protect you from anything or you from the people. It's a zero. So I saw that as a shut up. That was shut up, don't say anything. And I thought, I'm going to shout even louder. Fuck you, That's what I said.
I got
when
a
they
big
said that we were more acceptable. You know, Africans. Okay, so the Afro-Americans were more acceptable. I blew my lid. I said, now that is a lie. Fuck.
Me too. The mainstream here said that about it. The lower income and black community is, you know, have to be juiced up first.
Yeah,
is how they were going.
That did have a knock-on effect on my business because obviously the Japanese were very, very cautious about germs. They call it biking, and they don't realize that biking is good for the body, you see. So they're extreme. They will clean the handles and the seats, everything, the light switches, everything they touch, you know, and they will sanitize their hands to death. Do you know what I mean?
Brother,
I haven't done that once. I haven't done anything different.
Anything for them to make us not respect and love one another.
Yeah, yeah.
That's where they're at, you know?
Yeah. So with that, I decided to not wear winter clothes in winter. So I wore summer clothes all the time when I was exercising, going out to the shops, and people asking me, aren't you cold? I said, no, I'm not cold. What I'm trying to do is see if I can catch a cold and see if the corona's going to get me. That's what I said to her.
I love it.
I want to catch the corona, you see, because I know it's not real. So let's see. 2 years still doing it. I'm going to do it again this year.
Wow.
Oh, yeah. That's it. That's what you got to do. You got to prove to them that you know more than what the government and these health ministers are telling you. You know, I know my body, I said. And you know what they said? You must be super strong for any virus. I said, no, it's not that at all. Everybody is the same. If you look after your health and stop stressing yourself out, you won't catch cold. When was the last time you caught a cold? And then she had to think. I said, you see, last year, no, 2 years ago, 3. Okay, so obviously it's not this. You're not going to get this thing. Are you? I said, but are you going to get injection? I've already got it. Oh, too late. I said,
my aunt and cousin came to visit Mom and I the other day and chill out for a bit and have a tea. Yeah. And my cousin was telling me how one of her friends got the juice once, and now she has seizures and she shakes constantly.
Yeah, there you go. None of my family members have got it, but my brother in London, his wife had to go to Nairobi, Kenya, where her mother was not very well, and she had to do the juice, unfortunately. But none of my brothers, none of my family here, my children, we're not interested in that. We're more interested in the flat Earth and talking about flat Earth to their friends and their mums and dads, because we had a couple of days of barbecuing. Okay, and we were discussing flat Earth because I brought it up. I brought it up, and the dads were like, "What? What do you mean?" I said, "Yeah, okay, take it. Because when they said that, I said, "Yeah, let's take it slowly, step by step." I said to my son, "Go and get the map quick. Go and get the map. You're in the classroom, 2 maps. Give it to them to look. Have you seen this before?" They said no. And I said, "Right. Now, this is what the Earth really looks like. It's not 100%. It's not exactly in that layout, but what we know is there's no curvature coming here. Where's the curve? When did you last see the curve? You've all been to the beach. I know you have. We've been there together, yeah. Did you see the curvature of the Earth there? No, you didn't, did you? Right, okay. What about when you flew from, you've been to Hawaii, in America? Okay, did the plane fly like this? And I went to my son, go and get the planes, quick. And I got these 2 Japanese planes, toy planes, yeah. I said, did it fly like this? Because it would have to if it's on a ball. And they said, no. Okay, there's 2. Did you notice it is spinning? And who measured this spin? And they said, and they're quiet and tipping their head sideways. Yeah, but what about gravity? I said, yeah. Okay, what about gravity? What's the person's name who invented it or discovered it? They didn't know. I said, Newton. I had to say in Japanese. Newton-san, janai desu ka? Newton-san. Aye. I goes, he said he did not agree with the theory. It's a theory, kasetsu. And they were, and that was shock, blowing their mind. But yeah, they came to realize that they were carrying, even though they may not have believed in the flat Earth just there and then, but they knew they were carrying a belief for the globe that they hadn't got. It's called kakunin. Kakunin means confirming and checking. Kakunin shitanai ne, so shite kudasai. I said, please check it. They hadn't even checked it. So they realized they were carrying beliefs. So that was a good start, you know? And that was how we left it with the barbecue, you know, the other day.
Nice, good one.
Yeah, I loved it.
Sweet victory. Small, but still meaningful.
Small, but yeah, you know, it's good. It's good to wake them up.
Small ones can have an impact as well. You know, it triggers them and plants seeds. Shakes them up a little bit. Yeah.
And we covered the jab a little bit as well, you know, but I won't go there. But basically, the flat Earth thing. Yeah, I said my children all know. They know how fast it's spinning. They know the circumference, the radius. They know how far they can see they've flown. We've done the test on the plane. I showed them the bubble up. So, you know, we've done all this. This is like, you know, 2016. Me, 2015, I said. Children, 2015. First test, 2016.
Yeah.
So we know that we know this. We can see Mount Fuji from Fukushima. You know, it's a good order show. Yeah, you've been to Fukushima. Yeah, you've been to the camps. Yeah, we've been there. You can see Mount Fuji. You shouldn't be able to see it from there. 180 miles. You know?
What's the drop from there?
There should be just over 4.5 miles of curvature, thereabouts.
4.5 miles. And how tall is the Mount Fuji?
Mount Fuji is 3,776 meters, I think, something like that. Yeah.
Oh, what's that? You use two different metrics here.
Sorry, in feet. Wow, I don't know, 16,000. Who knows? Let's have a look.
So, how much should be obstructed by the?
Well, I'm thinking. I'm not sure exactly how much should be obscured, but from where we are, we shouldn't be able to see all of it. We can see almost all of it from where we are.
And it should be like below the completely.
If we see anything, we should only be able to see the top, the very top.
Not even the top. Okay, I get you.
Yeah, we should see the top, but we can't see the foot of the mountain, obviously, due to compression and that. But you can see the main body and the summit.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And you shouldn't be able to see that. You shouldn't be able to see that.
Not even the peak.
Miles away.
Yeah,
we got, the summit, the peak. The snow-covered peak, if you will. But in the summer, it's shiny. So it's gold looking, you know. But we're seeing the whole mountain. It looks gold in the sun. From the campsites. And they didn't realize that, you know.
Did you go through the globe model with them? Like, you know, the radius and whatnot?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I had to. So that they understood the size of the Earth and the top. Because on my smartphone is right here. So I showed them. I said, look, this is the app, and I enlarged it. This is the Pythagorean theorem curvature calculator. Here it is. This is it. This is what we use. Then there's another one you can use, which actually takes your actual height. And I showed them that as well. Okay, and then they're on the same numbers, slightly different, but, you know.
Yeah.
I said, this is how we work it out, 8 inches per mile squared. I said, And they said, we didn't know. Of course you don't know. Because you believe the Earth is a globe, and you never checked it, you see. But I did. Now, not when I was a kid, I didn't. But now, 53 years old, that would have been 2015. That's when I checked first time. But all that time, I said to them, all that time in my life, I've been in the Army Cadets 2 years, Army Cadets 3 years, British Territorial Army 2 years, okay? And then outdoor life, all my life, outdoor life with my children, everything else. So what I was doing is loading up the information, but not joining the dots, I said, not connecting with nature. I'm looking, but I'm not looking properly. Or I'm looking, and I'm not registering. And I asked him, do you understand? I'm looking, but I'm not seeing.
Yeah.
Okay? Hi. So subconsciously, the information is there. It's all there. I just didn't connect. You know? That's why, for me, it was very easy to come to the understanding within 3 minutes. I knew it was flat. 3 minutes, because
I think,
all my life experiences came back.
The common misconception is for the normies thinking the Earth is too big to see the curvature or whatever. Like, for them
they
just
said that.
believing and not looking into the model at all, and comparing it.
The Japanese said the same thing. It's too big for you to say. I said, no, it doesn't matter.
That's why
It
they
doesn't matter
connect.
how big it is. 180 degrees. 180 degrees is 180 degrees. So if you leave England, I said, and you go to New Zealand, and I showed them because we got the globe. I said that when I had the basketball, I said if you put the hand here, that's 180 degrees. It doesn't matter how big it is. You have to notice it. So small ball, big ball, any size ball, 180 degrees is a different position. You have to notice it. Okay, I said. You have to notice. There's no way you're not going to notice it. It's impossible not to notice it because it goes against the laws of physics, but better still, God's law, laws of nature. God's law is number one. And I'm not religious, but God's law, the Creator's law, natural law is number one. And it doesn't matter where you are. You put your hand on a ball and you follow the contours of that ball from the top to when you get to the bottom, your hand is inverted. That is natural law. Natural law. God's law. So I don't want to hear anything that is too big to notice. It's so big you're going to be level on a ball. Don't be silly.
Yeah.
Yeah. I said to them, engineers, if you're any engineer here, you should understand that immediately because a ball bearing that has a flat spot will not be used in any engine because it's a reject, because it has a flat spot. So we don't have flat spots on Earth if it's a ball. You can't have that. That would be impossible.
Yeah, definitely.
Right. Yeah. So, we really, but I wasn't so forceful at first. But when I started getting a little bit of resistance, like they were thinking that I didn't know what I was talking about, I started to press on the truth. I said, did you actually measure it yourself? Did you check it? Because that's what now you have to tell the truth. Jissai koto, dodo. Morally, you've got to be honest now. Children are here. Did you check it? No. So go and check it then before you say no. Check before you say no. Don't just say no and you don't check it. What's this? I said to them, when you do your shopping, you check your change, don't you? Right. So, and then you look at the receipt, don't you? Okay. So go check it then. Because they were starting, one or two of them was trying to get they've got maybe a little bit triggered. They thought, what does this monkey probably know about? Well, I just said, well, no matter how much of a monkey you might think I am, did you check it?
Yeah, then I used to put on the thinking hat, I guess. That's the reality, I guess.
You do get one or two stroppy ones that think
nowadays.
They think they know something, but, or they don't want to accept. Fine.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. You share information with people out of face value and, open information, and then, that must be the truth. That's it. We don't have to question it, I think, and then go on with their lives, knowing that, but not confirming it. So
yeah, that's it. They've given up, I've done it at many a campsite as well, because I'm the only black guy there. So that works to my advantage because they're listening to the good music. They can smell the nice food that I'm cooking. We're playing, like I said, playing, dancing. I haven't got a jet ski. They've got the money, so they've got jet skis. I've got canoes. Okay, so we're canoeing and enjoying it, And then in the evening, I might just say to people, ladies and gentlemen, Gaijin foreigner here. Just like to introduce myself. I'd like to ask you some questions if it's okay. Hi. So I go to where the biggest crowd is. And I introduce myself. I said, I'm going to ask you a few questions. It may challenge your thinking, but we're on holiday, camping, Okay. So then I say to them, what's the shape of the earth? Just like that. What is the shape of the earth? And it's round. I said, what do you mean round? Round like a coin? What do you mean? Then they have to think of the shape. Kyudai. Kyudai means spear in Japanese. Kyudai is, kyudai, yeah. Oh, kyudai, so, ne? Okay, so it's a spear. How do you know? The silence is so noisy. They're really thinking hard.
Yeah.
Right? So I have to prompt them. At school, maybe the movies, magazine and news. Hi. Then I ask them immediately, but did you check it? How do you know? That's somebody telling you. That's, 相手の人が言ったから. That means I just said, that's second-hand information. Someone else told you that. Ne? So how did you check it first? Again, silence. You know, they just go all quiet. So no, 確認してないから、はい。どうやって? How do you check it? That's what someone blurted that out. How would I check it? Yeah, exactly. Okay. Then we showed them the laser beam tests, tell them about the GPS test, signals, how there's no curvature. I asked them what's the circumference, they didn't know. Radius obviously didn't know. Speed obviously didn't know. So they didn't know anything, but they carried their belief. And that's what I do, you know, on the accounts.
Yeah. Oh, that's good, actually. That's good. No, you're doing great. You know, I don't know what to call it, but like you're doing them a favor, I would say. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a holiday.
I mean,
I apologize.
You can't blame them entirely because, you know,
no, I don't. I don't blame them at all. I was like that.
The model at all in school, like the circumference radius. I don't think they teach them that even, or maybe they forget about it. And you know.
Yeah, maybe they forget it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I told
whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, I told them that all these questions I ask you, I didn't know. I'd forgotten. I didn't know. Okay, so I'm not here to make you look small. So they were just worried, and that would be bad, wouldn't it? Right. I want you to understand that the earth is not spinning. It's not a ball. We don't have that. That's what I want you to realize. So you got to think, yeah? So I didn't know the answer to. I'd forgotten all that stuff. But now checking it. That's why I'm asking you, yeah? Because I know it's not. I know it's not. Now you need to know. And in your life, you Japanese people like to learn something new. In Japanese, it's called Benkyo ni narimasu. Benkyo ni narimasu. They like to learn something new, study something new, and learn something new. Today is that day for you. Kyo wa benkyo ni narimasu ne. You learned that you carried a belief, and you're learning that the earth is not a ball. Now all you got to do is check it. Said, look at the lake. No curvature on this lake. Second biggest lake in Japan, in our Shiroko. That's where we were. And I said, you see, and there's no curvature here, ne? See that level, ne? Right. When you flew in the plane, it was level. It didn't do this. No, ne? Yeah. Then obviously gravity comes up, as they usually say, because of the spin. I said, but how do you know it's spinning? And it's going to be different speeds from the poles, if it were spinning, to the equator. It's going to be a different spin, man. Oh, Soka, really? Some of them didn't even realize. I said, yeah. And then they would be upside down in Australia and Antarctica. Yeah?
When I think about it, what? No way.
Yeah. And they say, yeah. Gyakuni? You know, well, it's a ball, isn't it? You can't be what you're saying. How can you be level on a ball? The ball taira janai kara. That means the ball is not level because the ball can't be level. That's why the water rolls off. The ball is not level. It's not a level thing. Is it? It's not. They're going to have to be upside down. Have to be. That's God's law again coming in. Eh? Oh, yeah. Whoa. Sugoi. They say, wow. Wow, wonderful. Sugoi is like wow in English.
Yeah, I've heard that wording before. Yeah, sugoi. It's like
sugoi, which means great, wonderful. Well, wonderful subarashi, but sugoi means wow, great, really. Yeah, I say to them, hontoni.
Yeah.
Hontoni chudai janayo. Hontoni not a ball, man, not a ball. Mite koto nai kara. I said, you've never seen it, have you? Where did you see it? Yeah, then they showed me on their smartphone. I said, yeah, あれは CGI けど、それは本番写真じゃない. Then I took a picture of the group. That's real. Yeah, I just took it. This one, composite image. Composite, ne? CGI, computer generated image. コンピューターが作ってるのイメージでしょ。なるでしょ。Yeah. 実際じゃない。NASA。あの会社 NASA わかる？ JAXA の一番上。JAXA, you know, superior, NASA, superior to JAXA, yeah, NASA, yeah. They told us. Then I showed them the man. Robert Simmons and son. Robert Simmons さん、この人が作ったよ。ほら、聞いて。Listen up. And I say, listen up. 5 minutes video. They're listening to Robert Simmons and I did it. So I'm translating what he's saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like you're teaching a tribe a whole new world, like telling them a story about there's another world out there.
Yes.
But no, it's the same one we're in together, but just you haven't seen it that way.
Yeah. You know?
Or,
and see, they see me talk to them there, but later on in the day when it's boiling hot, you know they have those porter cabin loos, yeah? Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
You know those plastic loos, they're called porter cabin loos. Do you know the ones I mean? Porter loos.
Porter.
Yeah, Porto loo, where they portable toilets.
Oh, portaloos. Yeah, sure, yeah.
Sorry, yeah, that's what I call them anyway.
Sorry, I wasn't just, no, I get it.
Right, now they're plastic, yeah? Or listen, and you know, they're not very careful when they go to the loo, so they're pissing everywhere. And I tell you, by the time the sun's got its heat on that, if you walk in and shut the door, I guarantee you, you're going to be green when you get out. I'd lay my life, I'd lay your money. You're coming out green or burgundy or something. You're going to die in there. Okay? Yeah, it's that fucking bad. The ammonia in the urine, you can't breathe. You can't. You can't fucking breathe and do a shit or anything. You know what I do is I open the door, I get some big rocks and keep the door ajar, and then I get the buckets from the stub and I'm just dicing it with the lake water just to kill that fucking stench. 3 toilets I do. You know?
Wow.
And then the staff that, you know, the owners who are old people, they're elderly, they thank me. I say, no problem. But just kusai means stinky. Just kusai, I said, you'll die in there. Fuck. It's that bad. Overpowering. Yeah. Terrible.
Yeah. I wouldn't be.
And they're not the toilets with the seats, yeah? They're the ones where you got to crouch down. So you haven't got a seat. So they're pissing where you put your feet. It's a fucking mess. Not flushing properly because you got to pump the flush, and you know, and the water's not coming through properly.
What is this place like? Third world?
Worse than third world it could be.
Oh my
so
God.
I do that, and you know why I do that? Number one, for my family. I don't want them to endure that. Fuck. Right? So for my wife and the kids, I said, don't worry, Daddy's going to clean this toilet out because nobody's going to do it. And Daddy's the champion of this stuff. Don't worry, watch. Yeah, open the fucking doors, man. Big rocks. So now the stink is starting to get out. And I'm walking up with 2 buckets and I'm just chucking it in. Wash. I'm there for about maybe 45 minutes. It's not like 5 minutes, 45 minutes. Yeah, because it's 3 to do, yeah? 3 of them.
That's very courageous of you, man. Very courageous.
Well, it's got to be, it's courageous.
It's got to be done by someone. It's got to be
done by someone, yeah. And it's got to be done properly, but simple, yeah. So when you chuck water in there, because it's all. So I take out all the toilet paper, of course, so you don't wet the toilet paper up.
Yeah,
and then I just throw that water in there. It's just throwing it. Good exercise for me as well, you know. Don't mind that, yeah. Get it in there, yeah. Chucking it in, yeah. And they're looking, they think. I said, yeah, I know, it stinks, doesn't it? Yeah, right. It should never stink like that. It should never, ever stink like that, okay? It's dangerous. Fuck. I mean, you want to try it. In fact, don't try it. You choke.
I would stay away from that, to be honest.
Yeah, you'd be choking, man. The door shuts, yeah? And then you shove the lock. And you are desperately fighting for something. You can't even breathe. You gotta breathe. You're breathing like someone's strangling you, and you're trying to get air in.
Okay.
So imagine you're being strangled and you're fighting for air, and you can only get the stuff. Yeah, that's what it's like.
Oh my God!
It's that fucking bad, man.
I don't think I want to witness that ever.
Burning your eyeballs. Your eyeballs are stinging. Yeah.
Oh, man.
So I do that every time I go to that campsite.
The things you go through, I don't want to do that, man, ever.
Obviously, I'm the toilet cleaner because I know these people just use it, you know, and they don't think, well, let's be communal and let's keep it clean. But gin is the communal because I love the outdoors. So of course I'm going to have to do that. Fuck, everyone else doesn't want to do it. They think they're above doing it. But it's not difficult because I showed them how simple it was. Keep the door wide open, yeah, and then chuck water at it. That's it. Then you kill it, you clean it at the same time. And the water goes back down into the lake anyway at the end of the day. So you're not wasting anything. Nice cycle there. And leave the door open until you want to go to the toilet. Privacy, okay. When you finish, leave it open. Fuck. It's plastic. It's getting hot. Fucking hell. Toxicity is just unbearable. Fuck. Oh. Oh. I'll never forget that feeling, man. You know, you're just sipping it, breathing shallow breath. You know, let me get out of here. Oh. And you open the door. Oh, fucking hell. I said, nah, I just decided that's got to be clean. Fuck that. I've got to go in there again. I don't want to do that again. Fuck. So yeah, I just cleaned it. Had to be done.
Yeah.
And then some of them said thank you. I said, yeah. I said it should never be like that, ever. Fucking hell. You know, all the grit all over the place. Half shit still there that someone left behind. Fucking hell. Turd still keeping its presence, hanging on to the side.
Oh my god. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh man.
It's like it can be like that. I'm the man. You see, I've got the blue Japanese version of the marigold gloves. Yeah. Little bit of washing up liquid. So because it's campsite, I don't go berserk. But I just use it sparingly anyway. Sponge, and I've got my towel to dry my utensils and cups, plates, knives and forks. I do all that, the cooking and the cleaning. I do all that. So I take control 100%. I don't want anyone to be sick. I don't want to be sick, so I do it. No one cooks, I cook. Don't want anyone touching the stuff. So
you should be cooking.
Say that again?
The man is supposed to be cooking these days.
Yeah, but I've been doing it all my life anyway.
Yeah, what's wrong with a man cooking, scientist?
Well, they're the chefs.
I love cooking as well.
We're the chefs anyway, aren't we?
I said the man is supposed to be cooking these days. Everything's changed, remember?
Yeah.
It's all different now. Everything's different.
It's called equality.
Yo, I got a question.
Yes, Starvin Marvin. What is your question?
What do you guys think about like the moon? Like, is the moon
I don't
stars
think
round?
about the moon. Do you think about the moon?
Starvin,
do you think it is
present
round?
an argument, and then we take it from there. I
Okay.
think that would be more wise.
Here is my argument. My argument is that because other things in the sky are round, and we are in the sky to those other things, we are also round.
How do you know?
When did you prove that you're in the sky? Damn.
And this is what I think. Whatever we do not stand on what's in the sky. That's what I think.
If you were to
Hey, check this out. Check this out. Starvin Marvin, listen, I live in a dense part of the woods, okay? When I look out my back door, all I see is trees. So therefore, I really should be a tree. That's what you're saying.
Exactly.
Yo, that argument is fucking genius, man. Like that.
When I drive around in my Hyundai and I see a Porsche, I think this should be a Porsche.
Do you know what my argument is? My argument is that you see an object and you are also an object. It's not even that it circles. It's that the Earth is a physical object, which you guys don't agree with.
So what am I? Am I a triangle or a circle too?
The Earth's
you are an object. You're a non-regular object, right? You're a non-geometric. You don't have a name. You're a object shaped like whatever.
Hey, how do you verify that we're the same as what's in the sky?
How do you verify we're nameless objects?
Oh, you just make up stories. You just presuppose it and make up a story. Is that the answer? You made up a story. Actually, you didn't make it up. Someone else made it up for you.
I mean, can you find another thing except for the Earth that isn't an object?
Oh, no. You're saying that the Earth is the same as what's in the sky.
Yes, because
you said
Everything
we are actually in the sky, word for word.
So is a butterfly the same as the moon too? What about a street lamp?
we are in the sky
What about
to
grass?
someone
What
from
about
another
trees?
planet.
What about a car? Hey, is the butterfly? You're just saying that though. You're just saying it.
So like, okay, so if I was to fly away from the whatever shape the Earth is, or whatever non-shape the Earth is,
You can't do
right?
that. You can't do that. You
Why?
can't do that.
Why?
That's
To do
impossible
what?
because it's impossible. So
Like airplanes? I don't get it. I was in an airplane earlier today.
They don't fly away
okay,
from the Earth.
airplanes are going to show you the entire Earth, buddy. So what are you talking about? Good try. Try again.
Like,
Did he just claim curvature from an airplane?
No,
He doesn't know
dude.
what he's claiming. He's just saying things.
I'm talking about the flying part. He said that's impossible.
What about it?
No. You said if you fly away from the Earth, you can't fly away from the Earth to see what the Earth is, which is what you would have to do to verify your claim that it is what it is in the sky. Of course, primarily you actually have to substantiate what is in the sky, which you can't do that either. So literally, you just have a made-up story. That's what it is.
Okay, so
why not?
There's the only evidence pointing towards the Earth is round, besides like the pictures of it and the math. Like I don't really understand. Yeah, like that's how people did this shit 500 years ago. Like, how do you think?
No,
How do you
don't
think
even
that
know what you're
bots,
talking about.
Bots are created to replicate